conditions required to make their behavior forecasts inevitable. Yeah, I talk about this. Well, not just me, but like we talk about this a lot. Like the inevitability. And they want to convince you that their systems are predictive. They're not. They're more like a contrived inevitability. Like what you saw happen in Gaza now. You know, it's not like you needed like a Nostradamus, like fortune teller to say, yeah, well, you know, one day they're going to invade Gaza and take it over and kill everybody there. And they're going to use this excuse of terrorism and their safety and all this kind of stuff. But it was inevitable, right? Like every single thing that was put into place. And this is why a lot of us see what's going on within the government. Even though we're not like fortune tellers, we're just like, this is where this goes. You know, we're not making it like, for example, the war with Iran, all right? How can we say that there is no alternate to essentially the Israel fomenting a war with Iran and then America getting sucked into it? Well, we don't know that for sure, right? Like, we can't predict it, but we can see that the set of circumstances coming around make that inevitable. And that's what we, like, warn people about. And obviously the pundits, they just cast doubt into the whole thing, you know, and they'll use these very techniques to try to discredit you, to say, well, it's because you're actually there's something wrong with you, right? Like you have some type of an insecurity, a psychological need, you don't have money, something, right? Like blah blah blah. You hear it all the time, and that's what's causing you to worry that the Zionist influence their agenda are going to ensnare our country into another war that we don't want or need, you know, something like that. But again, this is all part of the playbook here. It's designed. And yeah, just like the inevitability of a lot of the circumstances of history, especially some of the worst things that have happened, you know, like taking money from this lobby, from this interest group, well, yeah, it's not for sure that they're going to kill the guy who then turns against them, but it kind of becomes inevitable, right? If you keep taking money from rich, powerful people who are dead set on warfare, running the world, so on and so forth, exterminating an entire ethnic group on the planet, well, what happens when you tell those people no? Right? What's going to happen? Here's the last part I'll read for real, though. It's called The Glitch. The context clarifies what Geisel and Jones received in 1943, a blueprint for biological programming designed to override survival instincts. In 1957, Geisel looked at the machinery designed to program soldiers and saw a way to teach children to read. He repurposed the entire methodology, dopamine loops, simple language, and rhythmic repetition to create the cat in the hat, serving a different master with the same neurochemical triggers. He systematized this hack by founding beginner books, building a counterfactory based on intuitive understanding that high complexity ideas do not spread. Geisel demonstrated that simple books can serve complex liberation by smuggling freedom inside accessibility. Everything depends on whether the tools are used to extract or to empower. The chaos variable. I don't know. Very interesting article, though. I'll just leave it there for now. But yeah, I mean, the whole gist of this, if you guys are just sort of tuning in now, is that the government probably spent a lot of effort into writing manuals. This is World War II. Into writing manuals for our troops, for the soldiers to keep themselves alive. And it turns out that they weren't reading them. And so they tried to figure out a way to kind of trick them into absorbing the information they needed them to know, right, for like self-preservation, because they didn't want to read the fucking manual. And what they came up with is this cat in the hat, Dr. Seuss type of persuasion, right, and indoctrination, right? So it just made them much more receptive to adopting whatever they wanted them to do. And then they realized, hey, this is super effective, right? Beyond just the battlefield, like what if we just use this technique, you know, for the masses, right, for the public as well. And it turned out with good intention, or it started out perhaps with some good intentions. And now we see where the ultimate conclusion of all this stuff is. It is a basic tenet that if ideas are too complicated, people are just not going to, you're just not going to reach a very large number of people. You know, the stuff that everybody can understand quite easily, even kids, those things tend to go much further. You know. Anyway, I'll stop.
It kind of it gets to your the lowest recesses of your brain, which is the most instinctual. You know, there's a reason why we're, for example, attracted to primary colors. They're the most stimulating. You know, it's digs at your reptilian brain, kind of, but that's where you're most impressionable, and that's where it sticks. You see, and you know, I don't know if anybody knows this, but the average news article is written at a fourth grade reading level, but that's not by accident.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, and there are times, I guess, where they are complicated topics, right? Like, and it does deserve like more discernment. You know, and that's why like it's super important. Like, all right, so there are the simple things, more or less, that you can compel somebody to like assimilate or to read or to learn. You know, like again, it's interesting that it's the soldiers specifically, right? Because you would think, well, your life depends on it, and even what it proves, right, is like even if you tell a person your life depends on reading this manual, they're still not going to read it. Like you still got to make them like want to read it, or like trick them into learning it, you know, with a cartoon or a clever book, a comic strip, or something like that. It's just
there needs to be cheese. Yeah, there needs to be cheese in them. Yeah, there needs to be
even if your life is on the line. Like that's how crazy, that's how lazy human beings really are sometimes. It's like, oh, this will keep me alive, whatever. Well, and you know why? Part of it is not necessarily because it's like difficult to read it. Like I'm sure they could read. It's not a literacy issue. The problem is like the stress it entails. You know, so if you get somebody to like join the army, there's a very real possibility that it will cost them their life, and they don't want to think about that. They don't want to think about, oh, here's all the ways.
The reward of the valor. Like, yeah, no, but look, I have a purpose now. You know, I mean, the belief in something is always stronger than the belief in nothing. You know, and so the same would apply. You're going to die if you don't do this, or you could live like this could add to the enjoyment of your life. You know, it's like why do people? We were talking about that the other night. You know, why do people go to backcountry to ski versus like slopes? Because there's the hit of the chemicals that we were talking about earlier. There's the dopamine, adrenaline, all the things that our intelligent brains get addicted to. And I just, you know, I love the like theory of minds. I love, you know, talking about not only what makes us tick, but not only how we think or why we think, but how we form thoughts. You know, this is kind of my favorite thing in the whole world. I'm glad you're on the topic.
It really is endlessly interesting, but it's double-edged, right? I mean, just to the point, I'm sure most people have thought about this, but like, you know, the government, you talk about these like MK Ultra type programs, like psychological, like this brainwashing stuff that they do, like they've really thought about it. And the drugs and stuff, the LSD, you guys have heard all of this stuff, is that they intend to like find out like where's this stuff actually coming from. So like they'll perturb the brain with like this kind of psychedelic or dissociative or whatever else. And like they've like mapped it out to a point where it seems like they understand like the very basic like resonant frequencies of like the human mind that like compel learning or fear or all of this other stuff, right? So I'm just saying it's like you're under attack, not just like, you know, what's going on around you in the news and stuff like that. Like they've really mapped this stuff out, and the only way around it is you have to, like at this point, I know it sucks and I wish I could be like a Dr. Seuss, you know, genius and make like a little book for people, you know, but you have to kind of like guard your mind, you know, and that only happens like your basic heuristics of things tend to be completely wrong. You you learn this if like you get into like the stock market, or if you get into like any kind of like data analysis and stuff. Like you just realize like how easily your perceptions can be tricked, unbelievably easy. And it's only when you like educate and you read and you hone your mind, just like you go to the gym and you train your body. You have to do that with your brain too. Otherwise, like.
But don't you think also there's another element, perhaps looking at it from the other side of the coin, you're talking about just going back to the point of you have a skilled manual to read, the life depends on it. So in other words, you could die if you didn't read this. Well, there's two things about that. First of all, we can't imagine dying because it never happened. We can be afraid of dying, and because we're afraid of dying, we don't want to think about that. We don't want to think about anything to do with that. Therefore, your brain is going to be rejecting the information it's receiving anyway, because it is bringing you into the realm of possibility of death, which you don't want to think about in the first place. So you're saying, hey, read this, like depends on it. There's like an approach avoidance there. Like, oh wow, you can say, oh wow, I don't want to die, but that, oh wow, I don't want to die, will make you not want to read the book in the first place, because it is bringing you into a realm you don't want to think about, and you can't imagine dying anyway.
I think it's not that people are going to have to imagine that they're dying. It's just the anxiety that comes along with thinking like, oh, now I'm going to have to I don't want. Like people don't want to deal with that until it's like time to deal with that. And like for the most part, especially like dudes, like it's kind of like we'll deal with that if that happens. But then the army's like, yeah, but if that happens, you need to know what to do to deal with it. And people are like, yeah. I'll figure it out. I've gotten this far. Anyway, the point is that like this like induce like, and by the way, it doesn't have to be like the ultimate right like it doesn't even have to like, for example, like I won't have to think about like what if my girlfriend breaks up with me, or like my wife leaves me, or like I get fired from work, and like all this kind of stuff. It doesn't have to be like the ultimate prize. The interesting thing about this is that even if that is the incentive, like people still will not go out of their way to learn. It's just interesting. It's just
it's skilled manual, or you'll never be able to have sex again.
They'll read that though. Like, they'll actually read it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're like, oh, but you get to live longer. It's like, yeah, I don't know. There you go. Go smoke another Lucky Strike and talk to Billy. Alright, let me see if this.
Have some more bourbon.
Yeah, bourbon sounds good. Let me see if it makes any sense to play this on the space. You guys have, if you see the cartoon, it's called Private Snafu. You probably have seen this. Oh god. Let me get through this one. Okay. I'm hoping that there's actually talking.
Couple of bucks later when I get home, and I'm gonna print my computer. I want to play for you.
It is kind of funny though.
We're funny. Forget human beings.
I feel so like each one of them is like somehow lesson. The first one here, okay, he broke the record player. We're good.
They got a song back there. They don't even look at the war going on. Back in line, hometown. Fine old man. Probably done it together.
Alright. Yeah, it just sucks because they have all this like corny ass music, but it is very funny. These are like the old timey cartoons. I miss the old cartoons. Cartoons suck now. I mean, I know they're like.
Bugs Bunny. The last one had like really last there. It was like Kiki and the Brain and the Animaniacs. They were really well thought out.
Yeah, the Animaniacs too. That was I can see because it's all like Warner Brothers stuff too. Yeah, it's funny that. Yeah, now I think back about it. there were definitely like some like lessons and stuff. Like I remember there was that one long song about like geography or something. Remember they made that song about like
United States, Canada, Mesopotamia. Yeah, I remember.
yeah, it was actually really good. I'll watch some of these cartoons. The problem is like this sound, like you have to see it. It's not gonna translate. There's an entire like playlist of private snafu stuff. So if you're ever feeling down, plus who knows what awaits us here. All sorts of good survival knowledge. I guess it's like who needs Bear Grylls?
What do you do? What do you do when you're feeling down?
I don't know. I like never feel down anymore. I just transcended that. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I need new hobbies. Let me see if there's this. I was gonna say I start a space, but then everyone's gonna know. Assume that every time I'm in a space, I'm
sorry. There's 250 people listening. I didn't mean to ask you about your feelings in front of 250
I know I can't.
people.
I will never talk about my feelings.
I'm sorry.
In spaces.
We have no feelings. No feelings.
Listen, this is a very professional setting here. No, I mean, people talk about their feelings. Aren't you guys tired of hearing about everyone's feelings? Like, holy shit. Everyone's just out here talking about their feels.
And it's not like I don't want to know why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling. I just am feeling that way. I'd rather talk about anything else because the feeling is just a feeling and it goes away.
It's like, why are you sad? It's like, I don't know, because I'm a human.
Right.
Like, how much explanation does this shit require? I mean, like, bro, seriously, let somebody else sweat it out. All right, you see what's going on with Trump's situation? Let him sweat. Like, we're good. We're watching Sunday morning cartoons right now. I'm about to play Animaniacs for you guys. I don't know. We just gotta find more ways of feeling good.
Well, I don't mind shit that I do feel down sometimes. Okay, I do. I'll admit that. Sorry, it's my weakness. But what I do is I laugh. And sometimes I keep doing it. I go to confession. And I confess all the crap that I did. And then I feel so much better after that. I forget what I was feeling bad about. I get all of my I get all my L's, all my losses off my chest. And then I examine why they were lost, what caused the loss. And then, like, my brain is leading me, my soul is leading me to shake it off and do better. That's what I do when I'm
I feel like people use spaces as catharsis too. Like, people come up here and, like, I don't know, it is a type of confessional booth here. I mean, obviously nobody's keeping any secrets, right? But that's a good thing to do.
I'm telling you my sins. Are you crazy?
Not here. I mean, I could pretty much assume. I have this like weird talent where I can like tell. I can just like, I have this weird form of telepathy where I can pretty much surmise everybody's sins if I talk to them.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I can't. I also don't judge, so but it does feel good sometimes to just tell somebody what it is. Why is Antarctica so small on this map? Anyway, so this is the Animaniacs.
And now, the nations of the world, brought to you by Echo Water. United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, Brazil, Guatemala, Bolivia, Argentina, and Ecuador, Chile, Brazil. Costa Rica, Belize, Nicaragua, Bermuda, Bahamas, Tobago, San Juan, Paraguay, Uruguay, Suriname, Guyana, Barbados, and Guam. Norway, Sweden, and Iceland, and Finland, and Germany, now. Switzerland, Austria, Czechoslovakia.
There's definitely somebody in this space right now that knows this entire song by heart. I can't say I do.
No. Okay, so I gave my sister one schools.
Can you fix your mic? Is there any way you can fix your mic? I'm not sure what happened. It's just starting to cut out a little bit. We can kind of hear you, but then it goes like soft and then loud. We need the confessional in high quality.
I gave it to my sister. No, I'm in the desert right now. I'm driving back home. But
Come back.
no, I gave it to my sister. Yeah, I gave it to my homeschool system. I said, "Here's the there's something lesson." And they all think it's something. I'll be kind of standing for the first movie.
Oh no, you're being abducted. Give it like a minute. I think you're just in a bad spot with the signal. Well, it should be home soon, I think, hopefully. Alright, we got historical figures. I didn't even know about historical figures.
The sun is P and gravity is H. It makes a. No.
Oh, I thought it was a song. Damn, I thought they were going to do a song of historical figures. You guys got me on this nostalgia. So funny. Well, whatever. I'm not gonna bother you guys with the Animaniac songs, but there's one for states. I thought they were gonna do historical figures, but it's just like an episode. I mean, it is funny, but not a song. All right, let's go back to serious stuff. You guys want to learn about Endural, one of the scariest companies ever to have existed? So I don't know what they're talking about. If you guys have noticed this, by the way, if you were here for the Candace Owens Mitch thing, I ended up never playing that segment where he actually talks about what he saw. I think this is it. Hopefully.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's believing what the federal government's saying about it for sure, but what I noticed, I don't know these people from TPUSA. Never been associated. I can recognize it's Charlie Kirk probably. But what I started seeing come across and got more familiar once I saw a picture of somebody in a ponytail with those eyes. That was that person. They were there. And yeah, they had a security there. He was one of the people walking out with the congressman. Now, how would I know that? But I just have a gift for recognizing people. And yeah, maybe it's not maybe he has doppelganger. But someone with the same mannerisms, the same crick in his neck, face, the waxy look on his face, hand gestures, shoulder shrug, gait, approximate height, haircut, definitely won't pass him. And
And then pointed out a percentage that you were looking at Brian Harple. Maybe he's got a brother in the military, who knows, right? Maybe he does have a doppelganger, maybe he's got a twin brother, who knows? And I want to be clear, I can confirm on this podcast live every step of your story in terms of where you went, what time you were there, that there was this big meeting that happened. I confirmed the location of the people that are on Fort Washington currently. I can confirm everything with metadata. I obviously can't confirm that you saw who you say you saw. If you had to put it at a percentage that you saw Brian Harple, what percentage would you put it at?
95.
95%.
95, 99. All right. When I saw him, on the interview with his face and gestures, with that photo, it struck me. I'm like,
all right, guys, let me try to clean up the sound. Sorry about that. See if I can try to do that quickly here. All right, so we started playing before. There's this new controversy that Candace has thrown out there about this man named Mitch, who was at Fort Huachuca, which is a U.S. intelligence training center, amongst other things. Like, it houses some departments and stuff like that as well. And so there was this guy there Mitch was there for like some kind of a debrief on the 9th of September. And he talks about how he got onto the base and he rents the car and all this boring sort of stuff. And that morning, it's just so happened around 11 a.m. there was a bomb threat. why specifically, but it wasn't like they were under attack. It was somebody with a backpack that was sketchy and it got called in as a bomb threat. Because that happened, the people who were in those buildings had to clear out. They had to go outside. And at that point, Mitch observes who he believes to be Brian Harple and allegedly Erica Kirk. So this is him just going through and Candace asking him, like, how sure are you that that is who you saw? It appears that he was there. Now, that report with the bomb threat, I mean, somebody could have told him about it. There's just all sorts of factors here. I feel like it's difficult to pin this whole thing down. And the most difficult one is it makes absolutely no sense. Why would Erica Kirk? Oh, great. I can't get my speaker up. Oh, we're good. Why would she be there? Right? Like, if they're planning Charlie's assassination, presumably, like, that's what they're there for. Why would they be there? I mean, maybe they were just at Fort Huachuca for a different reason. It appears like the telling of what Fort Huachuca does and how it trains people, it just seems so aligned with like what TPUSA is all about. Like, it really seems that this organization, I'll play it for you in a second because Matt Gaetz actually talks about this. All right, let me see if that one is actually about TPUSA. I think it was. Oh man, did I get off of it? I'll put it up in a second here. Well, the point is that it's a place where they sort of train people like how to lie. It's actually like a type of spycraft, a type of like intelligence gathering, let's just say. And that makes way more sense to me about, like, for example, they talk about how they use gyms, because you kind of have your guard down at the gym. You're just talking to people, endorphins, all that stuff, right? Like, people are a little bit more open. And they talk about how, like, one of their things that they will train, right, is to, like, approach people at the gym and, like, make up a lie and then, like, keep the lie going. We talked about Hunter Kozak and in his interview where he talks about, people thought I was a Mike. The guy's given so many interviews. Like, who is this guy? Right? He comes out of nowhere. He's the last person to talk to Charlie or like ask him a question, and he's shot right in front of him. Now he's doing this entire media tour, and they even invite him to the town hall with Barry Weiss to ask Erica Kirk a question. And this is such crazy, weird things to do. I mean, really think about that for a second. The question that he would end up asking him is like something to do with Trump's intolerance for, the left, basically. And that was like the first question to Erica at the town hall. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, there's no way that is. So, people suspect that like somebody like Hunter Hunter Kozak would be like trained. He was for the most part like pretty much a professional, I guess like TPUSA question asker. I don't know. But anyway, it makes sense. That like what they train people to do at Fort Huachuca finds a home at TPUSA. And I mean, maybe Erica has been there before. The place is in Arizona. Because, Tyler Boyer's telling of how Erica and Charlie met is that after the TPUSA event where they had their first rally for Donald Trump in 2015, they met. Tyler recounts the story of how he drove Charlie Kirk to a gym to meet Erica Kirk for the first time, like to actually talk. They were trying to hire her or something like that. And obviously that didn't go down until many years later, and then it kind of came back around. And then, Erica never became a part of TPUSA. She became Charlie's wife instead. So anyway, the whole story of Fort Huachuca is very, it's compelling, but not in the way that Mitch is telling it. So maybe there is a shred of truth to this entire thing, but just not what he is saying.
Okay. I blew it off until there was, some other pictures that came up with other people.
What other people? Other pictures?
If you want me to say it, there's a picture of Erica Kirk with a ponytail, and
from her past. That person matches who I saw in Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before, and she was with that man in the lobby, and that man, he was present at that meeting the next morning. So
You had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk. What percentage would you put that at?
those are really rare eyes. That's 95.99%. I can't imagine somebody else.
Okay, so what I'm going to say, because obviously that's very explosive, and it's one of the reasons why I wasn't sure if I wanted to have you on, but I'm going to be honest with you, because
Okay, the rest of it is all sorts of nonsense, but that's the part of this interview that matters. If you guys, well, now you know what this whole thing is about, and you can make up your own mind. I understand also Candace's perspective or position on all this stuff is that she's getting fed this. The guy is like, I was there. Here's my IDs. Here's my credentials. I really was there because they had this. I know about this bomb threat that they had, and that's why. Like, it's all very compelling. And then I'm 95 to 99% sure that I saw this girl with the ponytail, and the girl with the ponytail is Erica Kirk. She was there with Brian Harpole. I mean, what would you do if you're Candace? I mean, what would you do? You would just say, oh no, that's bullshit. There's no possible way. I mean, I kind of get the situation that she's being put in. Is it irresponsible? Maybe to some extent. Like, it's tough call. So I don't know. I feel like maybe it is good that she had this interview. Most of it is just nonsense. It really is. It's just like crap. Like, the guy's talking about his rental car and all this stupid stuff. So does he have something to gain, or who knows? But yeah, just so you guys are aware of what this whole thing is about. X Payments goes live. Elon just dropped X Payments, and it's ready to start moving markets. P2P payments launched December 18th across the U.S. in beta. Zero-fee instant transfers via wallet, bank, card, crypto's coming in Q1. Over 1 million signups. Sammy signed up for that. Sarah, did you sign up for that?
For what? Sorry?
X Payments?
No.
Apparently you just went live.
No, thank you. I don't need to give anybody on this site any money. This site is not the place for that.
They're supposed to give you money, Sarah.
What do you mean? I'm already monetized on the large account. What do you mean?
No, like payments,
Like we got paid today? Well, no. So instead of like your Stripe account or like buy me a coffee, people can pay you directly through the app. Yeah, that's what I said. Why would I do that?
I don't know.
So there's certain people, like I think that people are using it for like, I think if they have like for their channel or anything like this. If people want to like tip super chats, maybe that's coming up next. But I'm kind of with Sarah. I'm like, yeah, I don't need another place to get my financial information.
I just don't. How does it even? Okay, well, whatever. I'll figure it out. I just thought maybe that I could invite it. So
Yeah, PayPal. I mean, does this surprise anybody?
I would like to know what I walked in on. You talking about Candace as if the claim has been is in dispute. I think that incident report proves that the man was there.
Yeah, but if he works, but the incident report appears.
Julian, you're getting on my nerves with this shit already.
All right, first off,
Hey, girl.
second, what if he just knew, it's a public report? What if he knows someone who was there and said, hey, there was this weird thing where...
You're being ridiculous. You're being absolutely ridiculous. He explained the whole thing on that day. He told her this stuff way before she put him on the TV.
Calm down and just listen for a second. What the fuck is this? Calm down. Holy shit. You don't understand how a public report could be used by anybody? It's a public report.
I do, but I feel like you've been trying to discredit this man. I don't think it's fair.
You don't think it's fair? You don't understand how absurd it is that Erica Kirk and Brian Harple were?
No, I don't actually.
You don't think
No, I
that's
don't.
weird?
She worked for the military. She traveled with the military. We don't know what her connections are, and yeah, I don't.
So why would she be there?
I don't know.
So that's the point. Is it makes no sense that she.
Okay,
was
then why
there.
can't Brian just easily dispute and prove where the fuck he was on that at that time frame?
Well, he did. He said he was on a flight to Salt Lake City. That's what
And
he said.
that's been deep. The hours are missing.
Listen, I don't fucking know. Like, Brian Harple, I think is one of the sketchiest people in this entire thing. Like, whatever he wants to do.
And why wouldn't his head of security be there? Why not? And he's collaborating and in cahoots with the military on this.
But
and
he
her
doesn't
mother.
need to. What does the military need with Erica and Brian Harple to kill Charlie Kirk? Makes no sense. What, they like letting him know, hey, tomorrow we're gonna get some random dude to get on a roof and shoot Charlie, but we're just gonna make it look like it was the random guy. Actually, we're gonna kill him this totally other way. Like, what is it that they're even telling them?
I don't know. Why did the DOJ release a fake fucking video? I mean, who knows? These people are idiots.
Well, you don't understand, like, but you don't get that, like, maybe they were there for a totally different reason? Like, like if they're
It's
there.
possible, but I think the man was telling the truth. She has the receipts. And why? Well, he didn't. And just like with the congressman, he didn't even know. Wait a minute. He didn't even know who the congressman was.
Report. Listen, the only receipt they have is a public report that anybody has.
That is not true. That is not true.
It is a public
It is not true. Because his entire trip, he documented his entire trip. And had
okay, then why didn't he take a picture of the people he saw? He's got documented the entire thing, except these.
Because I don't think he even knew what he was seeing at the time. And he documented himself, on the sunrise. Like,
listen, that's all fine, but again, like, the whole, nobody's disputing that he was like there.
Look, I think the liars that we should be criticizing, the liars that we should be, nitpicking their stuff, are the ones that have been caught lying over and over again. And you're like trying to
I don't know
like
what you're talking about. He's a witness of what? He's telling you that he saw Brian Harple and Erica Kirk.
He didn't even know who Brian Harple was. He didn't even know the name of the congressman.
Besides the fact that he saw Brian and Erica at Fort Huachuca, nobody would give a shit about this guy. Nobody cares. Like, fine, you were at the Fort Huachuca. Anybody can go there as long as they have a reason to be there and a government ID. That's it. It's not like a special, like, off-grid, high-level security facility. You know, anybody can go there. You can go there. Like, as long as you have an ID and tell them for some, like,
apparently not, because that's why they jammed him up and questioned him for hours and hours and hours. What he was doing there.
Who did? He just told his story. He just got onto it, like, because he had this other thing. Like, he was there for, like, some debrief. He didn't have a hard time getting onto the base.
Not at all, but once they started questioning him and asking him and then keeping him there he didn't get to call his wife for 7 hours. That's how much they were grilling this guy. And so much so that there's an incident report. There's an incident report on it.
Not on him. There was an incident report on the bomb threat, and nothing else was the bomb.
No, I think they were accusing him of being a bomb threat or something. No. They even sent the dogs to his car or something.
No. What do you mean? We just listened to it. There was a bomb threat that morning. It wasn't because of him. You just happened to be there. He wasn't the bomb threat. I don't know if they have the dogs.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I thought when he was on Candace's show, I heard him say that, they were, kind of grilling him and accusing him of being the, bomb threat.
I know, but listen, this guy also, he is pretty fucking weird, to be honest. But, okay, whatever. The point is that because of the bomb threat, this is the whole reason that he saw people come out of the building.
Who isn't fucking weird? Look at us. We sit on the fucking internet talking about this shit all day
But yeah, anyway, the point is, the reason the bomb threat thing matters is because that's why people left the building. That's why he saw people come outside, and one of the people he saw go outside looked like Brian Harpole, and the other looked like Erica Kirk. So I don't know. Like at the end of the day, like were they there? Fine. Like presume that they were there. Were they talking about the assassination of Charlie? That's the part where I'm not sure. Like Erica very clearly is part of some shit. Like, well, I don't know. Most likely some kind of an intelligence thing.
That's what I'm saying, and I think it was like a high-level debriefing the day before the whole thing goes down. That's what I think.
I know, but that's such LARPing nonsense. Like, why would anybody do that? Why would somebody, like, before the thing went down, get these two idiots in a room together and be like, here's what's going to happen, so let me debrief you about something that hasn't happened yet, when they could just as easily, like, go to their house. Like,
Okay,
why?
fine. Let's just say that they weren't there. It's a mistaken identity thing, okay? What about the fucking congressman?
Listen, the guy is...
He discredited himself. He completely discredited himself. And he was shown that he had not even, he tried to claim that he was in Washington voting. And he didn't show up until the early evening. This is bullshit, all lies.
Well, I mean, okay.
So he did recognize that guy, and that guy could not place himself in Washington at that time.
They looked at the rolls for who voted. Like, he could have not voted. He could be like, yeah,
okay, Trillion.
I'm just saying,
all right.
You guys, all right, but like, you guys are being just as ridiculous. Like, really. The guy was, like, because he's on the third roll call, he didn't vote in the first two, and he lied. Did you see what they were even voting about? Like, anyway, so who knows? Like, he could have not been there. He could have been at Fort Huachuca. But, like, were they, even if all those people were there, they were planning out the assassination that took place the next day? Like,
I don't know.
Very honestly.
He was not present when they did roll call. Period. For
how do you know? It's not roll call. It's votes. He could have been in the room. It's only the people who voted. It's not a roll call. It's the
whatever.
Roll. Well, that's
whatever. He wasn't there. He wasn't there.
Know?
And not only that, but if you look at his connections, he's the appropriations guy for the military. And then
half the people in there have some fucking affiliation with something military related. It's the government.
All right. Well, then let's just say fuck it all of it. That stupid little fucking furry.
It's so fucking stupid that anybody believes Erica Kirk was brought in the day before to plan her own husband's assassination. Like, it's retarded. It's like the dumbest fucking story that you can try. Like, it makes this whole thing seem like just...
I don't even know what's going on. There's some meeting at a base. I heard the guy say something like it's easy to get on a military base if you just have your ID.
No. Well, it's not a military base. Like, it is open. It is kind of open to the public, from what I understand. They do like public, like, oh, here, I'll get the actual thing. But it's not like a secured, like, it's not like Fort Bragg. They have like classes or some shit there. Let me see. Well, yeah, so he was there, allegedly. He had worked for the government in the past. They, like, tried to ruin his life because he was, like, a whistleblower or something, that he had to go into witness protection because the Sinaloa cartel found out who he was. Like, this entire story is very weird.
No, yeah, but it's true, and if you can look it up. I remember that. I remember when they found those fucking tunnels. So he came across the tunnel and saw a picture with freaking El Chapo and I don't know what some congressman or whatever, I don't know, but has something to do with that. That is a true story. That is a true story, and he was able to talk about it for all these years. So it's to me.
Okay, like I don't know. Honestly, that's fine. He went into witness protection because he was afraid, like, because of Sinaloa or some shit. All right, fine. And he just so happens to be at this fort. Like, look, a lot of you get fucked over by our military and by all sorts of stuff happens. That's fine. Like, give him that. The guy is just too weird for me. I just don't fucking like this guy. Like, I don't like him. I think he sucks, and I think he is entirely full of shit with who he saw. I think he's lying. I think he's doing this because he's trying to make some money. That's it, and that's exactly what Candace said. Why would Erica Kirk be at Fort Huachuca the day before?
I don't know, and I don't give a shit. All I know is that.
Well, that's what I mean. You don't give a shit. It's just something you want to believe.
She is involved. We know that. There's not a doubt in my mind that somehow that she
Which part is she involved with?
That I can't tell you, but we both know that she knows.
Like, this is what's so dumb about this. Is you guys are she's absolutely involved, but with what part? Like, what part is she involved?
What difference does it make? What difference
it makes
does it
all
make?
the difference in the world. You can't
Why?
say someone is involved and then say I have no
No,
idea what they did.
Did she have foreknowledge that her husband was going to be murdered?
I think she probably did.
Yes, she did.
But that doesn't mean she involved. Like, did she set up the kill zone? What did she do? Like, someone told her. I'm sure she knows who. She should probably tell the world. Like, I don't know, but she's obviously not going to. She's terrified. But like
terrified.
Brian Hartwell.
Why do you have this?
They literally just killed her husband in front of 3,000 people. Wouldn't really be that hard.
Did you really think that was her husband that she loved and cared so much about? Honestly,
you just added a whole bunch of shit to it. Was Charlie Kirk Erica Kirk's husband? Was he?
I think
you guys are just getting so ridiculous off the reservation. Like
bullshit.
The most salacious bullshit now has to be true.
What about her boyfriends that she had before and all the lies that she's been telling? I'm sorry, but a widow, a grief-stricken widow, when you walk in line through her teeth.
Mad, Amira. Take a fucking breath. Go get a sip of water. What are you so mad about? I've been out here since like the second day when everyone's still like, oh, she's a grieving widow, calling bullshit on it this entire time. The problem is, you guys are just like trying to go to the ends of the earth to like involve, just like you're trying to make connections to everything and anything, even if it makes no fucking sense at all. Why would the conversation is, this guy is at Fort Huachuca the day before Charlie is killed. What they're saying is that she and Brian Hartwell were meeting with some Army intelligence in order, planning out the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's assassination was planned out more than the day before. It just isn't something that got put into place on the 9th. Obviously, this plan to kill Charlie was in place easily for weeks. Probably.
Nobody's disputing that, Trillian.
So what the fuck are they doing on the 9th? That's what I mean. It's like she could be having some weird ass meeting with some weird assholes from the government. Like, I'm sure that's been her entire fucking life, but it's not like to assassinate Charlie, And if it was like, I'm sure she was told way ahead of time, why bring Brian Hartwell into this thing at all? Brian Hartwell doesn't need to know about anything. He's already a retard. They already went there.
He was the head of Charlie's security.
So what?
Well, he had to have known that this was going to happen. And look at how all of them acted.
Why would he have
all of the behavior that happened that day.
Why would he have had to know? Why would he have to know anything?
Look at the behavior. Look at the videos. Trillian, I know you watched all of those videos on how these people were acting.
Did Brian Hartwell shoot him?
No.
Okay, then why does he have to know anything at all? The guy's a retard. They already went and they went through the entire fucking exfiltration of driving him into Panagos that happened way before the 9th, right? He was already baited and on the hook way before that. Like, the fact of the matter is the guy is just terrible at his job. He had been doing this for 7 years after he undercut his old boss, Greg Schaefer, to just basically make money and continue to grift because he probably got some fucking lowdown information and was able to fucking do whatever the fuck to try to get that contract out from Greg Schaefer's group. Since then, realistically, nothing ever happened.
If you're just an idiot, then you would not need to lie. And the man Was
What
he
did he lie
lying?
about?
In the interview that he had with that one podcaster. Was
But what did he
bullshit.
lie about?
I don't remember exactly right now, but
This is what I'm talking about. It's like if you're gonna say he lied, like you gotta have at least one thing he lied about. You know, he lied about.
I'm sick
He
right
lied
now.
about the
Well, I
fucking-
can't think straight. I'm sick. I'm on
I
fucking
get
cold
it.
medicine.
That's fine. But I'm just saying you're very angry, and in that case, like, you know, just chill out because like nobody's saying that these people are innocent. The
I'm
problem
not
is
even angry. I'm Italian and Greek. That's the
I'm not angry. I'm just Italian and Greek. That makes sense. The thing is like when you try to muddle all of these things together, then you have like something that's legitimate, and you just turn it into slop. Like Erica has spent her entire life in some dealings with the military, very clearly before the 9th. I don't know what kind of meeting she had been to. I'm sure some of these crazy ass people were at her house. I'm sure she met these people abroad. They took her to Romania, for goodness sakes, you know. But like the day before Charlie is killed, some random ass guy sees her with Brian Harple. That would be like the literal stupidest fucking. That means not just one person saw her. That means hundreds of people saw Erica Kirk and Brian Harple together on that day. Hundreds. There's only one person who has like put these two things together. That's ridiculous. They were literally in Arizona. This is why, like, you know, the colonel guy, he worked at Fort Huachuca for 25 years. He's worked in intelligence for 25 years easily. He's like, it's just not how anything works, right? Like, maybe if he saw them on the 11th or on the 12th, like, I don't know, she was supposed to be like somewhere, and then it turns out that she was like taking a meeting at Fort Huachuca for like the debrief or whatever. That's fine. But like on the 9th, everything was already in place. Like we've been saying that most likely, like whatever was orchestrated to have Charlie killed had to have been done by like the 2nd of September. You know, it's not like that. Like, or you believe that this was truly just, you know, they blame what's his name, Tyler, but actually someone from intelligence got up on the rooftop and shot Charlie in the throat. We know that's not what happened. We know that's like some clear. Well, I mean, I know that's not what happened. Some people will dispute that. But like whatever like orchestration there was to ensure that Charlie would die, that had to have happened at least a week before. You know, the whole event came together so quickly. Like it was basically like the 24th of August. I think it was confirmed. You had that. So basically, the sequence of events. They have that meeting with Bill Ackman in the Hamptons on the 4th or the 5th. 4th and 5th of August. It's not confirmed yet that they're going to be at UVU. There's weird stuff going on. Charlie even makes a post about UVU, like what's going on, right? What's going on in Utah or something like that. It's still on his timeline, by the way. And then it gets confirmed on the 24th. Like this is already after that meeting. I think by the 2nd, anyway, the 2nd, I think because like Erica starts posting this like weird shit, like she does this weird shit with her podcast or something. There's some other reason, I forget what it is. But anyway, so like by the 2nd, it seems like everything has been put into place. And the 9th is this weird ass meeting. On the 10th, he's shot. So I'm just saying, like, I don't think that they needed to bring Brian Harple in and let them know what they were gonna do. Like, if anything, that gives the guy leverage. I think the reason he is no longer employed and he's running around podcasts trying to like save his own ass. And he's like, why are people asking questions and shit? Is because he didn't know and he wasn't brought in on it at all. And like that day, it just showed what an incompetent fucking retard this guy was. He had no business being the head of anybody's security at any point ever. And they kept him there.
They lied about the drones. They said they had no drones that day, and we know that they did.
Well, yeah, the AV team had drones. His team, he just decided. Well, the problem is with his bullshit is that he is just also very incompetent. He decided, like, what would you say, right? Like, so he would have had to go through more effort somehow to like have these drones set up. Now that he didn't do the drones, they figured, oh, this will just be another one of the events. Like, they've done hundreds of events together, and most of the time, nothing happens. Whether you have drones or you don't have drones, it doesn't matter. So they're on short notice. they just go and scramble and like throw this event together. You just figure it's like, okay, it'll be fine, whatever. We don't need drones. The AV team's got them, whatever. And now it comes out that your guy got assassinated. For him, his career has been assassinated. The moment Charlie got touched, his career was over. Like, you can't be the head of security and have your guy be murdered. Like, he's done. His career's done. His all of his employees, they're all done. It's over for them. Like, it's just not an acceptable thing in that industry. Who would ever hire someone who got Charlie killed? Nobody.
Well, if I remember correctly, she still had the same security team. She didn't fire them.
They are fired.
Now, but immediately following, they weren't.
I'm pretty sure they were all.
Pretty sure they weren't.
Right over
Pretty
there.
sure they escorted her to I forgot where it was. I think it was to Washington.
They were never her security. Erica didn't work at TV USA. Those people had nothing to do with Erica's security ever. If they're going to Washington, D.C., then it's for like the medal ceremony or something, not as her. They were never Erica's security.
They became her security when she became the CEO.
All those people got fired. First off, Brian Harpole was a contractor. His team never worked for he was not a TV USA employee at any point. He has his own company. TV USA contracted him. The person at Turning Point whose security is Dan Flood. Dan Flood is the guy who's the go-between to Brian Harpole. Dan Flood is fired.
Just recently fired.
I don't know if it's recent. I don't know. I just know that guy definitely. I mean, maybe they gave him like, I don't know, a month or some shit or whatever. But yeah, that guy never did another event. He's done. Like, you don't see him speaking anywhere. He's completely done. Dan Flood is someone who I would be much more inclined to believe was with Erica, because he actually is a TPUSA employee, and we have pictures of Dan Flood and Erica Kirk in fucking Romania. So like Dan Flood, I would say, yeah, Brian Harpole is a scrub. Like, this is just the guy who dicked his old boss over, who was like an actual like serious person, to get a contract. Nothing ever really happened at any of these events. And this one, he got lazy and just figured like, oh, whatever, it'll be like all the other ones. It's a small school. This happens to be the one, and why would anybody need Brian Harpole at Wachuga? Like, for what? Like, if they want to threaten him, which apparently he has been threatened as well, and so has everybody on his team, that all happened after the shooting. Like, what's the point? So I don't know. It's not that I don't want to I just think whatever he thinks he saw that day, has no connection to like planning Charlie's assassination. I think if Erica was told, she would have been told by the second. Like, because you can tell she does her podcast, she does all this stuff. She was putting out weird posts. Like, she never posts. And then like on the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th, she decides to make posts. Fort Huachuca is on the 9th. Like, so what about the 8th? So I don't think, like, whatever reason, if they were even there, whatever reason it is, like, it just wouldn't be to, like, have Charlie killed. Maybe they were distracting them with something else. Maybe they promised them something, maybe whatever. But I mean, even just operationally, like, it would just be the worst idea ever. And now you have to then contend that the people who killed Charlie were the U.S. military. Why the fuck would the U.S. military want to kill Charlie Kirk? They're literally at TPUSA with like all their recruitment booths and shit. Why would the U.S. military kill him?
So wait a minute. Are you really going to sit here and say that you don't believe that our government had anything to do with it?
Our government definitely did not kill Charlie Kirk. No, I don't think our government had anything to do with it. I think
you can't say definitely. You cannot say definitely.
Well, why would they kill
JD Vance killed Charlie Kirk.
Well, besides JD Vance.
Well, he is the assassin.
Yeah, but besides JD Vance, like, why would our government want to kill Charlie Kirk or have any reason to do it?
Why does our government do half the shit that they do? Truly, you
I
know
know
our
what you're
CIA,
talking
you know how
about.
they are. They kill people all the fucking
I
time.
know, but this is like, you get into a car accident, you're like, the government did it. Like, oh, they do that shit all the time. Like, it's obvious who had interest in killing Charlie. Like, it's the same people that had Bill Ackman sit him down in the Hamptons and try to, like, talk some sense into
Israel
some
could
numbers,
not
some
do
money.
it without the help of our own. Period.
Why? What help would they need from the American government? What help would they need? They got
So they
an
orchestrated that
entire
whole thing
Mormon
on their own.
colony.
And our government is innocent.
What's so
Look at how they've been
difficult
acting.
about
Look
it?
at how Trump acted afterwards. He was like,
Yeah.
look at my big, beautiful fucking ballroom. When that guy literally got him elected, loved him, cried over it. I mean, like, with
Yeah,
his
so then
family
why would the
hanging out in
US
Mar-a-Lago, and there was like no fucking emotion.
Okay, well, yeah, and who does shit like that? Like, who would go around the American president to, like, do whatever the fuck they wanted to do? What, the American military? I mean, come on. You know, it's like you can say, yeah, the CIA, like, the CIA is indistinguishable from the Mossad. Okay, I guess, right? You can make that argument. But to say, like, the U.S. military killed Charlie Kirk, I mean, it's just, like, what are we talking about?
I believe that Israel and America was involved in it. I don't know how. I don't know, you know, to the extent of how much military was involved, or, you know, if it was hitman or CIA operation. I don't know. But I know that our government.
It's just like people are mad and they just want to blame everybody. It's like
for
the
heaven's
U.S.
sakes. Just look at the
military,
behaviors of these
so
people. Look at how they're fucking acting, Trillion. It's
okay,
not normal.
these people aren't the U.S. military. Like, I don't understand what it is you're trying to prove. This is what I mean. This is where people just, like, go off the reservation and they just stop giving a fuck about this
Okay, what about
entirely.
JFK? Who killed JFK?
Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Like,
Why not?
because you're like, you don't have
Because
a point.
Israel didn't do it
Like,
on their
you're
own.
coming up here, you're like screaming about this thing, and I'm like, well then just why would the U.S. military want to kill Charlie Kirk?
Why do
You're
they
like,
want to
well,
take out
the
JFK?
Did the U.S. military take out JFK?
Did Israel do it on their own, or were they working with our CIA?
Yeah, they helped. The fucking James G. Singleton, all these guys, they covered it up. The FBI helped them cover it up. That doesn't mean the U.S. military killed him. Like, this is the problem, right? You're trying to mix things that, like, happened before, during, and then after as all one thing. It's not, right? Obviously, with the fact that Kash Patel isn't investigating the whole thing, you can't say, well, he killed Charlie, but he didn't. He's definitely helping cover up whoever did.
That's right.
You know, he might not
So
know who did it.
that's being complicit in a murder. Period.
Well, I mean, you could think of it that way, but I'm just saying it's like it's just muddling it so much because, like, the point is you got to figure out who made the event of his death happen, and that wasn't Kash Patel, right? In order to not ever disclose or reveal who set that up, yeah, he is complicit in that. We've been saying that since, like, the first fucking day. Like, that's not news to anybody. Like, if you really want to figure out, like, who gets to the bottom of, like, how the fuck did this ever take place, you can't just throw everything on the wall and just hope that one of these things sticks somehow. We've gone through it. We understand, like, the context of this entire thing. That it was done in a place where it would be quite easy to keep this entire thing, like, under wraps. And that's what happened. The university has the discretion of how they're going to prosecute or, like, how they're going to react to an active shooter on campus. They decided to do none of their actual procedures for active shooters on campus. The FBI comes in and basically takes over this entire thing. You see, like, the Phil Lyman shit, they have a bunch of people with cameras there. All of that has been tended to by the fucking Mormon Mafia or whatever else they got going on in Utah. Yeah, it was like the perfect place where they could have ultimate narrative control over the disclosure. Now, whether, like, sort of regardless of who killed him, that was the case. Like, that was true. Like, that's why I think they picked Utah to begin with. Now, like, did the Mormons get the idea that, like, okay, we just can't have this guy talking shit about Palestine or about Israel anymore, we gotta kill him? I don't think so. but they were certainly very useful in making sure that nobody would find out who did it. You know, the only real interest group, like as far as TV USA goes, it's really, uh, you know, there is a large Mormon influence in TV USA. That is true. Like, I guess you could definitely like suspect them in it as well. But for the most part, the people who are like radically dangerous with a booming weapons industry, all sorts of shit going on, is Israel. That's who. It's this fucking Zionist interest group. You saw them try to sit Charlie down and
So
try to talk to him.
if a foreign government could come in here and wipe out an American citizen or citizens on their own, then we're a fucking problem. There's a
Why
problem
does
in our
it have to be the Israeli government? I don't understand that. Like, you really think
This
Spolster
is a high level
Ben
assassination, which took planning and precision. It wasn't like some.
Well, why does it have to be the Israeli government? Like, I don't get it.
What
Like,
is this?
you think Benjamin Netanyahu, like, you seriously believe that Benjamin Netanyahu, Ben Gvir, and Smotrich got together in a dark room somewhere in
No, but I
Tel
think that
Aviv
Benjamin
and said
Netanyahu
he's gotta go?
absolutely knew it was going to happen. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, maybe. Like, I don't know. Maybe he knew. You know, but it does, like, you don't need the Israeli
Brilliant. And who
government to
did it?
kill Charlie Kirk.
Who did it?
I've been saying this, like, since the first fucking day. Right? Look, you have all the pieces put in place. Charlie was killed using some kind of technology. That's why nobody can find a triggerman. Nobody can find a guy looking through this fucking sights of a rifle and pulling a trigger. Nobody can find that, right? It's not the fucking guy on the roof. Doesn't even make any sense.
Right, and there was drones there that day that people were not
I'm
able.
not doing the drones. There's no drones. Drones did not shoot Charlie. Well, show me one single drone. Like, everybody's like,
I don't know.
a drone shot him.
Okay,
Yeah,
what do you
show
think?
any
What do you think
drone
about all this
that
plastic? All that
has
plastic.
a rifle mounted on it is like, you could see it. Like, a drone with a gun mounted onto it, and not a single person saw it.
Okay.
Or has tape with it. Come on.
What do you think about all the plastic pieces that were in the vehicle?
We talked about this the other day. Like, those plastic pieces, they're all uniform, right? They're not like mangled, they're not burnt, they're not singed. Like, just because Baron Coleman comes out with some shit doesn't make it true. I have this base called Is Baron Coleman Losing His Mind? Like, first off, they're all very uniform pieces. You notice how, like, the mats are missing? Like, there's no mats back there. Now, maybe there's never any mats. But if you turn one of those mats over, you're going to find that they usually have these, like, little rubber pieces. It could be just like they broke off from like the bottom of the mats when they pulled them out. They're all uniform. It's not like there's like a chunk of the mic. Plus, Charlie was never even back there. Like, Charlie was in the middle row, not in the back. So he was never even there. Second, they're all uniform. What they look like is if you've ever walked across like AstroTurf or like fake turf, they put these rubber pellets all throughout it to help weigh down the fake grass so it doesn't float up when it rains. Those things get stuck in the bottom of your shoes. I've had that shit in my car, and it falls out like when you're in, like, you know, you rub your feet against that. So either it's like some piece of the mats, because they're not there, they've clearly been removed, or it's just from like, you know, walking around on AstroTurf.
That didn't look like.
Where that would have happened.
That didn't look like pieces of a mat. That looked like sharp glass type stuff.
It's like it literally looks like those little rubber pieces they put in like fake turf. Like, that's what it looks like.
Okay.
All the same size.
Okay, go ahead. Go back to your theory. How did who killed them? Who took them out?
What do you think it's like an exploded piece of a lavalier microphone?
I honestly don't know. I don't know the technology that we have. I don't know. Anything's possible. I'm leaving all options on the table. I'm just not closing it off like you are. I don't know.
Whatever is on
What I
that
do know
vaccine
is that the
has
people
something to
involved
do
in
with
this
it.
are acting very suspicious and dirty. And following since the moment he died, everyone on the politicians, TPUSA, his fucking wife, all of them have been acting just so incredibly.
I know, but this is why you can't keep like moneying everything together. You're saying like all of their like very weird responses after the fact imply that they're the ones who killed him. They're not. Like, all right, think about what position these
I'm not
assholes
saying
are
they
in.
pulled the trigger.
Okay, Andrew Colbert wasn't there. Andrew Colbert clearly didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Did Andrew Colbert need to know anything about what was about to happen? No. The only person who really needed to know.
Lying multiple times.
Yeah, but he's a liar. He's been lying his entire life.
But if you're innocent and you have nothing to do with anything, why would you need to lie?
Why would he need to lie? Because he's a liar, first off, and that's just what he does, is he lies. He's a scumbag. Like, he got put next to Charlie.
No. You have to have a motivation to lie. There's a motivation there.
No, people are just liars. Why was the guy put in a place you think Charlie picked him to be his right-hand man? Of course not. He got picked there because he was like the perfect embodiment of a Christian Shabbos goy. He was a Zionist. He was all this stupid shit. He had all the right takes on Israel. The guy is like a fucking pod person. He's like a literal NPC. That's why they put him next to Charlie. Like, that was the whole point. Like, so if it Charlie was like too indisposed, let's just say, they could just have Andrew Colbert, and that's exactly what happened. Charlie's dead. Andrew Colbert goes and does his podcast and interviews and all this other shit. That was like the purpose of him to begin with. Yeah, the guy's a liar. He thinks he's doing it. Like, listen, I've worked with plenty of people who are like decent enough people privately, but when it comes to like work and their job and taking meetings and meeting clients and all this shit, they sit there and they lie. Like, that's just who he is. That's what he thinks he's supposed to be doing. But like, he didn't kill Charlie, and he didn't need to know about
the Dr. Leonard came directly from him. That was a fabricated story. The whole.
Yeah, absolutely, and he needs to come out and tell everybody. Like, it makes sense to me why. Like, first off, this guy takes calls with everyone. I've seen so many people send me their DMs with Andrew Colbert. I don't know if it's the real Andrew Colbert or what, but apparently this guy's a fucking idiot and he'll talk to anybody. I don't know. Alright, but I've seen people who have text messages back and forth with Andrew Colbert over dumb shit. And he's like, oh, I'll call you, or whatever, blah blah blah. Like, Andrew Colbert's an idiot. And it doesn't surprise me that maybe somebody was like, oh, here's the doctor's number. He was like, he just dialed it and he talked to someone who he thought was a doctor. Turned out that guy was either giving him fake bullshit or he heard some pieces and decided to enhance it to give a press release type statement.
Julian, you are glazing over this. He was trying to prove to the world that the reason why his neck didn't get blown apart was because he had a neck of steel. And he was healthy.
Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to prove. I've been calling him a liar and scumbag since before he even came out.
Okay, but you're acting as though he's just some dumb fucking just someone who likes to make up stories. No, that story was a deliberate.
He does make up stories.
That was a deliberate story to try to justify why that man's neck didn't get blown into pieces.
Yeah, it's a lie. He's a liar. He lies.
But why would you, if you have nothing to do with anything, and you truly believe that he was shot with the way that the government told you, you would never need to come up with such a lie.
He is trying to, look, they're in a position, all right, let's say he doesn't know anything about it. Their boss is now dead. They're left to run the company. The company is worth hundreds of millions of dollars with hundreds of people working for it. What the fuck is he supposed to do? Crawl in a hole? What do you want him to do? The guy's a fucking narcissistic liar.
If they acted,
what do you want from him?
If they didn't act suspicious and they didn't pull out the SD cards and they didn't, sit there and act really strange in the moment after he was shot, okay, then maybe they would have been okay. But I hope it works out going around.
Look, from his perspective, he probably never liked Charlie to begin with. They realize that they have a lot to gain with Charlie being dead. Now, instead of him being Charlie's right-hand man, in his mind, he's now the top. He is Charlie in his perspective, right? He's not going to come out and just say, you know what, guys, we should just shut this entire thing down until we get to the truth of what happened. he's pretty much tasked with keeping this whole fucking thing going because there's hundreds of millions of dollars at stake. And this is a guy who probably didn't even like Charlie to begin with. I didn't even like Charlie to begin with. I mean, like it's clear in all of their interviews that he's there to kind of like handle Charlie. Like it's obvious, you know. He's just doing it as like a fellow Christian, but obviously the guy is like a fucking Zionist, you know. So anyway, the point is like Andrew Colbert didn't kill Charlie. He reacted, and he reacted very badly, you know. And it's obvious to anybody with like a brain that he introduced, like now that we know that, yeah, TPUSA never asked him to make that statement. But at the time, people figured that, well, TPUSA is essentially making a statement that comports with the FBI narrative. Like that, essentially.
Andrew is the head of PR, and if you're going to tell me the CEO had no idea he was going to put that out, I'd call bullshit. And I'd like to do a shout out to Amanda. Hi, Amanda. I haven't seen you in a long time. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on this.
Who? What are you talking about?
The lady with the Santa hat.
No, I get it, but who? Oh, I know, man. Yeah. Hold on. You're throwing me off. Where are we at with this whole fucking thing? Why did he put?
He's the head of PR, and to say that TPUSA didn't know anything, that he did that on his own, I call bullshit on that. I think the CEO knew about it.
Who's the CEO?
His wife.
She wasn't CEO at the time. He put that out like very shortly after. She wasn't even announced as the CEO yet.
All right, so nobody knew he did that on his own. He put out this whole statement that the doctor said he had.
Nobody knows there's people behind the scenes. There's lawyers. There's all this shit. We don't know. The guy's a fucking liar. I'm telling you, like, the guy takes calls. He really does. I'm telling you, I've seen message with people you wouldn't even expect, where it's like, call me back. Yeah, here's my number. Like, I don't know if it's the real Andrew Colbert or whatever. Like, I literally have his number. Like, the guy's a retard. Like, he literally thinks like this is a good idea. Why would he put out that statement? Well, because it validates what the FBI narrative is. He knows what he is trying to do now that Charlie is dead is not get to the bottom of anything. What he's trying to do is move on with the multi-hundred-million-dollar organization that he now finds himself very fortunately at the front of. The guy is a narcissist. He doesn't give a shit that Charlie died. He doesn't care. You know, now he's just like, he's up front. Like, that's what he cares about. So yeah, he puts out a story that's supposed to somehow, like, I mean, you know, that's supposed to somehow corroborate what the FBI is telling everybody because nobody believes the FBI. You know, so he's like, yeah, I talked to the doctor. The doctor said that the whole statement doesn't even make any sense. And plus, he's talking about miracles and all this sort of bullshit. So yeah, he's a liar. You should, I think, if you want to hold him like to account for it, whatever. Problem is, he didn't kill Charlie, and he didn't need to know that Charlie was going to die that day. Like, back to your question of like who actually killed him. Well, I think this entire thing was rigged. At least a week, if not weeks. I think it was rigged as soon as they like approved the venue. I think by the time that they had it like officially on their calendar, they already set the whole fucking thing up. I think their plan was to shoot him in the back of the head and make it look like he got shot in the front. I think to do that, they used a very precise device, whatever it is. Everyone is looking for like a gun that you would like hold. Go look at what Israel uses to control their the fence between Gaza and Israel. It looks like a box. It's just a box with a barrel, and that's it. And it's an automated machine gun. They've had this technology for decades, really. But like, they're all pretty advanced now. They just need a way to aim it. We'll put the fucking aiming camera. Like, it literally looks like a camera. Like their Arcus system. Every country makes this thing now. People pretend like it's sci-fi. It's really not. It's basically like a virtual reality, augmented reality type camera system that's able to measure distances and blah blah blah. But it looks like a camera. Like, you have it on your phone. If you have like a newer iPhone, your phone does it, and it's not even that advanced. And they had like some kind of contraption that is a gun, but it doesn't look like a gun probably, hidden either in the tunnel somewhere or the van or back behind the tunnel. But anyway, somewhere behind Charlie, maybe it was in the pole that was behind him, maybe it was in the ceiling or the van. I don't know. And they used that camera that was inside with Charlie to aim it, and it just shot him in the back of the head. Comes out through the front of his neck, and then they tell you that the guy on the roof over there shot him, which makes no sense to anybody. But again, like, it's way too sophisticated to be like Andrew Colvett and Erica Kirk. Like, they couldn't, in their wildest imaginations. Like, if the guy had died in like he got poisoned, he had a heart attack, I would be like, yeah, Erica probably did. She just like put some shit in his food, or like
I don't think that they literally killed them. I just believe they're all in on it.
Well, yeah, I mean, Erica was like, I don't think Erica's really the master of her own destiny. I think she's really been like, you know, yeah. I don't think Erica's like in charge.
You know what? She knows right from wrong. So let's not,
Does she? That chick is crazy. She just went on TV and lied to the whole country. Like, you really think she knows right from wrong?
I do. I think she knows that she's a liar. I think she doesn't give a shit. I think she's an evil, wicked woman.
Yeah, but that's what it means to know right from wrong, is that you don't do those things. Like, she lies all the time.
No, what I'm saying is she has her wits about her. I'm not going to say that her handlers or her brainwashing or her controllers, I don't care about any of that. She has her wits about her. She has her faculties. So no, I'm still putting the responsibility on her. She's a lying, wicked, disgusting human being. And uses God
that's all true.
Yeah.
That's all true, except she didn't murder Charlie.
I don't believe she murdered Charlie. I never said that.
Well, there's like, TV USA is full of terrible people, Erica Kirk included, including Benny Johnson, who's like tittling young boys while his wife cries downstairs in the lobby at SAS. Including Poso. Yeah, Poso. All of them. Like, look at Mikey McCoy's a liar. His father's a liar. The people that they have working in all these TV faith organs, they're all fucking scumbags. Like, this is, like, the problem is with what Candace is, I said this pretty much like from the time she went on vacation. Like, she thinks she can clean house. She's not going after TPUSA. She's going after a few select individuals who she thinks have been lying. The thing is, they're all lying, first of all, right? Because they don't want to investigate. They don't want to get to the truth. They don't want to look into what was going on. Because if they did, they would be forced to admit that Charlie and the Zionists that were funding him were in a back and forth, like, not agreeing on shit for 2 years, like, or more. Like, in 2023, when he goes on Patrick Bet David and he talks about 10-7 and all that, TPUSA loses $9 million that year. ADL put him on their glossary of hate. They wrote articles, and more than one, by the way. There's like probably at least half a dozen that I've seen calling Charlie Kirk an anti-Semite, and TPUSA is an anti-Semitic organization. The ADL didn't take them off of their hate glossary until October, over a month after he was killed. That's when they took TPUSA off the hate glossary. Because they tried to spin it off as like he was there fighting for Israel. Meanwhile, they're also calling him an anti-Semitic organization at the same exact time. Like, made no sense. Anyway, so that's the problem, is that's I think what they're trying to hide. And now they got hundreds of millions of dollars. You think they got hundreds of millions of dollars for not going along? No, they got that money for going along with it. That's their reward for being silent. And now they get to like host these giant extravaganzas with Russell Brand on his knees and Tucker Carlson with his dogs and Nicki Minaj doing whatever she's doing, and JD Vance and all this stuff, this little fucking gay pedestal. Notice they gave him like a special pedestal for JD Vance, the fucking loser. That's what's at stake, and you wonder why is Andrew Colvett? Yeah, well, now he's ahead of this. Like, what do you want to do? Nothing he says or does or investigates is going to bring Charlie back. And that's in his mind. He's like, well, might as well make the best of it. That's why he was there. Like, when we talked about the whistleblower, like this is what was pointed out, right? Like what we pointed out is that TPUSA over the years has selected towards an inner circle of the most degenerate fucking scumbags that they could find. Because anybody with a real true moral compass or like Christianity, they would leave. They wouldn't want to be a part of it. You know, they wouldn't. Like, because they got the Zionist after parties, the underage drinking, the drugs, all this stupid shit. Right? Like, anybody who was, like, espoused true Christian values would look at that and say, they would be like Nick. They would be like, yeah, this is bullshit. And they would be part of it. So, like, who stays? The people who stay are the Andrew Colbetts and the Blake Knepps and the Josh Hammers and the Seth Dillons. That's who stays. You know, so I'm really not surprised that they don't want to know the truth. They're happy as long as they got another $200 million to go play around with.
Yeah, a lot of good points.
Hey, can I answer your question, Trillian?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I really don't care. I mean, I'm enjoying listening, but, you know, I've been to Fort Huachuca. My ex-husband was a Army intel officer. He used to go TDY there. He was going to get stationed there, but he didn't. It's in the middle of nowhere. I can't imagine being stationed there, but you know, they have the visitor center thing, so people can go there because it has to do with the Indian Wars and stuff. I think it's been there since 1870 something. But anyway, that being said, I like listening to your theories, but at the end of the day, for me, I just care about what they're doing to me because of him dying. You know, now we're getting, you know, TPUSA at all of the high schools in Texas that will be geofenced, I'm sure. So every time I drive by the high school here, because Governor Abbott already threatened the educators in the school districts that if they try to push back on the American Freedom Club, which is what they're calling it, he will sue them. So I find it interesting, all these different theories. Do I believe Tyler Robinson did it? Absolutely not. Is there a possibility Charlie's living somewhere out in Valhalla, wherever that is, near New Zealand? Maybe. I have no idea. She doesn't act like a grieving widow. She's a weirdo. And, yeah, that. To me, it just looks like a money-making machine at this point.
Well, they had this thing planned out really for years, just in case. Like, here was their biggest issue. Remember when they killed Michael Jackson? Well, Michael Jackson was putting his name on the rights to all of this really valuable stuff, all of this IP, right? His music, he was buying it up from, you know, the Beatles stuff, right? He was putting his name on
valuable things. Yeah, I mean, I remember that day. Yeah, absolutely.
Guess whose name was on all of the TPUSA TP companies, like, you know, TPUSA, TPI. Guess whose name was all over that? Every single one of them was Charlie Kirk. His name was actually on all of the registrations. That shit belonged to him. The problem is this thing became so much bigger than like a political action committee, you know, on college campuses that like Charlie Kirk, like it was like not something they wanted Charlie Kirk to own if they were going to continue piling hundreds of millions of dollars into it, especially because he had shown a propensity to not always go along with and side with the people giving him hundreds of millions of dollars. He decided that it was like this was his thing and it would be steered by his own moral compass. And if he had questions about the Israeli government, he was gonna, gosh darn it, he was gonna ask it. And they decided that no, fuck that, no. Like, we're the ones who made you. We're the ones who went and destroyed your competition. We're the ones who cleared the path. And you're basically gonna do our bidding. And when he decided not to, they were forced with a decision that was like, well, do we want to do this like quietly, or do we want to make a statement? They decided to make a statement, and it worked. Like, you know, people, you know, what do they have to gain? Well, now they're like, Erica's telling you, we've never been bigger. 5 billion views. Like, TPUSA USA is bigger after Charlie's death than it was during his lifetime. They won. They got exactly what they wanted out of it. And now they have Erica Kirk running the thing. The fuck is she gonna do? She's gonna go and take a bunch of arrows for all their financial indiscretions. They're gonna try to like mop this whole thing up and make it into a real thing. Because under the guise of this entire thing, what it is, it's a machine to get more for elections. That's it. They're recruiting like who's gonna go stomp, who's gonna go be good influencers and so on and so forth, right? Because they're collecting all this information. They have a candidate pool of all of these colleges throughout the entire country. Can you think of anything more valuable than that? You know, they're combining it with all of the voter registration stuff. They're partnered with like L2 and so on. They got Erica Kirk's mom making spyware for them. I mean, they put themselves in like a very powerful politically potent situation.
But Charlie, how long can this last? I mean, so he died on Wednesday. Friday morning, I was getting text messages from so-called Erica Kirk asking
for money.
And then I was getting emails a couple of days after that. So I'm assuming, because I probably donated to Trump back in 2016, because I haven't donated since then, so that's probably where they got my name. Because I'm always getting, Trump needing money and whoever else. Really poor taste. I mean, the guy hadn't even been gone for 48 hours yet.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then I look at
the first show back, we just tell people, and you can tell us about the Amfest. Within 5 minutes of them starting the show, like the very first one they did was on the 12th. So they took the 11th off, and it was September 11th, of course. But September 12th, in the morning, bright and early, they get on the stream. It's Jack Kosovic, Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff, and Tyler Boyer. In 5 minutes, they're asking for money. And half the time throughout the fucking thing, they're asking for money. But they say it very nicely. They say, we've honored Charlie. You have honored Charlie with another $1 million donation. Like, this is their crazy, like, fucking mega church, like, crate bullshit. But yeah, go ahead, tell us about it.
Well, I mean, and then I'm looking at, I've never really followed Charlie because obviously I'm older, but, I remember, TPUSA was all a bunch of college kids, their spokespeople were all these cute little college girls. And then, the old people started going, so then they had this Amfest thing, right? I mean, I looked at clips just on my feed, and it's full of all these old people, and then you see these young people asking questions about Israel. I remember the focus group that Charlie did right before he died with these, it was a focus group with leaders from different chapters, and every single one of them was asking about Israel. I just wonder, with the awakening of the younger generation, I mean, even the boomers, and I just had this big discussion with my son at lunch. Not the boomers that are still watching Fox News, obviously, but you can even see it here on X. More and more boomers are getting into these spaces and talking. How much longer can this grift continue? Because the American people are sick of these. I think a big portion, and that number grows every single day. Look what's happened in the last 2 years. I can remember, I would go into ratio somebody's post, and I don't even have to do that anymore because when I click on it, there's already 1,000 other people that's already, giving them a piece of their mind. So I just wonder how much, another year, another 2 years, and when will this implode? When people will actually catch on to it has nothing to do with God, although, these movements love to use God as a way to brainwash you, make you feel guilty, ask for your money. I remember my poor little grandmother, her channel wasn't on Fox, obviously. It was on the Christian network with all of, Tammy Faye and all of them, and us having to tell her to stop sending them money, that they lived in $1 million houses while she never even owned a home. She lived in a 2-bedroom, 800 square foot little tiny house, I just wonder how much longer they can continue the grift. Is this going to be a forever grift?
As long always the money comes in.
Well, that's my
This is a
point.
forever
Like, you
thing.
think there'll be a time when people will catch on to this? I mean, people caught on to the fall.
We're caught on it. Oh shit! I almost removed. Sorry about that.
I'll
Honey Badger.
yeah,
Sorry.
I'll be quiet after this, but
No, you're fine.
people did catch on to the the Christian network and sending money and Tammy Faye and all of them. That eventually it happened. So I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. And of course, by the time they'll move on.
Here's a real honest answer.
Yeah, I'd like to
when they lose, that's when people will catch on. When they lose, right? So if they can't get JD Vance in, people are going to start. It's all going to come around. Like this is why they're making it all out, no holds barred. $200 million up front, just jammed down the gullets of these fucking idiots at TV USA to make sure that they swamp all the fucking channels, all the influencers, everything else. The problem is that Israel doesn't have a brand. Like, if you see how stupid it looks when Brandon Tatum, this absolute chimping out idiot, is up there on his channel every day saying, like, well, Israel's the best, and oh, you guys are just such anti-Semites, you don't get it, man. Like, Israel. You know, and everyone's looking at that going, like, what? Like,
oh, even JD Vance, I mean, as a Catholic, all of my Catholic friends, okay, are all, look, he became a Catholic. There are those of us that are cradle Catholics, right? We were born that way. But my own father went from being Pentecostal to Catholic when he married my mom. Those people, when you become a Catholic, they tend to be very strict Catholics, right? And we all are looking at JD Vance. My son and I brought this up today. What is he doing with this lighting menorah ceremony? And he's got the, and he's got the little tiny hats with the vice presidential seal. That is not Catholic. He shouldn't have been anywhere near that.
Sarah's been going to war with the fake Catholics all day. All right, so if you guys haven't watched this, I suggest you watch this too. Actually, you'll like this, Amanda. Father Maudsley was on Backlash.
Oh, I love him. Yes, we need more of him.
Yeah, hold on. Where's Sarah's taking your dog's mad at you? What is it with your screen? Oh, that's cruel.
Well, I can tell you, we talked about this too. You go to Catholic Mass, and there's a point in the Mass where they pray. You pray for the Pope, you pray for this, you pray for the sick. They never pray for the Catholic Church in Gaza. Why isn't the Pope in Gaza visiting Gaza? Poor Cardinal Pizzaballa is there trying to hold things together. I wish he was the Pope. I think even Catholics now, we're getting sick of it because we have to look at Posobiec and Vance and Bannon. I mean, I have a whole list, half the anchors at Fox News. We're sick of these fake Catholics. Go be Jewish, but don't be hanging out with us because I'm not having it anymore.
Yeah, here's what this is St. Augustine. I believe this is from their podcast yesterday. I'll just read. All right, watch through the whole thing. Let us therefore consider what we are taught here, since both these deeds were typical of us, and these words exhort us to recognize ourselves. For if we hold with a firm heart the grace of God, which has been given us, we are Israel, the seed of Abraham. Unto us the apostle says, therefore you are the seed of Abraham. Let therefore no Christian consider himself alien to the name of Israel. For we are joined in the cornerstone with those among the Jews who believed. Oh shit, so small. Among whom we find the apostle chief. Hence our Lord in another passage says, and other sheep I have, for which are not of this fold, them also I must bring, and there may be one fold and one shepherd. John 10:16. The Christian people then is rather Israel, and the same is preferably the house of Jacob. For Israel and Jacob are the same. But the multitude of Jews, which was deserved reprobated for its profitability, for the pleasures of the flesh sold us their birthright, so that they belong not to Jacob, but rather to Esau. For you know that it was said with the hidden meaning that the elder shall serve the younger. That's not the one that I wanted to actually fucking find. Anyway, point is, right, all this bullshit about like Catholics lighting the menorah.
Oh, and add,
it's all nonsense.
yeah, add Abbott and DeSantis to that list, okay? And you know, I think all the Catholics that I'm talking to are all waking up to this and are all asking, like, why aren't any of them speaking out about the Catholic Church that was bombed? I mean, I don't want them bombing anything in Gaza, but give it to the Muslims. They don't run around lighting menorahs and putting a menorah. We've got a menorah in Montreal at the cathedral. Now we have one in Sydney at a cathedral. The Muslims don't run around with menorahs in front of their mosques, okay? Like, we need to start standing up for our faith too. When we had the opening ceremony of the Olympics with that gay dinner crap that they did, the only government I even heard say anything was Iran. They were the ones that made an official statement. The Vatican didn't say anything. Nobody said anything. So anyway, I just can go on that rant forever, but you know,
absolutely.
It's enough already. Enough already.
It is enough. Here's the thing: is like again, this was to to make iconic an image behind which the Zionists can propagate their brainwashing and fucking. I mean, it is just like straight hatred of Christians and Catholics and everything. But they needed a brand, and in that they decided that TV USA was the best thing they had going for them. Like, really no different than like Larry Ellison buying over TikTok. This was just much less expensive for them. You know, that's all this was. And like, if Colvin and all these people, they think that by like towing the line and going along for it, they are somehow out of danger. This is how you know how stupid they are. They're never been in more danger. Like, I mean, think about it. Everybody there is now understands that the step out of line, they know what Charlie was going through. Anybody who was close to him, I mean, we know now. You know, like, they knew beforehand. This was a thing that was going through TV USA. Andrew Colvin and all these, like, they understood that their job was to kind of like, you know, toe the line and like, you know, be that side of TV USA that was like more amenable to what the donors' interests were. This is why I can't stand people like fucking Andrew Colvin. The guy, like, he really has no opinions unto himself. Like, he's really there to be like a mediator, to be like a PR guy. Like, somebody mentioned that, right? Like, I don't know if he is the PR guy, but it's like client relations. The client is always right, and the clients are the donors. You know, Charlie figures, you know, he is an end route around his own, those very same donors, because he has direct access to the president now. Of course, the donors that donate to him and to the president happen to be the same people, meaning they also have an end route around Charlie Kirk. So now you get into a situation where the guy has been killed under very dubious circumstances. You know how messy it becomes if the investigation of this yields to the fact that the people who were donating to Charlie had him assassinated, had him killed to make it look like an accident, and now these are the same people funding Donald Trump. Does that get very messy very quickly? You know, but that is in fact that is the case here. You know, his donors, not only the ones that like fund the very extreme left causes that he was speaking up against, you know, this is how it went. You know, and of course, like, it's so bad with Trump at this point. This is why you have Mark Levin like giving him a bro hug and putting his armpit on his fucking face and all this crazy stuff. You know, Trump is really trying to protect the Zionist identity. First off, he is one of them, and second, he thinks that he has more to gain, or the nation somehow has more to gain by like fostering this relationship, this like incredibly unhealthy, we see it as incredibly unhealthy relationship with Israel. But even if you were to tell him point blank, right, like given what we've seen with Miriam Adelson offering him $250 million and all of that, she offered him $250 million to run for a third term? Like, do you understand? Like, these people have no respect for our rule of law. They have no respect for our nation or our people or anything. They just see that Trump gives them everything that they want. So even if it was put to Trump, like, let's be honest for a second with each other, okay? Even if Trump was told in a skiff, behind closed doors, Netanyahu came and gave him the news himself that, yeah, you know what? It looks like there was this a team of assassins or whatever that got this like technology and they used it to kill Charlie Kirk on U.S. soil. Trump would keep it a secret. He wouldn't come out and just be like, "Oh, you guys, this is a bridge too far. I can't believe you would do something like this," right? And then like excoriate them to soil the relationship with Israel. This is why the only thing protecting this case from being truly properly investigated and for the real culprits to be found is some tangential, at least tangential, relationship with Israel. That's what's protecting this whole thing. Otherwise, why wouldn't they at least investigate it? Now it's been made very clear, publicly known, that Charlie, a day or two prior to him being killed, wrote that they're going to kill me. And that doesn't like reinvigorate any kind of investigation. They don't even want the phone. They're like, Erica, you keep it. That's fine. Like, we don't even want it. We don't even want to know that he said that. That's why they had to summon, like it or not, and this isn't even like because Israel is evil. Like, Israel is evil. But I'm telling you, they did fold Israel into the killing of Charlie Kirk because that is what ultimately protects it from being investigated. There's no other reason. Nobody believes that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Nobody believes that. No one. I mean, except for Nick and basically people who don't know anything about the case and don't care and they just want to do their own content and think this whole thing sucks. Like, those are the only people who think Tyler did it. But yeah, anyway, that's how I'm so sure that at some point you are going to find Israeli fingerprints all over this thing. Or at least in some part. Like, I still believe that they use technology from the battlefield. And crazy to me is I think that probably after the fact, after Netanyahu goes out and does his whole tour about how they didn't kill Charlie Kirk, I think he was told. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, maybe, I don't know, if Erica would have been told after the fact that hey, yeah, this is what happened. She certainly doesn't seem in fear for her life. I mean, why wouldn't she be in fear for everybody else in her organization who apparently all agrees with what Charlie was talking about? Like, if his words got Charlie killed, why isn't she in fear that by continuing the work that they're doing, it puts more people in jeopardy? She's not worried about it. They know that the threat doesn't exist. Now we have to believe that Tim Pool's life is in danger, or Candace's life is in danger, or somebody, but not anybody at TPUSA. Everybody is safe here, so it's what if his message is fundamentally gone unchanged, and that is the message that got him killed, and those people are still out there, less Tyler Robinson, then why is nobody concerned? Wouldn't that be incredibly concerning? I don't know. It all reveals itself in the behaviors and all that shit after the fact. But anyway, do we have a new person up here or no? Gio?
Hello, how are you guys doing?
What's up, Gio?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So I just came across some interesting things, regarding Israel. I noticed that they get a lot of their power through division, and that's what they focus on. It doesn't matter if they're Muslims, tribes. They'll go in, they'll infiltrate, the left and right divide. They'll use that to pivot us against each other. And right now, their walls are crumbling. And I think if more and more comes out of this Epstein thing, they're going to expose that this was a honeypot offer conducted by Mossad, 100% positive regarding that. And I think when Jeffrey caught said they wanted a piece of the pie. I believe it was in 2007, and then I think they started joining forces together, started working together to blackmail the elite. They didn't want to give up all places, and if you can't deliver compromise, Kitover couldn't stand him. Then he pardoned that Democrat in Texas, and then Trump was in awe that he was running again as a Democrat. The puppet master, and that's Israel. They want to keep as many pieces on the board. I'm going over who deep this. There'll be bullets of them to turn on any of them. It doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat, because they serve. That's Israel. And Americans need to realize that we are being duped, and I gotta make sure these files come out. We can't get complacent with some stupid shiny object shit that's gonna get us or distract us into a different direction. We need to focus on it. This is the major one that's gonna set us free.
Well said. Yeah, well said. Absolutely. You know, we gotta just stay focused. You know, it's true. Like this, it's that important. You know, like I would have taken it as at least a show of good faith. I mean, come on. Like at this point, they're just like insulting everybody's intelligence. You know, like, pardon the pun. You know, like their intelligence is like off the charts. They're interconnected with everything. They know what everybody is doing. Supreme intelligence. But like we're all a bunch of fucking groveling retards, as it turns out. Like that's how the government sees its people. Just a bunch of groveling retards. Like we're like the people are the weakest link in this entire equation. Not the government. Not people like Kash Patel. Not people like Pam Bondi. Those people are somehow exceptional. They're not. Like, these people are like they're terrible. I bet we can find people in this space right now to do a better job than either one of these shitheads have done thus far. I mean, it's not that hard, right? Like, if you're law enforcement, go enforce some goddamn laws. What they've done is created an end route around any kind of accountability that could possibly be had, because God forbid people find out what Trump has really been up to. Well, look, and look at the position the GOP is alleged to have put itself in, where they're hinging their success in the midterms, for example, on TPUSA. Are you kidding me? Why? This isn't some kind of like academic, scholarly, like, I don't know, maybe if it was like Hillsdale or something that had some type of merit or like brains behind it, okay, I would understand. You guys are hinging your success on like this degenerate, vile, student, like fake ass indoctrination organization, and everybody knows it now. You're hinging the success of this presidency on hiding the fact that Donald Trump was bros with Jeffrey Epstein. He was in so much financial trouble, Donald Trump. He was over $1 billion in debt, and that was like, I think, back in the 80s. I mean, it's like a number equivalent to like, I don't know, maybe $2 or $3 billion in the hole. Of course, he went through every single financial loophole he could possibly get in order to crawl his way back out of it. It took 43 banking institutions to bail him back out. And so, yeah, over the course of character, you could possibly imagine. When it comes to like the world of like money and influence and that kind of stuff, Jeffrey Epstein was at the pinnacle of that. Look at who he's dealing with. He's got the prime minister of Israel in his house. It's like his buddy. He's in pictures with our president, with Bill Clinton. Now, like, oh, if we just bury Bill Clinton, this thing goes away. I mean, really? You know? So anyway, yeah, like they're just insulting our intelligence at this point. And, you know, if it mattered, if like the success of our nation hinges on turning a blind eye to like Donald Trump's misdeeds or the vile degeneracy and propagation of TPUSA, then we're not on the same page of what America means. Like, you guys are clearly talking about some other shit, and it makes a lot more sense when you just, like, in their perspective, the country that they're trying to fight for is called Israel. That's their country. It's Israel. It's not America. You have an IDF officer, a rich IDF officer, like one of the wealthiest, right, from Las Vegas, come up in front of the nation, not in a dark room somewhere, in front of the nation on camera, and straight up tell Trump that she wants him to run for a third term, and if if he does, or that Alan Dershowitz found an end around our Constitution so that Trump can run for a third term, and for that she'll reward him with $250 million. The guy is 80 years old. How much more money does he need? Like, for fuck's sake. They just made I don't even know how much money they just like absconded with in the beginning of this term. They made billions. What, you still need Miriam Adelson's $250 million? Like, I don't know. I think they're doing a huge disservice to this country, and ultimately it's not going to help Israel either, because it's ruled by psychopaths anyway. All right. I don't know if you guys want to go over to Diligence Space or not. I know Honey Badger's dropped. Sarah, you going to Diligence? I know I'm just sort of ranting anyway, but Sarah's probably already there. We'll listen to what they're talking about for a little bit. I can do some stuff in the background here if you guys want to listen or go over there. That's perfectly fine. Let's see what they're talking about. Sully's got his space open too, by the way. I'm not kicking you out or anything, but Honey Badger's probably just getting home or something.
I'm pretty close. Like, every time I'm in a good place, it kicks me. And like, actually, I just couldn't open my microphone. So that's why I took a lap. But, have you guys ever, like, sometimes if you look at things very simply, it just sort of makes more sense. And does it ever occur to you when you're looking at the cabinet, and of course we know that Dan Bongino, voted himself out, does it ever occur to you that it's like we're watching The Apprentice again? Everybody in his cabinet.
Hey, Honey Badger, did you know that Andrew Coleman actually worked for the guy who produced The Apprentice?
I did not know that. That is hilarious.
Yeah.
It's a small club. It's a big club, but we ain't in it, kind of. I mean, they all know each other from previous lives, and there's a reason for that. I'll tell you it offline. It's something I can't announce. People that that it's like something you happen to know by chance, but if you say it in the space, but I'll tell you later. I'll tell you offline. I'll tell you whenever you Telegram, take my.
Oh yeah. That's right. I'm gonna force you on a Telegram. Maybe we will do a Telegram thing. I know it's easier to share screen. Someone told me to do Discord, but I think we might do a Telegram or something so we can collab or do cool stuff. So yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, and so I think that all too often, how soon we forget people, how people got into the positions that they're in, and everything, their body of work prior to where they're at. So even for example, when you think of Charlie Kirk, 17 years old, totally moldable, corruptible, or whatever, his first job was Blaze, if I'm not mistaken, or the first person to take him under his wing was Glenn Beck. Devout Mormon that he is. But then you see how, I imagine that I always thought of Charlie as just a guy with aspirations that wanted to make something of himself and perhaps wanted to change the world. There is nobody in the world that's more vulnerable than that, I don't think. And so when we talk about him in his life and all of the, even his beautiful wife, you kind of see where he was, how to put it, people keep saying the Truman Show, and the more and more I consider it, the more it makes sense. And when you think of The Apprentice, I think it kind of this is just a show. And I think that's why I don't get really jazzed about what's happening next. It's because it's probably, truth is stranger than fiction, and it's going to continue to be that strange. So, I don't know.
We just have to get a lot stranger. We're gonna stranger things, Hopefully we don't open up a rift to the demon portal, which seems to be happening. Hopefully that's after Christmas, though. We should get one more good Christmas.
Yeah, thank you. Here's too. I'd like to, just say, hey, 2026, with my family, and then move forward.
Yeah, just to put an end on that, if you guys guys all know Mark Burnett. So Mark Burnett is a well-known TV producer. He's the creator and the executive producer of The Apprentice. All right, and from 2014 to 2015, Colvin served as the vice president at United Artists Media Group, which is one of Mark Burnett's companies. All right, the guy also produced, same guy, right? The Voice, Survivor, Shark Tank, The Apprentice.
Well, a lot of game shows, old game shows too. It escapes me exactly which ones, but I think he wants to be a millionaire too. And
I think that's right.
It's like he's produced so much. That guy.
Well, and that's the world that like Andrew Colvin comes from, and it's always like vice president, like CEO, like the guy's always had. This is probably like the lowest like rank tier that Andrew Colvin's ever had in his career. It's very, I mean, I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but yeah, it's crazy how that guy ever even ends up as being Charlie's like number 2 at TV USA. And he wasn't even really a number 2. He was like number 2 as in like poop, not like number 2 as like an important guy.
And we keep finding that very clear parallel to people, abandoning ship in Hollywood and coming over to politics.
100%. Yeah, guys, this is your heads up. It's happening. If they're eviscerating Hollywood, they blame it on AI. We all know it's not really AI. It's just like their films suck. They suck. They're not good. Like, there's a really cool, it's not a montage. What's it called? Well, like a blast from the past, I guess. Anyway, I'm watching this show. I'll tell you guys what it's actually called. It's on Netflix, and it like rolls through. Let me see if I can actually pull this up for you, because you'll find it interesting, and it talks about the GOP. But basically, it goes through like the movies that like shaped the generation, but like back through like the 70s, 80s, like stuff like that, like The Network, and it's very cool. And you see that like these movies, they meant something. Just like we talked about books, right? Like a book, it was like a big deal, right? Like now anybody can just go and publish something, but like a book was like a big deal, and so are movies. Like now it's just like some kind of indoctrination filth and just some scrap together, like half cobbled. There are still some good movies, but they're not really reflective of the generation. They're not a commentary. Yeah.
The greatest movies you've ever seen. Like personally, to me, my favorite movie of all time is 12 Angry Men. And one of the things that makes it my favorite is not that it's just in black and white, but that every time that I watch it, I pick up something else. And it depends on the age I'm at. I watched it like through, and that's the mark of a great movie. One that will make you think. One that will like knock a point out of park.
Yeah, like a good book. Like I've noticed that too. And there was actually a period of time where obviously I was like, whatever, like a lot of like life changes and shit. And then I realized like I could go read a book that I thought I already read, right? That I read it. And you see it completely differently, right? So it's like a good book, a good movie, a good story, a good anything. Like as you kind of grow and you learn shit, it has that sort of timeless quantity to it. And we've really lost that. Like now it's just like, what's going to convince people to vote for this asshole, right? And then you just like throw some slop on the screen.
What? The masks. The stories say they were forged.
Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to play this clip from the movie. I bounced over Tomb Raider, I think.
What?
We're watching cartoons, guys. We're watching cartoons. By the way, I was watching Murder in Monaco. I'm not sorry, that's just for fun. Murder in Monaco. If you guys don't know that story, I can tell you. I can do story time in a second here, but yeah, Murder in Monaco, very interesting. Okay,
I just started watching it last night. It's really something actually.
Isn't it crazy? I'll tell you guys the story in a second, but what's Dee Dee's here? I'll say hi to Dee Dee. What's up? What's up, Dee Dee?
Hi, guys.
How much time?
If there's a cat picture named Ramona requesting, she's fired. Just saying.
Ramona. I'll let her up. I don't see any. I've been having issues.
She might not want to come up, but just in case anybody ever sees her, she's freaking awesome.
We will all let her up, but yeah, I don't see anybody named Ramona. Yeah, but she's welcome. What have you been up to? What kind of trouble are you getting yourself into?
Dude, year end. I am so thankful that this year is done. Year end for me is hell. I don't think I've slept prior to 3 a.m. like any day this month.
Same.
Well, you're crazy.
You're crazy.
I am.
I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
How about you? How you doing?
Good.
How you doing?
Good.
What the hell is going on with the Epstein files? By the way, I saw like Instagram was lit up. I just haven't had a bit to look.
It's wild. Yeah. So some stuff that's coming out, it seems like not legit, right? Like there's just like debunked stuff, like weird stuff. The Larry Nassar thing is pretty damning, I guess. It was like a final stab that, like, you gotta give it to him a little bit. Like, Epstein definitely had a sense of humor about him, but like in a very dark, like evil sort of way, where he writes this like one last postcard to Larry Nassar. He was the athletic coach on the women's gymnastics, like the Olympic gymnastics team, and he like basically molested a bunch of the gymnasts. It's like it's terrible, but yeah, so that's Larry Nassar, if you guys don't remember. And Jeffrey Epstein in prison writes a pseudo suicide note to Larry Nassar, saying that how they and the president, who was Trump at the time, have like an affection for nubile girls. Or so basically, it's like his last postcard to Larry Nassar, convicted pedophile. He was already in prison. And then he just introduces Trump into it. But he starts it off with like, by the time you get this, like, I will have already been dead kind of opening or something. But I don't think Larry Nassar ever got the postcard. Anyway, it's like one of these like, hey, let me just implicate Trump one more time with like me, Larry Nassar, right? Like we're bringing everybody down with us. Or I'm taking Trump with me kind of deal. But he could also be telling the truth, is that maybe Trump really did have an affection for nubile girls. So anyway, the Larry Nassar thing is pretty bad. People figured out that they can unredact some of the files.
Is that what's going on? What's that? How did they do that?
Well, so either the document is redacted and scanned, right? So it's already redacted, and now they're scanning it in digitally. But it looks like it was redacted, they scanned it, and then they redacted it again, but they did it in Adobe, right? So it was already in like digital form, and then they used Adobe Acrobat to redact more of the files, like basically anywhere where it said Trump. The thing is, because it's digital and not like on the actual like copy that they scanned, it can be unmasked. So people are figuring out that they can just like remove the redactions that they did after the fact.
That's actually not true. You cannot.
Well, they're doing it. So
They're not. No, they're not. They're just because they're using the very small space, which Trump obviously it's like TURP, TURMP, whatever. So you can.
I'm seeing entire sentences. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what the claim is. So
no, it's not. You cannot. Those documents been scanned, and you can manipulate them. Because we've done it before. I was in the intelligence agencies. I uploaded that.
You were in the intelligence agencies in like Iraq or something. That's not real.
No, dude. Even here in the United States.
Why am I getting like the op vibe from this? Like,
because he's a government op.
No, why you claim I'm a government op? Like I'm not.
What does your bio say? Your bio
it looks like one. It sounds like one.
Former GS-13 Army Intelligence fomenting the war. It's a special military operation, by the way.
No, it's not. Yeah, you want to see my bank account? So you guys can realize like I'm.
Yeah, sure. I want to see your bank account.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, if you're off,
No, come on, YOLO. Let's go.
YOLO.
Yeah, come on, let's go.
Hold on.
Indeed.
Follow me, follow you, so I can send you a
No,
screenshot.
I'm good. I don't need to follow up.
Just
You
post
just send
it.
it to me. My DMs are open.
Oh, your DMs are open? Okay, cool.
Don't go send me any links.
No, why would I send you fucking links? Who are you anyway?
Jeez.
I'm just not an op.
Yeah, me neither.
It's redacted.
Me neither. I'm convinced.
It's redacted. Okay,
What the
okay,
hell
we
is
got
that
it.
space thing
All
doing?
right, now we're gonna copy this. We're gonna save it. And this is from the government website right here, justice.gov.
So he's taking the file. This is Osmond Gold, like one of the most popular.
One of the moment of truth.
Trillian, your playback is ass.
You can't hear it.
No, bro.
Huh? Okay.
No.
Wait, you heard nothing?
Yeah, they didn't hear it. I hear every other word.
Oh, okay, then that's bad. Let me restart it. I could kind of hear. I've noticed that like sometimes I can hear, but like nobody else can. All right, so I
Hey,
reposted.
ask the op. Can you hear it?
Let me try to mute him. If you can talk through the mute, then we know for sure. Yeah. So what's it called? Osmond Gold, one of the most popular streamers. He just did it. He says, live streamer Osmond Gold has confirmed that the recent viral TikTok showing the ability to copy-paste specific redacted documents from the Epstein file live on stream. This is a major fail by the DOJ. It's true. You can. You can literally highlight the document, copy-paste it into like a text file, and it like unredacts it. It's not like AI. It's not like he just did it live on stream. Like they really did just cover it up with like black text boxes. Like they're retarded. Like you shouldn't be able to do this, but apparently you can.
Well, apparently that's a technology or Adobe maybe did something new to their platform since I left the government, because previously when I left last year, you couldn't do that.
I know you shouldn't be able to. It's like, you know how you can highlight something and then it's like yellow? It looks like some intern just like made it black, but the problem is it's like the digital, like the word is still in the file and it can be selected out. Anyway, he did it live on stream. I'm not saying that all the documents are like this. I would presume that most of them are not like this. But yeah, it seems like they did additional redactions after it's scanned, and they're not like real redactions. Like they're accessible. So anyway, they just botched this whole thing. Like it's just embarrassing at this point. They should just come out with whatever it is. I mean, well, what's the goal here, right? It's to like not damage Trump's image too much. This damages it so much more.
I agree. I think they should have just dumped everything like day one. I mean, just like let it all out. Who gives a shit? Because none of the documents actually implicate Trump in something significant. Even CNN reported on it. It was like, actually, there's nothing burger here. And it's not like people doesn't know, like, Trump did not meet with Epstein. Like, they met multiple times at parties and whatnot. So there's pictures of him for years out there. Just like Epstein with a bunch of other celebrities and other presidents and public figures and powerful figures. They should have just dumped everything out and let it rip.
Yeah, except they just don't want to. They don't want to admit the implications that people are willing to forego having to deal with a pedophile or a criminal or whatever, especially in those upper echelons, if it means they can save money on their taxes. I mean, that's why. Why did anybody deal with Epstein to begin with? I mean, he wasn't like selling children. He was selling maybe access or whatever, but it was mostly because he knew how to move money around. And those are services that people like Trump and those of his ilk greatly benefit from. And that's why he was doing it. You know, Trump wasn't like buying ballistic missiles and stuff like that. But yeah, they were using the financial services that he offered, the connections and all of this stuff. And it just so happened that Epstein was a monster. Just so happened to be. Like, if he didn't have a predilection for young girls, maybe this would have been different. Maybe he would have never stopped. Maybe he'd still be around. Anyway.
They would have gotten him on tax fraud or some shit because he got too powerful, in my opinion. I think that's what they didn't like the most, that they realized that the elites were being led on puppet strings. And I think honestly that's what led to his fall. Because otherwise, why did he actually fall? They buried everything, case after case after case, time after time.
No, well,
Why did this one stay?
the thing is, like, why did he get let off the hook the first time he got convicted in 2008? Because that was like a nail in the coffin for anybody. But he got almost scot-free.
Girls. The lawyers, like, there was a lot. There was like 40 or so witnesses at that point. But the lawyers sort of cherry-picked, I think, 3 or 4 or something of like the most. They told their clients that they have enough here to make sure that he never sees the light of day again. Like, they thought they were about to put Epstein in prison for life. And then he comes out with this like 13-month slap on the wrist, like this crazy stuff, and that's when everybody started being like, "What the hell is going on here?" You know, and of course, you guys know the Acosta
You know what?
story.
Also, Trillion, like, why did Israel leave him out to dry?
It's so
They could have saved him.
Well, Ari Ben Menashe was asked about this. He goes like, "Why do you think like they could have waited another year? They could have done it 2 years prior. Like, what was it about 2019? All right, the 2008 one, the slap on the wrist. All right, but after he gets out, happens to be the same year that Netanyahu comes back into power. Right, he becomes prime minister, and now he's got Epstein back out. For 10 years, nobody touches the guy. The only thing that happened bad to Epstein over that time was mostly that Ghislaine got sued, but it was because of Megan's laws went into place. They invalidated his passports because he's technically a sex offender, right? But in 2016, they passed a new set of laws called Megan's laws that if you have a crime like that, it has to be in your passport, and it limits your freedom to travel. Not that you can't travel, but you have to like disclose, right? Because sex offender. Epstein tried to renew his passport's 10-year validity, right? So he tried to renew it right before those laws went into place. I mean, he knew, right? He was very aware of this, and he got new passports, but he had 2 passports that we know of. But he got the new passport before the law. But the next year, one of his passports got revoked, and they said, no, you have to have so somebody out there was looking out, right? And so he thought he got away with it. They pulled one of the passports. He now has to have the sex offender designation in it. 2019, his second passport gets pulled. So it was just so weird. And the only thing else that was going on in 2019 is that Netanyahu was running for re-election against Ehud Barak. Ehud Barak, you've seen the pictures, was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein at his house. You know, you've seen the pictures with like the scarf and stuff covering his
So
face.
you think it was like Israeli politics, maybe? Like, is that what you mean?
I think it was a combination of 2 things. One, Benjamin Netanyahu needed to get rid of Ehud Barak, and he did that by disclosing or projecting the relationship that he had with Jeffrey Epstein. So that was one of the things. The second thing is I think they were just cashing it in. They were just like, him dying, I don't think was part of the plan. I think part of it was that either they were going to try to rehab his image, kind of like what you see going on with like Hunter Biden, because Trump was about to be finishing his term, he could have just pardoned him. Trump would have pardoned him 1,000 times over, right? Like, let's say something even happened in 2019. Well, the following year, right, Trump's leaving office, he could issue a pardon, especially to avoid all of this. He would have done it hands down. Like, he wouldn't have even had to ask him twice. But yeah, so part of it was political. The second they figured Trump would just pardon him. And the other part is I think they just wanted to like clean sweep all the intel that Jeffrey Epstein had gotten. Because this guy is a smart mofo. Like, yeah, he is collecting intelligence and compromising people, like, you know, probably for Mossad or for whoever requests it, like whoever needs something done. But this guy also keeps something in his own back pocket. So either he got something he shouldn't have had, or they didn't want the liability of it out there, or they just didn't really need Epstein to be doing what he's doing anymore. Because by 2019, listen, all of your shit on your phone is already being watched and tapped, so maybe they had a better way of doing this stuff, you know, and like it sort of had become a relic of the past, and now he was just more of a liability than anything else. And maybe he was doing some extracurricular shit on the side that was like, all right, you know, it's like, that's enough of that, you know? So, yes, I think it's a combination of those things. But I really think the reason he's dead, or in witness protection, whatever you want to believe, is actually more to do with Ghislaine. You know, because Ghislaine's the one who was doing the trafficking. They never got Epstein for the financial crimes or for gun running or any of this other stuff, or for like aiding and abetting terrorists, you know, which he was. They got him on sex trafficking or trafficking minors or minors for prostitution, that shit. But the person really soliciting the minors was Ghislaine. Ghislaine gets sued by Virginia Giuffre, loses, has to pay. Prince Andrew gets sued, loses, has to pay. But in the process of Ghislaine's case, the judge goes and reviews what happened in 2008 and decides to unseal those records. And that's how he ends up getting arrested that second time. So Ghislaine is really the one who fucked up by having to run her mouth about Virginia, like blah blah blah, and then I think she figured that Epstein is just going to get away with it just like he did in 2008, and most likely now they're not dating, now they're probably not even really friends at this point. By 2019, Epstein has moved on, and she figures that if given the opportunity, Epstein will throw her under the bus to save his own ass, and so she gets together with all of the other glitterati of his client base, whom she was all friends with because she's the socialite, and decides to like work to get him killed. And that's what she did. That's why they gave her 20 years. They gave her 20 years. It's more like a manslaughter charge than it is like child trafficking. Plus, who did she child traffic to? Nobody knows. You know, so I really think that it was actually Ghislaine who came up with the, went against the wishes of the handler, of like the real handlers, and got him killed, and that's why they gave her 20 years.
I can't hear you. The ops mic is open.
Oh. Go ahead, Aladdin. Go ahead. I know you really want to talk.
No, I wanted to mention a couple things. According to some, like most of the records actually, Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein, they disconnected or they parted ways back in 2006, 2007. So it's been a while. So there's a missing timeline there as well. So
yeah,
and her testimony
from each other. I mean, they lived in different places. Like she lived in Europe, he lived in Florida. You know, they were just, you know, I don't think they really parted ways until much later. I think officially they did, and part of the reason was because Epstein had to meet with important people who like worked at banks and all this other shit. You know, so he couldn't really. I think they stayed like friends for a while, but by 2019 things had changed, especially after she got sued. Like I still think they were in each other's life even when he was in prison, because remember
maybe in one way or another.
She didn't get the reason she didn't get prosecuted in 2008 is because part of Epstein's deal was that they wouldn't pursue her with charges, right? Remember? So he did kind of, you know, I mean,
I think Ramona's requesting.
I don't know what's wrong with this thing. I don't see any requests. What's her actual? Let me see if I can search her.
There's no
Yeah,
request.
there's no request. It's just Ramona, R-A-M-O.
REMON. Don't have a request. Because I'm pretty sure we know your voice, and I'm pretty sure you recurred.
Okay. Well, while we're getting Ramona said, you know, I think if you really think about it, you know, there's two sayings, and it's like the difference with the word that there is no honor among thieves, or there is honor among thieves. And I believe that whether or not you believe that, you know, Ghislaine would have turned in Epstein, vice versa, is which of those two statements you believe more. Because on the one hand, there is honor among thieves. You know, I know what you're going to do. You know what I'm going to do. Okay, we're going to keep each other in check. You know, respect the game, if you will. But there is no honor in thieves. You can say, well, you know, you're a thief. You know, you're going to turn your back on me. Or like, you're just going to turn your back on people because you're a thief. And I know this, so I'll kill you. You know, I think when you really think of it from that perspective, it's whether or not it's which of those statements you agree with more.
It's a good point. You know, I mean, it's like, in Russian, there's something called vor в законе, which means like, it's like you live by the criminal code, you know? Like you're a criminal, but there's like a code like amongst like exactly what you're talking about too. Ari Ben Minash was asked about it, and he said like, yeah, like the timing doesn't make a lot of sense like with when he got arrested. You know, like he says that he remarks that it's like someone had made a mistake. You know, that it was like a big fuck up basically. That like right at the time when he got arrested the second time, like that wasn't really part of the plan. So I don't know. I mean, look, there are white hats out there. I'm telling you, somebody pulled his passport. You know, because like technically, right, he did get it extended or renewed prior to Megan's laws coming into place. Like, you know, but within a year, someone took a second look at that and said, no, you have to act, you know, and invalidated the passport. So by 2019, like it seemed like he was getting to kind of like the end of his public persona, like who he could be as like Jeffrey Epstein. Now people contend that like he's not dead and he's in witness protection, and that's really why Trump doesn't want to talk about it, because the guy's still alive and nobody can know that because he's in danger from this or from that. But yeah, obviously bullshit. Like he's either way, he's being protected by Trump, whether he's dead or alive. So it's gonna be a very hard sell for the public to reconcile that. Let's see if I can find some. So if you guys want to know more about the Epstein thing, Ian Carroll's been doing all day long. He's still streaming. He's got 12,000 people watching him. You know, let's check in with some of his stuff here, because he has been talking about. Oh no, he started a new stream. Where did he change the title? Let me see how long he's been doing. Because he's been going through. He's been going through all the names. No, he's still streaming. This guy's a machine.
Who is it? What's his name?
Ian Carroll.
Oh, Ian Carroll is on. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it coming from?
Dude, the Adderall is working, man. How long? You know?
He looks like what I look like.
Let me ask you guys a question, though.
Yeah.
I have a question. So, do you guys think that the streamer bullshit is all like an op? Like, do you think the Candace versus with Ian versus blah 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 is all like to distract from the conversation?
See, I think everything is possible. I rule out nothing. You know, I mean, as a matter of fact, to the point that I don't form an opinion necessarily. I just watch it happen. So I know that probably isn't helpful, but that's just me. Anything's possible.
So,
you know, I know now that.
So let me tell you why I say that. We're gonna do like a real life experiment. You've heard about the text messages, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what he said. I think that was the big distraction to keep you talking about a specific part of the text messages, but not all of it. I actually just found that out today, and I'm pretty learned, I think, on the case, which is pretty wild.
Yeah, you're probably 1,000 times more learned than me, to be quite candid. And as a matter of fact, I mean, it just seems like there's so many things that got glossed over that are like, okay, well, wait a second, who had Charlie's phone? It cannot be Erica and the FBI. So either she's lying or somebody needs to, put a gag on her or something. But nobody's even talking about that anymore. What was that, 5 days ago that issue came up, and then came the shock and awe, the WWE light show and her golden cat entrance, and then with Nicki Minaj, it's like we forgot this one piece that nobody answered. And I think it was Amanda that was talking earlier. Amanda, you're still there. When she was talking about these fake Catholics, basically everybody on Fox News, we're tired of it. I want to point something out because I couldn't talk earlier. I was in a bad place. We got to remember too that, and what really struck me and pissed me off was when Megyn Kelly and Nick Walsh both said death penalty for this kid. Like, what? And at the same time, it was like that day or the next day, it came out that nobody, the text messages that guy allegedly got, from Charlie, and then Erica saying, no, I have his phone. It's like, you're screaming for the death penalty for a 22-year-old kid without all the evidence, and obviously this is not an open and shut case, you psycho. That's a firing squad state. And it just, you rabid beasts. And you'll still you'll sell this narrative as if anybody else believes it. And I think that's what you were saying too earlier, Trillian, about nobody buying it. If nobody buys it, why either if they don't buy it, which I can't imagine that they do, how are you putting that on social media, death penalty? How is that coming out of your mouth? It's so gross.
They're not Christian. There's nothing Christian about any of these people. They're rabid Zionists, and that's all they understand. It's just death. They're we want to be the arbiters of who gets to live and die. This is what they get off on. This is what Trump gets off on. You have to, if you're going to call yourself a Christian, you have to espouse at least some of the virtues. At least the major ones. For goodness sakes, right? They're well, technically we can get this guy killed because we're so angry at him. We're angry. We're going to take it out on. It's well, did you guys do an exhaustive investigation, or are you just blinded by rage so much that the first thing that comes across your desk, you just want to kill it? It's barbaric.
You call yourself a Catholic, Matt, and I took that standpoint. I don't care what else you think, but if you're gonna run around, I'm gonna talk to you on that level as a Catholic. No, not the death penalty. And this, do not, stop calling yourself this if you are preaching for this. As I kind of put it that way. I was getting called all sorts of liberal bitches. I'm I'm conservative. Thank you very much, psychopath. Do you know what I mean? It was I'm the asshole for saying, how are you calling for the death penalty? He's not even had a fair trial. And that makes me a permissive liberal. I wish people stopped to ask themselves what they actually believe, because I don't think anybody does. Even if you ask a person, do you believe in God? Yes. Well, what does that mean? It just, and I think that's why I tend not to take any of these people seriously at all. It's just a show. But not to say we shouldn't talk about it, not to say that there's a tremendous merit in the conversation such as this that we're having. But, it makes me scratch my head and makes me lose confidence in humanity when I see stuff like that.
Yeah, it's who are these people really, though? And that's been coming back. It's just, what's sucks about it though is like because they LARP as like, oh, we are the Christians, like we are. It prevents anybody from coming in and filling that void. Right? It's kind of like when China calls themselves the Communist Party, it prevents any kind of communist movement from like taking hold because they're like, well, we already got communists in the name. I mean, come on, what are you gonna do? Do like the Chinese Communist Party? Like stupid, right? Which would be
Just also a communist. Yeah. The Marxist they added things. We should
I got called a communist yesterday or the day before in my DMs. The Erica Kirk people, because the Erica Kirk people hate me, dude. Like, I'm gonna tell you how much of a total conundrum, lying, I think Skankalopoulos she is, and if you don't like that, you get very triggered going to my page, and they really think I got called a communist because somebody was like, figures, you're liberal trash, and I'm like, I'm actually a Republican, but right now I'm totally politically homeless because there's no such thing. They're like, figures, communist. I'm like, what? What?
You just thought of the greatest spaces name ever, Skankalopoulos. Like imagine being called on like Skankalopoulos. Like what do you have to say? You have to say Skankalopoulos.
Well,
it's perfect. I'm so glad you answered the call.
You guys, it's the same thing. People call me an op when like because I jump on a bunch of different spaces.
It's your tone. It's your tone. You just have this very obby tone.
It's not an hobby. It's like I have my own experience. You guys obviously have your own, and I was involved with the government for a very long time, so I know how things operate on standard operational procedure. Like I was not involved in anything shady or anything like that.
Is that a Russian accent?
No, I was born in Iraq. No, I was born in Iraq. Yeah.
No, but you're not because you sold your people out and it's all over your damn timeline. Get it straight. And I've heard your ass on Stealth Spaces, and you're a little freaking self-hating, whatever the hell they want to call. And I'm not about that life. Yeah, you're a total lot of this. Total freaking idiot. You don't like your people? Oh well, leave. Guess what? You're never gonna be white. They're never gonna accept you, bro. Relax.
Well, who said I want to be white?
You, Mr. I'm a CIA operative.
I never said I'm CIA. Never worked with CIA, and I want you to pull one statement.
Army intelligence.
Yeah, that is not CIA.
No, that means that you sold probably other Iraqis out.
You have no idea what my experience is, and you should not be.
You're right. I'm not an op. I wouldn't.
No, you're not. Yeah. Well, first of all, you're not.
Listen, guys. This is not a stealth medical space. I couldn't care less. Go preach your Zionism. Go preach anti-Palestine. All the other on the other spaces, I'm just not about that life. Hi, Casey.
Hi, Speaks. Wow, an Iraqi trader. That's really disgusting, actually, considering. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get back serious again, but like, anyway. But hey, guys, hey, I'm just here.
What's up, Casey?
Hi, everybody. Just here, talking ready.
Lacey's in here too. Come on, Lacey.
What's your kids?
I don't see her.
I'm just the guy saying that the reaction was fake. Like the fact that you can put it into AI or whatever, you can see the redaction because they use Adobe. Are you the one that said that that's fake?
He said it.
No, I initially said fake, but the host said whomever doing it live. So apparently Adobe obviously did some sort of an upgrade where if you upload the original document and just black it out, you can unlock it easily. So that technology did not exist when I was in the government as of like literally October last year. So maybe they did some upgrade and now something new. I have no idea because technology rapidly advancing.
Yeah, it's faker than Obama's birth certificate.
Yeah,
I
used to be a logistics officer in the Army. I served with 10 Special Forces Group for a while, and I know this. I'm not in the CIA, never was. Dude, you never redact a document evidence and
Digitally.
you print it and rescan it so it's blacked out in the scan. Why would you ever do that? Like to evidence like
Incompetence.
well, yeah, obviously that's what I'm saying. I was like
No, let me use the black marker on a freaking Word document and think that I did something. But hi, Khaleesi.
What's up, Khaleesi?
Hey everybody, hey Gigi, hey Brilliant, Honey Badger, Casey, and Brothers Yarn. I see Brotherhood Things lurking around and listeners as well. I just came up to listen, really, to be honest with you, see what you guys are chatting about. And I love it when Gigi gets onto one of her little smashes, so that's quite good to listen to.
If we're making up
Khaleesi,
for
this guy's on Stealth Spaces and he thinks that people don't listen to his bullshit. Talking about they just don't want Israel to exist because they hate the Jews. Get out of here.
Did I ever mention the Jews on this space?
We hate the Israel. Not on this space, on Stealth Spaces. Yes,
Stealth Space, she said that.
No, hold on. Who did bring up the whole Stealth Space? Is the co-host?
Me.
Yeah. And the subject
Were you on there?
No, hold on. Before you try to pull this bullshit on me. And we're talking about a completely different subject. And you're talking about, it was like, oh, you're not Iraqi? Like what? You want to fucking see my Iraqi expired passport that I don't
I'm waiting for your bank account. You said you were going to send me your bank account.
Yeah, go check it. Go check your DM because you're so
Is it a link?
incompetent.
Let's see.
No, it's not a link. It's a fucking picture because
Don't open any links, it's people.
Wait, if I say I don't want Israel to exist, does that make me anti-Semitic or not?
No, I don't give a shit. Yeah, go say what you want.
I mean, not only are you bad off, you're also broke.
But yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. Yeah, because I'm not paid by anybody. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's one.
Aladdin, do you think Israel should exist? After seeing the genocide, do you think they should exist?
I think Israel should exist. Yeah, and I think they should have some sort of.
And you're an Iraqi?
Yeah, what is that? Are we going back to the cancel culture bullshit?
No cancel culture. Well, guys, 1 second, Didi. Look, long time ago, an NGO called SOS called me 3 times to go to Abu Ghraib to translate, right? And I kept refusing 3 times, man. And the money was excellent, actually excellent. But I would not be a traitor. I didn't do it for my Iraqi brothers, because you've seen what Abu Ghraib was, and you're sitting here telling me that you're.
Where do you live at? I'm sorry. Where do you live at?
I live in Jiddi's house.
Okay.
He lives in Jiddi's house. He lives in Jiddi's house.
Okay.
Nassau.
Nassab? Okay, Nassab. Hold on, I'm gonna address you in Arabic since.
No, I don't want it in Arabic. I just wanted to tell him what you were in Arabic. For anybody that wants to hear, I said he was a rat.
Yeah, Nassab. Yeah, okay. One thing everybody forgot: Jordan lived off of Iraq for decades.
So,
yeah.
Okay, so what does that have to do with you being a traitor?
What does a traitor mean?
You're a traitor.
No. What is a traitor? What is a traitor?
You?
No. What is a definition of a traitor?
You. I'm telling you, you.
No, that's not a definition of a traitor.
Okay, look.
Wait a minute, you don't think Palestine should exist? What's this? You're going to expose the fraud that's the Palestinian cause? What is going on? What kind of person are you?
What are you talking about?
I asked you if you
One second, talking about?
One person at a
Let me
time.
read this. Yeah, let me read this out. I'm sorry. This tweet. After my Ukraine journey, I will go to this. First of all, wait a minute. What did you do in Ukraine? Okay, I will go to Israel and so-called Palestine, and I will expose how fraud the Palestinian cause is. Stay tuned. What was? Why?
Because do you
Wait,
know
which
why?
one? Did you understand why he came up? And I was like,
It-
man, I've been
no.
waiting for your ass.
Oh, wow. How
You know.
disgusting.
Yeah, do you know why?
And
Because when we grew up in Iraq, do you know what we called Palestinians? Fucking parasites.
Well, like your mother was a parasite for not swallowing you and spitting you into the sink. Khaleesi, I'm sorry, close your ears because I don't like cursing in front of you because I feel like I'm cursing in front of my teacher. You are the parasite. Yeah, and Nishlukin. For anybody that doesn't understand Arabic, that means you are the god.
What do you have to say for yourself, Aladdin? How dare you?
Are you done?
Are you done?
No, is she
What
done?
do you have to? No, she's not done. She's just taking a break.
Yeah.
Just take a pause. She'll be back.
Yeah, okay, because I got.
Oh, Didi, your mic.
Yeah, it's like, you know, that's how that is. The air hits stuff like that. She was probably going
That's like
Are you gonna keep muting?
Hold on, I got it.
Are you gonna keep muting?
Looks like
Okay. Wait a second. Hold up. Okay, it sounds pretty clear what your overall message is, sir. But I mean, apparently you want to continue to dig a hole. So please go ahead. Double mute.
Do you want to have a conversation or do you want to keep playing this game?
Both.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Were you deployed in Gaza? You say you were deployed in Gaza, right?
No, never said that.
Oh, you never did? Oh, I swear, I'm just looking at one of your tweets which says, I've been to Israel and Gaza multiple times throughout my deployments. What does that mean? Am I interpreting it wrong?
Where's my tweet? I'm sorry.
I've been
to Israel.
And it says throughout my deployments, let me just send it to somebody who can put it in the, let me send it to Didi, maybe somebody can put it in the nest. I don't know why I can't put it in the nest. I can't either. I'm not sure if this is right.
Did you guys not hear any of the person I did?
No,
That's him. Darn it.
Let me send it to Brother Hussein, maybe he can put it in the nest. But it says here, Ladin, I've been to Israel and Gaza multiple times throughout my deployment. So are you saying you haven't been to Gaza? Is that correct?
No, I've never been to Gaza. I mean,
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify. Yeah, no problem. It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not letting me put it, Cozy.
He kicked me out of the whole X app. What did you do, Op?
I didn't kick you anything.
He said he but he tweeted
Somebody DM me that. DM it to me because I would love to see that.
If you guys, they put the nesting in a different spot. So you go share, and then you have to scroll all the way to the right on the bottom. That's like all those icons. Scroll all the way to the right, and you should be able to do it.
I just,
You can do it that.
I'm so glad to see you. My phone is so bad right now.
Guys, ever since I've been here on X, I've been hearing a lot of the servicemen, the American servicemen, who come in and say, we've been lied to, please forgive us. We've been lied to. We didn't want to go to Iraq and kill those children and kill those, and we didn't want to. We were lied to, right? And I see traitors that sit here and say, wow, and brag about, their role and the killing of their own people. I mean, I cannot see, this is like the lowest, the lowest. This is lower than Zionists. Man.
Is that how you feel about it?
Yeah.
How do you think? Yeah. No. Hold on.
I think you're a piece of shit. I think that not only are you a piece of shit, you are a dumb piece of shit. Literally, who destroyed your country was Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel. They came to the United States Congress and he swore up and down of WMDs that didn't exist. Not only are you a piece of shit to your people, you're also a piece of shit to my people. My people being the Palestinians, also the Americans, because so many service members went to Iraq, did horrible shit, killed children, and then came back and killed themselves because they realized how much horrible things they did for a complete and utter lie. I'm not absolving them of their guilt, but it was. So now you ran away? No, good, you're still on stage because I'm not done with you. You are an entire asshole.
No, I'm not. Because if you actually,
big time Sharmuta.
Yeah, let him.
I love Casey.
I want to make this Casey did not learn that on our space. Just know I did not learn on your space. Not learn that language on our space.
But it wasn't on your space at all.
If you guys such a good investigators, you can actually look into my account because I exposed a shitload of fucking government fraud overseas and in Iraq and everywhere else. So before you try to lecture me,
Everywhere but Israel, right?
even Israel.
Okay, so what did you expose in Israel?
Go back since you are such a good
You're
investigator.
gonna tell me.
Yeah, because you guys are cockroaches. Because you guys came into Iran. No, you guys came into Iran and
Did you imagine?
When he supports Israel.
Saddam Hussein treated you guys like kings and queens over his own citizens. So shut up.
He is a
Shut
Kurd.
up. Yeah, it's very true.
Yes, he is a Kurd.
No, I'm not a Kurd. Matter of fact, I was born Muslim Shiite in Kadumia. Whatever. Yeah, see? Now I just exposed the Islam. I just exposed that Islam is so fractured between Muslims, Sunnis, and Shiite, and the Muslim Sunnis and Shiite.
I just called you a fucking disgrace, you motherfucker. I'm Shiite.
Yeah, you're Shiite.
And I'm Sunni, and I love my sin. How about that?
You're fine.
I love all Muslims.
There you go.
Yeah. No,
You're
you're lying. What do you know about?
I am not
What do you know about Hussein? Nothing.
That's my brother.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
Not even ready.
You're not ready for this smoke. You better sit down.
No, what do you know about Hussein? Imam Hussein.
I know.
Are you talking about this
I
guy,
know
Hussein?
Hussein on the freaking Imam Hussein. Who are you talking about? Imam Hussein? Who are you talking about? You would lower your voice when you talk about these people.
Shut your mouth when you talk about the thing. Shut your mouth. Listen, guys, listen. What we know is Saddam was a CIA operative that went rogue. And at the end of his life, he went rogue. But he was a CIA operative. We knew this. Now, with regards to the 1990 war, read Schwarzkopf's book. If you guys remember Norman Schwarzkopf, read his book. In his book, he tells us how he rose to power and how he was chosen for this war, how he trained in 1982 on this similar scenario of this war. Now, this idiot comes in here and he throws Saddam's name in here, deflecting. Now, we know this, the level of knowledge that we know about what happened in Iraq, it's way, way above his pay grade. I mean,
بالمناسبة قل لي شنو اللي صار بالعراق. Tell me what happened in Iraq.
it's way above.
Let's make one comment. When you talk about how fractured Muslims are,
To some small degree, I agree. But look at what I was saying here on the panel, right? He's a Shia. I've been doing spaces with him for well over 3 years, maybe 4 years. Okay, he's part of my Twitter family. My Twitter family is a very small Twitter family. I'm Sunni. We never allow sectarianism on our spaces or in any conversation because we don't want to encourage fracture. So when you come on here and you start slating the Sunnis and this and we're the Shias and stuff, you're actually a perpetrator of the division yourself. So then you can't complain that people are divided because you're spreading that toxicity and poison. You are the agent of chaos amongst Muslims, people like you are. It's not people like us. We don't look at sects. We look at just the fact that it's a good human being. That's it.
There's a distinction between Muslims living overseas, and it doesn't matter if they're Muslim, Sunnis, or Shiite, and whatever faction. No, hold on.
Your opinion doesn't count. Listen,
my opinion actually
hush. Trader. Listen, Khaleesi. See my last name? Now, there's Kayalis in Iraq. A very well-known family. Kayali, Iraqis. They're not Palestinians. They're Iraqis. And they are Shia. I'm a Sunni. Right? We're the same blood. So when this guy comes in here and says, the Muslim, sectarianism or whatever, or division, he doesn't know. I mean, Iraqis, he failed to tell you that Iraqis, before 1990, we didn't hear Sunni and Shia. They intermarried. There's lots of intermarriage between them. So for someone to come here and say that, especially from an Iraqi, if he is a true Iraqi, he wouldn't be saying this.
You need to do a little bit of research about my family, dude. Do you know who I am?
We don't care.
Nobody actually knows you, to be honest.
I don't really care.
Yeah. Okay. My
You support
husband is.
Israel, but other than that, nobody gives a flying fuck about your history, to be honest with you.
Not only is it that you support, not only is it that you support, by supporting Israel, not only is it that you support the destruction of the Middle East, you honestly support the destruction of the entire West. Right? Because every single major Western country has been destroyed by Israel. You are destroying the United States. You are destroying the UK. That same exact sectarian bull crap that you just spilled into is destroying completely the image, our image. And you continue with this rhetoric. And then you claim to have worked for the United States Army intelligence, and you're in Ukraine now. What are you doing? You're leading to more deaths of Americans. So how exactly do you think supporting Israel is even supporting the West, which you're on your knees trying to become one?
On my knees trying to become one? First of all, I'm a U.S. citizen, so I don't need to be on my knees to become one. So that's your narrative just fell apart.
Ice, can you send Ice? Where are you? Send them Ice. Some of the IDF members.
Didn't the guy that was crazy in Washington D.C., the one that worked for Al Qaeda, wasn't he also given U.S. citizenship? I'm just asking for a friend. The one that killed the 2 National Guardsmen. Just asking. Go ahead.
What are you trying to call me, a fucking terrorist? Get the fuck out of here, man. You guys are fucking idiots.
Brother was telling you something through the DM. I think you might want to say something.
He's gonna leave, or I just want to ask him a couple of questions. Are you there?
No, you can ask me. Yeah, no, go ahead.
I saw your profile. I think we saw that your profile says that you have been to Gaza. So we already established that you're a lawyer, right? So I don't take anything you have on your profile.
Well, somebody need to send me a DM. Somebody need to send me a DM where I had said that.
Okay,
because I cannot see what you guys.
One second. I saw what your profile says about PIJ, Hamas, Palestinians, Gaza, right? First of all, it's all lies, but something I noticed something, right? You said Jews got expelled from Iraq, right? You're playing into the Zionist narrative. I know you're not a Muslim, we already established you're a lawyer. When did the Jews get expelled by Iraq?
What he saw was related to Charlie Kirk until he saw the Sean Ryan show. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that does make it makes sense, but and it's probably my own memory. If I saw Harpole in Walgreens this morning, I probably wouldn't have recognized him as the same person who was on Sean Ryan a couple of weeks ago. That's kind of my point. So it was the Sean Ryan show, and that seems like a very good recollection. I would have remembered, say, the congressman, or that there was a congressman, or someone who looked like a congressman in the way that Mitch described it. And so after 2.5 months to be able to remember that. It's not, I mean,
was it 2.5 months? I thought the Sean Ryan show was like a month and a half later.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's all clear.
Yeah. So
Nazi, did you pay attention to what he said more?
What I'm saying is, when did the light bulb go off in Mitch's head that, hey, that was Brian Harpole, that was the congressman, that was Erica Kirk. Like Erica Kirk, he could have connected that dot within a couple days after Charlie was shot. I don't know. To remember someone's face after 2.5 months, that's just me. I personally would be able to do it. So that's my only comment for now.
Yeah, I mean, that's really anecdotal. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Right? Like, isn't that, each person, like, I have an ability to remember people's faces in vivid detail. And, like, I recognize when I've seen somebody before, but I cannot remember their names. Right? And sometimes it's somebody that I've met numerous times, and I recognize their face, and they call me out by name or whatever, and they even come up and hug you or pat you on the back, and you're like, the whole time you're desperately thinking, oh my God, I can't think of their name, right? I'm that person. I'm that person. And it's not because I don't care. It is just simply because I cannot recall their names, but I remember their face. So I don't know, if that's a thing with memory or what, but
in every interaction and conversation, but not their name.
Go ahead, so talk.
Yeah, that's all for me for right now. If you want later on, I can give an update on some recent filings in the Colorado.
I do want.
Yeah, I want to get maybe so when there's I'll be on all night. So when there's a natural pivot, just.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up the clip too, so we can get a recap of what exactly he said, how he remembered it, because I think he did cover it in the segment he did with Candace Owens. So I'll pull that up. Do you have something to add, Doug? Otherwise, I'm going to move on.
No, you can move on.
Thank you. Let's go ahead, Timmy, and then we'll go to effing.
Just real quick on the question on the pushback you've been receiving about asking into this. Is it coming from you don't have to name it, but is it coming from any specific camp? Because I've noticed some pushback when I've been moving away from honestly just the Jew jacket narrative and starting to look more into some of the other organizations involved in TPUSA. I have people getting seriously pissed off at me when I look into different connections.
I don't know what camp this guy is. Like per se, he's just in the conservative influencer. He's one of the accounts that are in along with a lot of the not mainstream, but big conservative Connick crowd, right? And he messaged me initially. And this is it was a gaslighting shit. He said, why are you going after TPUSA like this? And it was the post I made about what's her name having a sex offender boyfriend, husband. And I was like, here's your new TPSA. And he's like, why would you do this? There's better ways to make money on this app. And I was like, I'm not making any more money than I already made, bro. What are you talking about? He's like, why are you doing this? Blah, 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 blah. You're ruining your good name. And I'm like, I stick to my principles. When I said save the children, I fucking meant it. You know what I mean? Just because it's popular to accept things that go against your principles does not fucking mean that I'm going to do it. You want to sell your soul, that's on you. And he responds, how can you talk to me like that? I'm like, bitch, you just called me a grifter for sticking to my principles. You know what I mean? Like, what? And so, but he ended up with, and it ended up with him saying, you know, you can, you know, it's free speech and you can do what you want, but I can't remember what he said. I'll have to look at the post, but more or less, you know, people who do what I'm doing aren't around anymore. A veiled threat.
That makes sense. Okay, I'm not gonna name
it's
it.
up in the Jumbotron. Yeah, I'm not gonna name his name, otherwise I would have done it. So it's up further back up in the Jumbotron if anybody wants to see that exchange. I didn't dox his name. I don't dox, you know, people's DMs like that. But that particular one, since it was a veiled threat, I wanted him to see that I don't fucking care, and I posted it. All right, let's go to Effing. Go ahead.
Hey, Diligent Noxie. Did y'all notice the Sam Parker post about 2 hours ago? The congressman was in Congress all day. He's on film. That's timestamped.
So he just reposted what Alex posted. When I looked at the comments, he says that he's not sure. So I'll have to verify that. But that video is not timestamped.
I saw a timestamp, but I would be curious if that could be debunked. Maybe Destiny could look into that. But as far as Snow, recognizing those people at the place, I mean, if we believe what he said, he had people making attempts on his life the whole time during that 35 years, you know, from the tunnels that he supposedly from the cartels. So if that was true, he's going to be paying attention to his surroundings, you know, who he's looking at, and I can believe that he would recognize those people. But I'd be really curious if those videos are timestamped and real for the congressman.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Zeus.
Diligent, you were just asking questions about why isn't anybody looking into this or interrogating them, and the police or the detectives, and I'm sure most of it was rhetorical, but it's because they've already named who it is. And they've already told us that any piece of information that, you know, could go against that is only going to muddy up the waters of the conviction that they want to get on this Tyler Robinson kid. So they've already determined in their head what direction everyone has to go, what direction the information is, which is obviously hilarious because they released enough information to muddy the waters on a conviction with the jury regarding Tyler Robinson's anguish and his lines. They're releasing that there's fingerprints on the gun. They got this, they got that, but what they won't release is the footage of Mexico and the critter that supposedly they have, because that's what's supposed to ruin their investigation. It's wild that the only things that the public can't see are the things that could possibly make it harder for them to convict Tyler Robinson. It's never about whether he did it or not. It's about whether they can get a conviction or not. So that the answer to your question is that exactly. They want to get him. They're not gonna. If they even asked questions to anybody else, if they even pursued any other direction, they would be admitting that they don't believe that they have their guy in Cash Patel stood up there and so anyway, over 36 hours of a manhunt, the FBI did this and that. We were so awesome and we figured it out. We found this killer. No, you didn't. So, you know, that's going to be something that they're never going to push any other direction until they are absolutely forced to. As far as the meeting with Snow, you know, yeah, I get it. Some people may not know what they were witnessing if this was before Charlie's murder, right? You could go in one eye and out the other. You might not even remember it. But once that information comes out, and detectives do this all the time in interrogation, when they'll push even bad information to watch the reaction of the people that they're investigating, right? And if this information gets pushed, and we get to watch the reactions and observe the inconsistencies, then Oh, sorry, hold on. My 1-year-old just brought me the dog's water bowl. Thank you. If we can witness the inconsistencies, then we get to see whether or not they are telling the truth. And in some ways, that's more valuable than whether every single part of this is true, because we can observe how they react. And that's more important. I'll end here for the sake of everyone.
Thank you. Let's go to the olive branch. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. You have mentioned is there like one that's public?
They gave an itinerary to Alex Jones so that he could try to debunk any claims of him being at that location at that time.
But like, is it public information or is it just what was stated?
It's what he released.
Okay, I was just trying to find.
Explosion occurred just
yeah, I guess it's public because he gave it to us.
Investigations underway
As far as that goes, it's public.
Own photo.
Go ahead, Nicholas.
Yeah, you guys were talking about how Mitch identified the people that he saw. And I thought I remembered Candace saying that she showed photos but didn't say names and then got him to identify them without names just by showing photos. So I think that in itself lends a bit of credibility because if you pick those faces at random and then on top of that it just happens that coincidentally their timeline matches up with what it's saying, and I think that just kind of doubles the validity.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I was just saying that I remember Candace talking about showing him photos without giving names.
Yeah.
So that he identified without the names. Yeah. Which
that's what I was saying. Like he didn't know who these people were.
Yeah, exactly. And so their timelines just happened to
except
line
for
up.
Harpool. Harpool is the one that he recognized.
Okay, yeah. And another thing I wanted to ask this actually because I wasn't sure. Did Representative Amadei say that he was present in Congress when he wasn't?
That's an interesting question. He alluded to it, right, without actually saying it. Let me pull it up because it's important.
Yeah, because another thing I was gonna say is the interesting thing about him.
Yeah, well, let me finish answering the question first.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So, did he delete it? No, he fucking did not. Yeah, okay, it's still here. For those of you information consumers who are stuck in practices of the old days, who prefer facts to dreams and falsehoods, take comfort knowing that in public service, there is a thing called the public record. The public record on September 8th indicates I was returning to Washington, D.C. from my district and voting on the floor of the House of Representatives, and on September 9th. So he's saying that he voted on September 8th. I need to know if there's a record of that. I haven't seen that. And then on September 9th, in a 12-hour markup in the House Appropriations Committee, of which I am a member, as well as voting on the House floor. So yeah, he did. He alluded that he was there and for the 12-hour markup on September 9th, even though he had two missed roll calls. So
yeah, okay.
Which one? Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah. What's interesting is, and this is neither here nor there, but just it says something about him. I think he's pretty well known for being absent. I think he has like a 4% absence rate.
He is definitely. That is one of the things that every single opponent who runs against him brings up is the fact that he is frequently absent.
Is that it? Nicholas?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm still sitting here.
Adrian,
I'm working on getting a meeting next week.
You watched the video, right?
Yes. Well, no. Not a whole. Well, watched both debates before it was on. I scanned it and I also went through the transcript. So I had the AI look to see if he was present. He was not present because they did have a roll call of who's here first. And then they had another roll call. He missed that. He was there for the last two roll calls of the day. And I was trying to find the meetings supposedly.
Calls were there that day?
I think there was 4. Well, he was on the last 2. He missed the first one, but then there were 2. He missed 2. I have him on roll call for.
He missed 1 and 2. I looked at the website. I have the documents.
Got it. I sent you the documents that day.
Yeah.
So he was there for 3, and I'm trying to remember what
So
else.
there would have been 5 if he missed 2, and there
right.
was 4. Then you know what I mean. If he missed 3, there had to have been 5.
Probably. So, but here's the other thing. I don't know if there was 4 or 5. I will leave that up to whatever the facts.
He could have been there for 3 if there was only 4.
He missed the morning. Is all my point. But it takes forever to get to Washington D.C. I need people to understand that Reno is podunk. I mean, Boise has more flights than Reno, and so getting from here to Washington D.C. is not an easy feat. It is.
This isn't about like feasibility or how difficult it would be, how tight it would be. All we need to know is if there is a possible window he could have made it there. The math checks out. If the meeting concluded at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time, he would be able to fly to DC in time to make it for an afternoon roll call.
Correct. Absolutely. 1,000%.
And as a military adjacent Congress member of the Appropriations Committee, he could easily catch a military flight to DC. And
he's also former JAG.
And not have to deal with any of the bullshit on like commercial flights, etc. He can just fly right fucking there whenever they want, pretty much.
Now I do want to bring up one little monkey wrench thing about this whole show the pictures. Have you met?
What do you mean show the pictures?
Showed the pictures to have him identify him. I've known Mark since 2012. He is a very vanilla, very nondescript, older white guy. Like picking him out of a lineup, that's my only doubt here. That's the only thing I'm throwing in there with the doubt. Yes, the window exists. Absolutely entirely possible. There's nothing so far that I've seen that rules anything out of the possibility that he was there. Haven't seen anything that rules it out. But I just want to throw in the mix.
Today.
No, we did. Adrian
is a strong constituent of Representative Marco Morais, right? She's not up here.
I'm not here for
and so
I know him for 13 years. And nothing in what I know, who I know, and what I know of his representation would in any way lend itself for me to believe that he was somehow involved in an assassination. I don't see it. He's too vanilla. So if indeed he was, and he did, and I'm 1,000% a fact-based human being. So like, that's all I care about is that we actually have the truth and the facts, because then we can make proper decisions and better informed decisions. So I'm open-minded, but that would literally force me to revise every view and opinion I've had over the last 13 years in an entirely different light, which, you know, as we know, the world is changing on a pin every time they drop another Epstein thing. We're having to switch and pivot and rethink what we thought. So I guess we're all getting normal. That's becoming normal for all of us now. But he just doesn't strike me as that kind of person, and he really is. I mean, he's a lovely, nondescript, older white guy. So could he be confused with another nondescript, older white guy? Yes, absolutely. So I would be more than that.
It doesn't mean that it could be him.
I'm not saying it isn't him.
Okay.
I
never say that because I have no evidence to support that assertion.
I mean, I've seen, looking at his face, he has a pretty distinct features. I think that I have more of a. Oh no! Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, well, also, does he? How far away was he? That was the other. Did we ever get a distance? He's identifying these people who work on with distance. Does he wear glasses? And the only reason I say this, as someone who frequently walks around without glasses, I'm gonna be honest.
Said that he wasn't there.
I believe that was what his post said. Was basically his post said I was traveling. You're right. He did not flat out say I wasn't. He wasn't there. He did say he was traveling. Right. So
plausible deniability.
Correct. And again, open-minded, and you've not been wrong very often. I'm assuming you've been wrong at some. I know. I'm assuming that at some point you've been wrong, but I've been around when it's happened. So I've got a very wide. You know, you get a grain of salt. You get many grains of salt. And like,
I just needed to say I wasn't there.
I will discuss it next week when I discuss a whole bunch of other things with him, and we'll see how it goes.
What kind of proximity did you work with him?
I don't work with him. I'm a constituent.
Okay, I just.
That's her congressman.
That's my congressional representative for CD2. And the fun part was Amade was my rep when I was a Bernie delegate, and he still liked me and still talked to me because I'm sensible. And I was a Ron Paul before that. I'm just smart. I have a big mouth, and at the time my reach was like 119 million globally, 74 million in the U.S. So people wanted me to like them. But I've known Mark for 13 years. He's literally been consistent the entire time. And my friend ran against him 3 times. So the fact that he still talks to me when my friend ran against him 3 times is amazing. It just shows good character. No, I mean that's fine. It's not bad. No, really. But he's open because I'm a constituent. I get to talk to him. Unlike Democrats, the minute that I was no longer a Democrat, I no longer got to. Well, I mean, pressure. What? I mean, literally, like, I don't.
I mean, somebody TikTok that stuff. You talk about the level of pressure, and I'm not saying he's involved in that. I'm just saying there's.
Oh yes, give me the compromise. Yes, I absolutely know. So yes, always in every situation there is always the possibility that someone has ways to operate and is now doing things that are out of character. In today's day and age, that's a always a possibility for anybody. 100%. So, yes, what it could be, like he hasn't even moved on issues, you know how, like when you're driving down the highway and a gust of wind blows you and you kind of like, kind of go into the other lane for just a minute and you correct? Like he hasn't even done that. Everything's just very predictable and exactly the same and smooth. So if there was something like that, I would see, or I would hope that I would at least see some kind of like a little wobble or a little something and a change in a military something, because we do have Sierra Nevada Corporation here, and they're like the 3rd largest military contractor, defense contractor. So they're right, literally, I could probably get there in 15 minutes. So they're here. We have mining and energy. They did like to dump nuclear waste and stuff here, which I was not happy about, and thankfully Senator Cortez Masto raised the stink about that, because they shouldn't be able to do that without telling us that's not okay. But yeah, I don't see anything.
question, who are his biggest donors?
Oh, so Sierra Nevada, I think he got 13,000 from APAC, which is literally nothing. I mean, he's just not. When you're looking at like the most influential people, what I thought was funny was when I asked Grok. Oh, I should go to Grok because I have it in there. I asked Grok who the top people were, and it was like 6 Democrats and 4 Republicans. And they were getting like 650,000, 700,000, like hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations. And Mark got like 2,500 from APAC and 11,000 from individual donors associated with APAC. Like literally like nothing.
Does he have any kind of foundation that runs independent from his campaigns?
No. So Sierra Nevada Corporation was his top contributor in 2023-2024 with $20,000. And then the casino, obviously the casinos, was $101,000 for the industry. He only raised $1.2 million. He spent almost $1.2 million. So he's got like 75,000 left, give or take.
Any of that casino money from Allison?
That's a good question. Which casino does she own?
I'm not sure.
That's a very good question. So the casinos, I would expect, because it's CD2, it would be the Coronos, not Allison. The Coronos are our, casino dynasty royalty. So let's see here. Contributors. Let's look at contributors here. So we got Sierra Nevada was his top contributor, and then the Morello group was 19,800. And Sierra Nevada did it half and half individuals 10,900 and half PAC 10,000. APAC, oh I'm sorry, I misspoke on APAC. It was 10,000 from APAC and 3,750 from individuals associated with APAC. And then the Bodine's Casino, and then Kerrigan Advisors, those were both 13,200. I mean, these are little checks. These are not kill somebody or become a traitor level checks.
Hey, my next question would be, what's his net worth?
Exactly. What about, is he wealthy already?
No, he's a normal human. He's literally a normal human. Let me see. Let me find it.
He's an ID log with the military, though.
Oh yeah.
His loyalty is to the military. That's proven in his track record. His voting record, his operations record.
But listen, I would agree. And his net worth is less than $1 million, and it's probably most of his house. So I would agree. His loyalty is with the military. And I will tell you right now, as someone who served in the Army, so would mine. For no reason other than I served, I know what it means to serve. So I'm going to skew towards protecting soldiers and veterans. Just naturally. It's genetic now.
We're not talking about protecting soldiers and veterans here. We're talking about a high-level military adjacent, possibly assassination. Right? That's what I'm talking about.
Wait, you think the military assassinated? Why would the military assassinate?
I didn't say I thought anything.
I know, but that's my question. Potential.
Listen,
So
I am open up for it.
I know, we're just trying.
Let me state my position because you're stating it for me. I want to be clear. Okay? I am open for anybody to have killed Charlie Kirk. That includes some leftist transferring nut job. That includes professional assassins. That includes the U.S. military or intelligence operations. That includes foreign military or intelligence operations. That includes, it could be a disgruntled employee, disgruntled lover, whatever, right? Anybody's on the table for me. So, if there is, some kind of evidence, and it appears to be, right, at least a hint of evidence, that there was some kind of military element to this, potentially, then we have to look at all the avenues. And that's what I'm doing.
I agree that is the only way to do it because anybody making snap decisions is not working with a full deck of cards. We don't have all the information, not even close. So that's why I was shocked that I'm like, we're already at trial. But I don't have enough information to have any certainty about anything. So Mark, he's either worth 300,000 according to one poll, 416,000 according to another. Literally, I'm telling you, there's no smoking gun that I can see. But again, I'm open-minded. If there is, I haven't seen it, and I'm trying to figure out what the military angle would be. So he is pro-military. So would he be at Fort Huachuca to maybe have some kind of a collaborative conversation with other representatives who are on a committee to figure out if they're going to buy something and upgrade something at Fort Huachuca? That would make perfect sense. But I have no idea.
If there was a chain of command situation, even though he doesn't necessarily serve the military anymore, do you think that he would possibly drop what he was doing to follow a chain of command? Let's say higher up said, we need your involvement in this for whatever reason. I'm just, again, asking questions. Do you think that his loyalty would be to that? Money aside, donors aside, just here's what you got to do for the military.
Like a bro favor?
No, I think it's if national security, right?
Yes,
is
that
national
would fall.
National security. If you are somebody who is, let me, please don't talk over me. National security is everything to these people who are diehards, like that level, right? Like if they might truly believe that something heinous is in the country's best interest or essential to the survival or dominance of the United States, they'll wholeheartedly do that kind of shit, right? There's numerous examples of this already. Like we don't even need this is not conspiracy theory. Counter Intel Pro, right? Like there are numerous examples of U.S. intelligence and military adjacent operations conducted that were conducted with, for whatever reasons, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that it's national security. But I know for a fact, from having military in my family and having these discussions, if they believe that it's their patriotic duty to do what they're doing, it overwhelms like greed or personal gain or whatever for a lot of people.
Hey, Julia, is that guy up top? Because if so, it's Adelson's biggest donor.
What?
What do you mean,
Is that guy at top, Mark? Mark. Whatever guy.
Amaday. Where are you finding that? Because I'm not seeing it, and I'm looking at Open Secrets and all the documents. Amaday. Where are you seeing Allison?
Howdy, did you like go up here and drop some facts and not support them or what?
Oh, here, I put the receipts in, but here, tell me here, Grok. I got space.
Not great Grok, bro. Receipts.
Oh, no, I got it. It's up the secrets.
I'm literally.
Can you DM her the receipts?
Yeah, I'm literally looking at.
Send her the link. All right, let's get some other hands while we're waiting. Go ahead, Colonel.
Hey, Nancy. I don't know who that last speaker was, but she was awesome. Thanks for bringing some.
She is awesome.
Guys. Yeah. What's got me is I listen, and you talk about Alex Jones and things. I listen to you just about every day, and I listen to these spaces and chime in when I think it's appropriate. I've been interviewed on Alex, so I'm a little. What I'm seeing is probably the same thing's happening with a lot of influencers. Is that there's so many of them right now that are out of character since Charlie Kirk's death, and the things that they would typically be interested in and aren't. And
All right, guys.
It seemed like he was
HTV, we love to categorize our customers.
Kind of like it's almost like he was like offering her autographs as a way to get off of the story that she was on. But today he just went nuclear on Candace. I mean, it was taking the story that she said and he was adding things to the story to make them sound outrageous. You know, just like not just like the person was there, but he saw.
I know what he's doing.
Yeah, so that manipulation piece right there, that really got under my skin today. And it's like the same thing. It made me think of almost like Tim Pool, right? Like when Tim Pool just fully melted out, right? I mean, he like that out of character response. And this is for all of us who've been paying attention to a lot of things for a lot of years. And those are folks and different names we counted on that consistently tell the truth, even if they were wrong, we could accept it because we said what they were believing. But today was, I mean, it was like the psyop going into Christmas here is like there's something that they are desperate to get us off of or to turn the page on. Now, what I will say on Alex's behalf is he was the one who broke it early on, like within a day or two, that Cash Patel, and I don't know if he's the one who broke it, but he was reporting on it when I was listening, which was Cash Patel basically was shutting down any looking at any international conspiracy associated with the death of Charlie Kirk. And he's still on that today, so I got to give him some props there. But the rest of it on this issue was completely out of character. And I'm like, I'm trying to, I'm listening and trying to find the ring of truth here because the only thing that kind of gets me about this story where it's going, the only thing I'm kind of worried about is that these information operations run at the national level, they will install false narratives to get you down a rabbit hole so that they can, as you know, they can discredit you. And I worry about that with this one a little bit. So I'm listening. I am not committed to it, but
I mean, I'm just investigating. I mean, I'm not adopting it. I'm not. They can't discredit you if you're not adopting a theory. I'm just going to be kicking over rocks and going where the evidence leads me to. And if they want to discredit that, well, then they're discrediting an earnest investigation. So I don't know. If they want to be seen to be doing that, that's fine. But I'm good. I feel perfectly comfortable with where I'm going with my investigation. I'm 100% comfortable.
Good with that too. I saw that. Like I saw Alex actually hit your post directly on it. And again, that was something for me that was out of character for Alex because he's taking it to a level where you hadn't taken it. And asking questions is kind of like what that guy's MO is. And then for him to be
is that because I made him look bad this week?
I just think, like I said, it's out of character. Even if you did that, other people made Alex look bad. And I don't think he cares about that. What I can tell you.
I mean, you casually replied to my post, so I guess he does care a little bit.
It was visceral, which I haven't seen from him before on stuff like that, which is odd to me because most things typically are water off a duck's back.
Okay, so was it about the market? How do I say it? Amadai?
Ammo day.
Ammo day. Okay, so was it about the mark? Ammo day.
Ammo day.
He kept saying there's 12 kernels that are there. I mean, that was like
I didn't say any
over and over again.
Yeah, but the post that you're referring to, was it about Mark Amaday?
Amaday not being there, and that there are airline tickets and receipts.
The post that you're referring to that he talked about on a show of mine today, what was it about specifically?
I saw the post reply, and he replied to your post, which I assume you'd seen.
That was me saying, that's not what I'm talking about. Is that what he posted on his show today? I guess I'm confused. You're saying that he talked about
He did not call you out by name today. I was referring to his response, his direct response to your post today, which I'm assuming you saw.
That was 2 days ago.
And that's not typical, so maybe I'm being doxxed.
You're good. All right, go ahead, Lune. Thank you.
I was just going to chime in on that conversation. Hey guys, no, I just think this is so funny because, and this is the thing that they're like someone like Alex Jones and people that are trying to debunk Candace as well as Diligent. You guys have not said anything indefinite. You are both investigating this situation. Candace has never said indefinitely. Mitch said a percentage of what he thought as far as this Congressman being there and Brian being there and Erica. But I mean, how many times does everybody have to, whether it's Diligent or Candace, has to scream from the rooftop saying, "Hey, I'm welcoming being, this not being the information. Just I'm investigating." So it's like, how can anyone, someone like Diligent, someone like Candace, even be discredited? That's why I think Alex is having such a hard time, because regardless, whatever information he comes out with, he's not proving anything. And for one, he's not proving that he even has accurate information, and two, if he has specific evidence showing that Brian wasn't there, he really was on that flight, okay, thanks. Now we can go along with the rest of the investigation.
But he doesn't have any evidence that he was on a flight.
Exactly. So it's such a, it makes me, if anything, I don't know how you guys feel, but it makes me intrigued even more on this situation, because everybody, it's all smoking guns, but nobody is actually giving any reason to doubt the story that Mitch is giving. It doesn't matter what his history is. It doesn't matter. Just prove the evidence. This congressman, why didn't he just come out and say, "I was not there"? I was not there. Nobody has come out. Not even Erica has come out and said, "I was not there."
Yeah, how many other? That's my point. How many people have come out and said, "I was not there"? It's really simple. None of the people who are alleged to have been there are refuting the claim. It's been a week now.
Exactly, and if I can speak again, exactly.
Not one.
So when people were questioning Candace, saying that they thought that she sold out and that she was gonna, end the investigation, she got the call. She immediately went onto Instagram and made a live and answered people's questions, because she's trying to show that she's an open book. And
This isn't just about Candace. This is
no,
about
I'm not. No, right, exactly. And I'm saying I'm not defending her. What I'm saying is, if you want people to think you're credible, that's the way to go about it, especially if you don't have anything to hide. So these people that are insinuating they're not there and implying they're not there, they're just making themselves look worse. They're just making people want to dig even more, because the easiest thing to do is come out on a live or make a post and say, "I was not there." And then here's my credibility, and then that's it. Merry Christmas.
I agree 1,000%. I also think that there's multiple people involved when your name that is never, as a representative who served for 14, 15 years, however long, was never in the press. You go Google him, and he's not out there every day making videos. I love Tim Burchett, by the way, and I love how he just lets us know what's going on. Very transparent, keeps everybody informed. He's never, right? So crisis communications is probably what came in. I'm not sure he wrote that. I'll ask him if he wrote it himself or if somebody wrote it for him. But it just snapped a little bit kind of like a crisis communications person wrote it, whereas somebody like you or I, right? Right? And he's not. That's why I was like, that doesn't sound, it literally doesn't sound like him. It sounds like a crisis communications person trying to shove the lid on something that literally could have been solved by the way, here's my boarding pass. Click.
Or at the very least, off the record, I was not there. And then everybody else can find out whatever information they need to find to prove that.
Right. Or even better, if the meeting was at the crack of freaking doom, here's my boarding pass. I was on American Airlines, this. At the time that meeting was happening, I was not there. Done, shut down, everything. So that's how I handle crisis communications. But I'm a very different beast. I stand in the fire, no problem. A lot of these other people, they want to slam the lid on it and just be done with it. And I'm like, yeah, that's gonna smoke for a while. Just come back and kick your butt. They clearly never watched the series on fire and how it comes.
Frank, go ahead. Nico.
Thank you. I heard you welcome. Diligent is not what you know, but I've never seen it before, heard it before. And I just happened to drop in because I saw Charlie Kirk's name. And I heard you said you were open to all of these different explanations of how you shot Charlie. And so my question is, pardon me?
That's correct.
Okay. So my my question is, you do not believe that the person they put into custody and going on trial shot him?
I don't know.
Oh, so you like just wondering, right?
What do you mean, just wondering?
Well, okay, so you don't believe
He's investigating. He's investigating.
Hold on. Let's talk about this.
Okay, to me, it was obvious what happened when he got of the shooter and the shot. It was pretty simple to figure out. I don't know what video you saw, but I saw very close up slow-mo video, and I wish I would have kept it now. But I did.
Close up, slow-mo.
Yes. No, Charlie Kirk getting shot. And it was obvious. Okay, so let me give you a little background, all right?
No, I don't want to, because we have 1,000 people listening.
Okay. No, I'm not going to rehash
We're trying to keep it into this. Let me just kind of set the stage for you. There's allegations of a military meeting taking place 2 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated in Arizona. And this Army vet named Snow, Mitch Snow, is what he goes by, was there on that day at that time. He alleges that he thinks he saw with a 95 to 99% degree of certainty Charlie Kirk's chief of security, Harlow, and as well as this Amade, Representative Amade, and a few other high-ranking military individuals at a meeting that occurred before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So that's what we're discussing here. We're not really having a general discussion about the assassination. If you're concerned about or curious about my position, is that I don't have an established position other than I'm very skeptical and scrutinous of the official narrative.
Okay. Can I give you my opinion of what I saw on that video?
Not really. It's not really relevant. Do you have a thought on the military meeting? Do you think it's feasible that this meeting takes place?
I don't know about the meeting. This is the first I've heard of it. But what I can tell you is what I saw from the video. I'm an avid shooter, believe it or not. While I was in the military, I had got.
You don't need to qualify with your credentials. But do you believe that a 30-06 bullet shot Charlie in the neck and then did not penetrate?
No.
Is it in your mind possible for a 30-06 to enter a human man's neck and not go through the other side?
It didn't enter his neck. From the video I saw,
I just want to ask that, okay? I'm not asking about subjective, okay? This is a simple question. Do you believe it's possible for a 30-06 to go into a human's neck and not come out the other side? Yes, sir.
No, it is not possible.
Thank you so much. That's why we're trying. All right, hold on. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. All right, we're going to go to Nico. Go ahead. You're next.
I just want to drop in here and experience a regular citizen's perspective of the entire situation. My colonel, my constituent, I just want to give the perspective, like I said, of a regular citizen. So I just don't understand why people waste so much time with their own biases. This is an opinion about. I mean, the example I gave to the subscribers is literally this. Like, there's a subscriber in the chat that said that they know people who knew Ted Bundy, went into their house, was charming and everything, and he ended up being a serial killer.
Let's save this for the subscriber chat.
Alright, well, the point I'm trying to make is just because someone is nice and charming doesn't mean that they're not feasible of being in the meeting to plot, the murder of someone. Like, from a citizen's perspective, we saw Charlie get murder, straight in the neck. You have a guy.
We don't know any of these people.
Alright, as far as the evidence goes, you have a guy who provided evidence that he was at this camp. He said, not with 100% certainty, he said 90 to 95% that there was 3 people that he could pick out that he saw that was there. And what they want us to do is follow a narrative and not ask questions. So while we sit here trying to defend our biases, we give them time, you put pressure on trying to debunk people, whether it be a congressman that you follow, whether it be someone in the military trying to debunk this guy of his status. You have evidence that this guy was there, he saw 3 of them. And while you waste time not putting pressure on the people who need to respond, you allow them to continue on with the narrative, and that's just a regular citizen speaking from somebody who just got a citizen blown freaking murdered for speaking his mind, a Christian man, and it's not like these people don't want to get justice for Charlie. It sounds like they're just trying to defend biases, which I respect, and it's just crazy to me how you sit here every single time without trying to get to the principle. If, just like you said, Dill J, if it was any of us, they would have put us. They would have put people in a line, and they would have told them to pick. They would have told the guy to pick who it was. It's common sense. I'm not talking from no military background. I don't have any type of experience or history in being in politics. I'm just speaking from what the evidence has presented to me, which is what you do, diligent. I'm not saying they killed him. I'm not saying they plotted his murder. They're simple questions that us citizens have, and they're not answering. And this is the type of shit that gets us, that makes us not have any type of faith in the government. And we pay taxes to these people for them not to answer a damn question, bro.
You brought up a great thing that I don't think I've heard anybody say, but it was a question that was lingering in my mind. How do they pick these people out of photos? Were they given one photo and said, did you see this person? If so, why was it only that one person that presented? If it was a lineup of people, how did they determine who was the lineup of people? How did they get to the Yes, and I agree, but in this particular case, when they're identifying Amade, how did they come to the conclusion that it was him in the first place to present the photo to ask if it was him? That's the piece of the puzzle that I have.
All I'm saying is, she said based on the description that he gave. All I'm saying for you, they showed him multiple congressmen. He picked Amade out of multiple congressmen.
Okay, so it's narrowed down to a congressman. That was the first.
Yeah, they just showed just Amade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The bottom line that I'm trying to get is, after all the evidence, from a citizen's perspective, the amount of shady shit that this government has done for you not to be putting pressure on these people to give a valid statement as to where they were, begs the question that as the longer time continues to linger, the more guilty there will be. That's common sense. You can't stick with how long you've known people, because again, there's people who know Ted Bundy, charming, sweet guy, and he murdered many people. So we're just trying to see who killed Charlie for speaking his mind. That's all we want. And it keeps getting nastier and nastier the longer that we wait for a statement from these 3 individuals who were the closest people to him, his security guard and his wife.
How many of these individuals? We have Mark Amade, we have Eric Kirk, we have Kabat Phillips, we have and Mark Harpole, right? And then who am I missing? Is there 5? I think there's 5. Brian Harpole, yeah. Mark Amade, Brian Harpole. Am I missing somebody?
No, you got that. And then Terry.
Oh, we lost you, bro. That's unfortunate.
So 4 people, okay? Well, that Neff, okay, Officer Neff, but he's in the military, so we won't count him. But we have 4 people, very public figures,
who could easily just say, no, I wasn't there. And not one. Not one.
It doesn't make sense to me, man. There's people who
we have these shills in the media. We have Alex Jones. We have these other no name quote unquote debunkers.
I just want to say one last thing.
None of them are coming out and addressing this head on themselves. Right? Why is that? Why is that? You know what I would love? I would love for Thomas Massey to ask FBI Director Cash Patel about this. I would love Thomas Massey and the Oversight Committee or the Judiciary Committee to ask the military about this. I'm going to be pushing for Massey in particular since I've a little bit of rapport with him. I'm going to be pressuring him hard to try to squeeze answers for this.
Just one last thing. I just feel like if it really was about getting justice for Charlie, you would look at the evidence that's been presented by this guy, regardless of his military background. There are a lot of previous military people trying debunking. Other people who try to say that they've known this congressman for 15 years. Again, this isn't no personal attack. I'm just saying, when having enough evidence of someone who's saying who was there, you're not putting enough pressure on the government that for the past 2 decades has been lying about a lot of shit. That's all I'm saying. You don't put enough pressure on the government. And we pay taxes to these people for them to lie to our face every single time. And what they're trying to do is just convict this guy because they already have a narrative. And you're not putting pressure on it. And they're going to look for a conviction. That's exactly why you haven't heard me ask FBI the questions that they're trying to ask. Simple as that. It's just frustrating. I don't like your biases. I've been biased many times, but I'm taking to the evidence. This guy was there. I was skeptical. It's a huge bombshell information. He was there. He has receipts. Now answer the question. The longer it lingers, us citizens lose more and more faith in the government. Again, a lot of us don't even have it at this point, considering Epstein and all this stuff. It's basic common sense and common knowledge. All right, thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, DK.
Oh no, to Nico's point, I got disconnected, probably foreign agents listening in. But what I was going to say was that congressman, and to answer, I can't see your full name,
Adrian Ashley.
Yeah, Adrian Ashley. To answer your question, how was that congressman in a lineup? It was because they tracked that SAM flight, that only high-ranking congressmen, military officials, or the VP's family, or even President Trump's family, or I'll just say POTUS and the family. That plane is specifically designated to the government to put high-ranking officials on, and that's when it comes SAM 000, and they don't have. So what they did was they narrowed it down and said, okay, Vance wasn't there, Trump wasn't there, and then they go, okay, well, why did it go to Las Vegas? And then that's when the lineup came out. Okay, what's the high-ranking congressman and representatives in Las Vegas? And then that's when he got that. That's all I was going to say, which is totally credible.
Oh, thank you. I didn't understand how they narrowed it down, so I came in late and missed all of those things. So I appreciate you updating. Yeah, that flight had the call sign SAM 702.
Oh, Sam, okay, 702. But so that I wasn't 000, but
which is interesting because that's also the area code there.
No, that's exactly right. That's what it was. You're right. Whoever just corrected me, that is correct. That is absolutely right. Yep, 702. That is also important just because it's that's how they narrowed it down. That's how they get the point across.
If I'm looking at SAM 702, on September 9th, it was in New Mexico at 5:31 p.m. And didn't make it to Virginia until 10:18 p.m. Eastern time. So he voted. He was on the floor by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So he wasn't on that flight on 702. I'm not saying he wasn't on a different flight, but he was during this flight I was saying the window of in the morning, like pre 7:30 a.m. on the 9th. Absolutely, that
There was
that
two
is
flights that flew
feasible.
out of the base one happened at 7 a.m. Another one happened at 9:02. Okay, let's just say that they had a 2-hour meeting. Somebody could have left early, right? For one. Two, right, is that the 902 could fly
straight there.
Straight there and make it. 100%.
Hey, and just for context of this, I shared it in the chat. Project Constitution just shared another guy who I had seen before, but it's just ironic because I know I'm in Idaho. I'm 3 hours from Salt Lake, and I know Hebrew City, which is ironic that it's just in Utah because my buddy just moved there. But there's a flight. Watch that thing I just put in the chat. But there's a flight from this government military explosives company on August 25th. Now remember, Brian Hartpool said he started on August 25th preparing security. There's a flight from Tennessee, this explosives or ordnance, I'll just say ordnance company that leaves and flies from Tennessee to Hebrew City. Now, I don't know where you guys are at, but I'll just like put it into context. That would be like flying to Hebrew City would be like flying to, I can't even put it into context. Like the smallest municipal airport you've ever seen in your entire life. But that's just ironic and whatever. But watch that and it's just a great video. I mean, it really is. And the ordinance, which I've always thought it is, a microphone ordinance. I'm a hunter and gun shooter, but I just thought I'd put that out there. Watch that video. It's awesome. Project Constitution has been doing a great job, just like you have, Diligent. And yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right. I think we are going to, if anybody wants to continue on about, the fight over the Fort Huachuca narrative, now is the time, because I do want to pivot to the Tyler Robinson case. We have an attorney up here who has been keeping tabs on the motions and the notifications at the clerk level for the case. And so I want to hear what he has to say. He has some updates to give us. Does anybody else want to talk about Arizona military?
I just want to add a couple of things you guys missed when you're talking about everything, so everybody is remembering the points. The senator pin, that was one of the things that narrowed it down. That was a senator. He was wearing the congressman and senators have the pin. Yep. And so he's wearing one of those pins. That's how they narrowed it down as well.
It's a congressman, not a senator. There's a difference.
Yeah, they wear a special pin. And then there is a connection between the Allisons and Hamadeh. He even wrote notice when he died, the husband died. That's easily found on a website.
But a connection in terms of they own casinos and Nevada's #1 revenue source aside from mining and insurance is casinos.
Just pointing out that there is a connection of relationship, and in this world, it's not what you know, it's who you know, and people crack back.
Almost there's some.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is that it for that part?
That's all I had.
All right, thank you. Slick Dog, what updates do you have with the Tyler Robinson court case?
Actually, can you give me like 2 minutes just so I have the most recent filing right in front of me?
Sure, no problem.
Okay.
While we're waiting, go down to the bottom right corner, please repost this space. I am looking at your comments. Pretty interesting. People are mad about this. I don't know. It's just weird. Dude, I don't know why this is up for debate. Okay, all right. Sam Parker, I'm going to try to get him into the space. He is like reposting Alex's. Is the same? He's like reiterating Alex is debunking, and I'm like, listen, they're using like this out of resolution, way across in the corner of the room. Dude, it's the same as like the blurry man running across the room, right? They're using this very blurry video and saying, look, I can see the congressman right there, and he looks like a fucking, it looks like a Lego person. You know what I mean? Like that's the quality of the resolution, right? It looks like a Lego man. Like that's how small it is and how far away and blurry. And I'm like, oh, well, he has the same color tie on. And I'm like, I'm looking, there's like 6 people with that color of tie. Like, come on, dude. The fact of the matter is, okay, is this fucker did not declare present or here for roll call, right? If that's him debating at 11:30 a.m., why did he not vote? Are you saying that he stayed in committee to debate and then he didn't vote? Is that normal, Adrian? Is it normal for a congressman to debate on a motion and then not vote?
It depends on if he had to leave unexpectedly, if there was something else and he missed the vote. That is entirely possible, although they try never to do that.
Is it possible 2 times in a row?
It's highly unlikely, but I do know that he had other committee meetings, subcommittee meetings, he had something with agriculture, something to do with the guys who go out and do hunting. There was a bunch of other things going on, so I was jiving down the rules trying to see if I could identify a presence or a signed in or an anything. But I do know there were multiple, and that is a problem with the House. Is sometimes you'll have conflicting meetings and you'll have 4 things at once. So with his office
except for he said he was there all day.
Yeah,
don't interrupt me. Mute your mic. Okay, he said that he was there for 12 hours, correct?
He did say he was there for.
Did he say I was not present because I was in other committee meetings? No. He said he was there for 12 hours. Right. So, yeah. All right, go ahead, AB.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure of this myself, but I don't know where this claim that he wasn't there for the first roll call vote of the day. I just asked my grok. Maybe we could ask your grok as well.
I have the actual roll call with the link for the original up in the Jumbotron. Okay, yeah, so look at the list, and he is not on it. 2 times in a row.
The first roll call vote of the day was around 1:20 p.m. or something like that, give or take, Eastern time. And I asked Grok, I'm like, was Amadai definitely recorded voting in the first roll call vote of the day? And my Grok said yes.
This is not about Grok, bro. I have the actual U.S. government link of the roll call. It's up in the Jumbotron. He is not there for roll call 1 or roll call 2. Adrian is his constituent. Do you concur, Adrian? Can you look at that and tell me if that's accurate?
It is accurate. I even sent it to you the day we first started talking about this.
She was the one that sent it to me. Okay, this is not about Grok. Okay, the primary evidence on the U.S. government's fucking website says that he was not there for the first or second roll call. It's not up for debate.
Okay, I'm going to double check it. I'll look in it's from the House.gov.
It's in the Jumbotron, and the link is after the reply directly to it. Yep, USHouse.gov.
I'll take
It's like the same thing that Alex Jones is doing. Like, I wanted to debunk the proof.
No, I'm willing to take a look. I'm open-minded about this.
And I even stand.
There's this tiny man in the corner, and it is him. I tell you, it is him. I tell you, you can't tell who it is, but it is him. Don't mind the record. The record means nothing. The blurry picture is everything.
I even watched the video. I even watched the whole video.
I lost respect for him, dude. I swear. Like, it's crazy. You can tell he's lying. Like, the motherfucker's lying. He's doing that Trump face right now. Like, you can tell when Trump's lying.
All right. I think you're ready. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I burn enough time?
Yeah. So, what I'd like to do is, before I talk about the attorney disqualification motion filed by defense, is just do a really quick, 30 seconds on the other each on the, the other mini battles that have been going on.
pretrial publicity, aka the gag order. So the judge ruled from the bench at the hearing, and that formal order has been published. It's with much better description to make it more reasonable. Again, the gag order applies to the attorneys, but the attorney, it doesn't necessarily apply to witnesses or non-attorneys. It is the obligation of the attorneys to inform witnesses or members of their team, not to talk about the case. They really can't technically enforce it, but that's their obligation, is to let them know that they are under a gag orders. They certainly can't, encourage witnesses to go around and talk about it. Preservation of evidence. There had been, that is now closed. There had been about a 6-week back and forth of motions regarding the details of the preservation of evidence.
Did the cell phone ever come up?
The cell phone has not come up, and based on the timeline that we've put together in this case, never mind standard operating procedures and protocol, we're just talking about this case based on the timing of the first motion filed by the defense in regards to preservation of evidence. Now, I mean, there's already rules of the road in terms of how seized evidence should be handled. Based on that timeline that goes all the way through, and then the back and forth motions, a prematurely issued order that was then set aside, and ultimately both parties agreed on a process for evidence to either be released or to be tested in a manner which could result in destruction of the evidence. Forensic evidence, DNA testing, etc. There's a 14-day period where prosecution has to notify the defense. So there's been no notifications, at least not on the record, and even if there was, based on the timing that the two sides agreed on this order, which the judge signed, it doesn't look like the phone was ever seized. The only opportunity, they would have had to have seized the phone shortly after Charlie Kirk's murder, copied everything, and then gone against all the protocol. They would have had to have done that within about a 2.5-week time span in September. So it is highly unlikely that they ever took the cell phone. So we're just going to let that sit. But there is a preservation of evidence agreed upon order by both sides. These are the rules of the road. The best example and what is talked about in the filings by the state's position is like we shouldn't have to hold on to everything. For example, Tyler Robinson's parents want his car so they can sell it, so they don't have to make payments on it. So that was the example they've given. So if they still have his car, if they ever had the cell phone, I'm sure they would still have that too, and would not have released it. So that is preservation of evidence. Media coverage. This is the consortium of news outlets, small local newspapers, radio stations, TV stations, and then also national news media, AP, New York Times, Fox News, etc., that have filed to become parties to the case, so that they will get formal notices of any closure hearings or classification of evidence. Both the defense and state, object to their becoming a formal party. They don't necessarily object to them receiving notices, so that there's some nuances there. I think generally both the state and defense would like to have this as closed a process as possible. There's been no ruling on that yet, at least as of yesterday. So that is still pending, the media interveners intervention. Technically what they're asking is for it to be, a limited party, so they're not full parties to the case. So that sense. And that brings us to attorney disqualification, which Sam had mentioned last week. And let me put, a fine point on this. What happened is the defense last week filed a motion to disqualify the one of the attorneys in the Utah County Attorney's Office from the prosecution team because that attorney received text messages from a relative who was at UVU and received text messages within minutes after.
Do we know for a fact who the relative was? Is it?
It's probably been reported, and since I'm literally just dealing with the facts, and what has been redacted from the public version of this is just the name, so we don't know the name.
Because there's people saying that it was Farnsworth, but when I hear you talk about the dynamics of it, it doesn't sound like Farnsworth.
There was discussion about a conflict of interests involving Farnsworth and the defense attorney. That's a separate discussion.
So that is separate. So these are two different things with the attorneys. Okay.
There is, and we can talk about Farnsworth, and I hope it will be very brief.
Anti-Dunes.
So this is a member that received text messages from a relative who was there at the time. The defense filed a 14-page motion calling for the disqualification of that attorney because of the potential conflict of interest. That conflict of interest would be based on, in the course of the statement of that relative was a witness, and that witness's testimony conflicted with another witness, the witness who is a relative of the state's attorney lawyer would be naturally biased. I want to point out that the prosecution team did disclose this to the defense early on, back in early October. So this is not a situation where that wasn't disclosed, and even in the defense's motion, they say this is not an attack on the attorney's integrity. I actually have more experience professionally in the area of conflicts of interest, more on the corporate side. But the most important thing for me, the first thing is the transparency and disclosure of a potential of an actual conflict or a potential conflict of interest or a potentially perceived conflict of interest. So I think that the prosecution did the right thing, disclosed it to the defense, and as and the defense believes that this is enough to, and they explain, they give a very good reason for that. And I think it seems like a strong case to disqualify that member of the prosecution because of that. Two is they also want to expand that disqualification to the entire Utah County Attorney's Office.
Is that because it was a group chat?
No, it is not. It is because when the attorney received the text messages from his relative, within minutes after the shooting, and they there is a quoted text of the text messages that the attorney had in this. It's an interesting filing. Of the text that the attorney was getting. Now, the attorney states prosecution believes that they do not believe that they will be calling the relative who is at UVU as a witness. And defense, Dollar's counsel, I think, rightly points out that we really don't know. And as a matter of fact, what they said was, discovery is still in an early stage. So, which I think is a signal. This case is going to go on for a while. So they're looking to disqualify both because one, the attorney in the office shared all of this with his colleagues in the prosecutor's office, and they do give case law and precedent. We have not gotten a reply yet from, at least as of yesterday. I haven't looked today. It's I will check over this weekend. I'm going to just try like go into the case about once a week and get on a regular cadence. Because I don't think anything that happens is going to be terribly time sensitive, urgent. But as long as I'm on a regular cadence, and I can give you and everyone on the space kind of this type of update.
So, what happens with these motions? So, like, what happens if the prosecution is completely disqualified? Like, what does that do?
Well, if it was in the case of just one attorney, that one attorney would not be, engaged in the, they'd have to work on something else. They wouldn't be involved in this case. I don't know what happens if an entire attorney's office is disqualified. It seems like very egregious to take it. That just seems like a big step to disqualify the entire office because one attorney.
I don't see it going through.
I can see one attorney being disqualified. But here's what it does do, okay? If Tyler should be convicted, now we have a point of law that would be the basis for an appeal. An appeal, there could be a number of rules for appeal. So this is kind of teed up. So
isn't there like already a litany of those?
There is some. They do cite some case law that's very fact specific. They discuss it in the motion. And I'm sure there will be other case law that points, that would support not disqualifying the attorney. Key to this were the facts of the case because Tyler was charged with aggravated murder. When the charge is aggravated, there needs to be an aggravating factor. And in this case, the aggravating factor was putting at risk the safety and the lives and safety of other people other than Charlie Kirk. And obviously there are many other people. And so not only was the relative a witness, he was one of the persons that, made this an aggravating factor case. And they needed to be an aggravating factor, for it to be a death penalty case, for a capital murder case. And once again, the defense pointed out, they jumped the gun. They did not have to seek the death penalty until 60 days after the preliminary hearing, which isn't even set until January 16th. So this is the second time, not diligent, where the prosecution just jumped the gun right off the bat, declared they shouldn't have done that. And that may be, that opened up the door more for the disqualification of the attorney and potentially the entire attorney's office.
So I just have to wait from the phone for a bit. If I understand, they're trying to disqualify the attorney or attorneys based on the fact that one of the attorney's relatives was at the rally. Is that it?
Yes, and sent text messages within 1 to 2 minutes to one of the attorneys. So there is a good case, and this is not throwing stone. This is not trying to attack the credibility or the integrity of the attorney for doing anything wrong. And when you hear conflicts of interest, that's often the first thing. It's human. That's the first thing that you're going to think of. In this case, it's just the natural bias that you may not even be able to see that bias show itself during the prosecution of the case. And the defense explains that in the motion. I think they do a very good job of that, probably better than I am right now. And also the prosecution, they disclosed the conflict, maybe. So they were transparent with opposing counsel that there, may be potential or perceived conflict of interest. So that, they did the right thing under the Utah rules of professional conduct. Now they're going to differ on the legal position of whether, there is a conflict that merits disqualification of the attorney. Now, my experience in dealing with conflicts is when you have a conflict, you got to look at it. Okay, so it's been disclosed. Good. Now, is there a way that it can be mitigated? Can we build guardrails around it? So that the attorney with the potential conflict doesn't become an actual conflict. And the defense's position is that in this case, the answer is no. I expect when the state files its response to the motion, it will say, yes, this is, this attorney will not be involved in depositions for anyone who was there that day. So something, I kind of made that up, but they replied, they will certainly defend. The other thing is that they are now trying to impute that disqualification to the entire attorney's office, which seems that seems to me a stretch. But there is precedent under Utah law that some case law that they cited, and so.
And if the judge goes against precedent and doesn't do it, then that's grounds for
not necessarily.
No, because there's also precedent for the opposite direction.
There's case law. What it boils down to is discretion. So a judge has discretion to make decisions based on the specific factors. And so when you file an appeal, there's different standards of review. So you need to say is it an abuse? Was it a legal error? Did the judge just make a mistake like he did with the timing of issuing his order on preservation of evidence, where he jumped the gun by 2 days? The state never actually, they had 2 more days to file their reply, even give them a chance to reply before issuing the order. That's a legal error. That is a basis for appeal. Another type of appeal is, abuse of discretion, making the wrong decision. And there's different, and it goes from there. And so that would be but it does give a point of appeal if they need it. Now, we don't know if they would even, at the end, at this point, from a trial perspective, things are going very fast. It seems to us they're going slow, but if Tyler were to be convicted, then and they appealed, I think this would be a good candidate for an issue to raise on appeal. That the judge failed to exercise discretion or abused his discretion by not disqualifying the entire attorney's office. If he did, I don't know how that would work mechanically. I've never had any experience in anything like that, but to disqualify the entire office does seem pretty extreme.
Look, do we know what the content of the text message that the...
Yeah, we do. Thank you for asking, because we know a whole lot more than that. This is where I think this is a really interesting motion. Okay, so it's actually a 48-page filing. The first 14 pages is the motion itself. The motion begins with a brief, about a 1-page description of the facts of the shooting, of what happened on that day. And from the point of view of other witnesses who had filed affidavits. In the appendix are 5 affidavits from witnesses who were there that day. These are handwritten affidavits that were submitted to the investigations office. And so what we have in this filing is really the first glimpse of evidence of what they got in the case. It's pretty cool. So I think, like I said, these are handwritten affidavits from people who were there. There was one student from Weber State University, and they are redacted, so we don't know the names of the people who wrote the affidavits. I would imagine that the affidavits, that there's probably many more, but these affidavits probably supported were good exemplars of the facts. They're nothing is overly redacted. It's really just the names. So for people like Sam or Blake that likes to have spent a lot of time looking at, the blow-by-blow details. I would think that, more interest than just the attorney disqualification part, that they might want to take a look at, what were actual witnesses say.
Okay, so the witnesses that I spoke to, and I spoke to two, right, who were actually within, I would say, within like 10 yards, said that they heard the shot coming up from like forward into Charlie's right a little bit, which is kind of the opposite direction. I mean, it's not like the exact opposite, but in the field of things, if you have center left, and center right, the shooter, Tyler Robinson, the alleged shooter, was center left, right, which is the Losi building. And where the two witnesses that I spoke to, and one of these guys, I posted it on my timeline, if you guys know my highlights, I actually interviewed him during the space, and I got it on my body cam when I was out there at EVU. He said he heard the gunshot come from Charlie's right, which is a little adjacent, right? Like, and still feasible because it's not like a hard right, like a 45 degree or a 90 degree right. It's just a little bit to the right where he got hit in the neck would still be a visible shot from a shooter at that angle. So that's two. And then another one who is the kid that got accosted by Cooper Brown, right, when he was giving the interview and describing where he heard the shot from. He also said that when he heard the shot, he looked to Charlie's right. Now, that's three individuals who said that they heard the gunshot come from a different direction as opposed to what's being described in the charging documents of the Utah prosecutors, which I think is to the individual that you're describing, and I may have missed it because I was going to read something. Did the individual you're talking about describe where you heard the shot come from, Slip Dog?
Well, one of them did. Remember, there's four different affidavits that are attached as exhibits here. So then Charlie, I'm going to read directly from one of them. And I don't like doing this on the fly, but this is interesting because this is new. This is new information. To set aside the attorney disqualification, these exhibits are interesting. Then Charlie got out about 2 or 3 words when the shot went off. My eyes flipped back behind me and to the right slightly, so I was looking over my right shoulder. It sounded like it came back of that area we were in, and it sounded like it came from an elevated location.
Where was he sitting?
They were sitting, let me scroll up. Made our way down to the front row in the corner of the barricade. So we were right in the front row on the left if you're facing the booth. We arrived around 11:50.
Okay. Okay, so he is directly 90 degrees to Charlie's right.
Yeah.
45 or 90 degrees. He's to Charlie's right, and he's facing Charlie.
Yeah. And so you should really take some time to just look at.
So back, I will. I definitely will. Over Christmas especially. I have so much to read up on. I have a fucking mountain. I've been downloading Epstein files. I have like thousands of Epstein files to go through. I have so much to catch up on Charlie Kirk. We have a mountain of fucking legal documents to go through. Like, I really do need a team. Like, I am like to the point where I need a dedicated team to help me go through it all because it's too much for me to do on my own. There is I just wish I had the money to pay him. But if you're willing to volunteer, there's an opening for you. So if there is I want to go by what you said. Hold on. I want to go by what you said. You said he is at the corner facing of the corner of the barricade to the left of Charlie, if you're facing Charlie, which would have been Charlie's right. He heard the shot, and then he looked back over his shoulder. That kind of aligns with. Well, I mean, it depends on how far back he looked over his shoulder. That implies a sharp turn, because you're looking almost backwards then, right? So that actually aligns back to that same corner as it sounds like, I could be wrong, sounds like the same account that I've heard from those other witnesses.
Yes, it does. No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, it does sound it, but you're really going to need, they're literally handwritten. Some go on for like 4 pages. I mean, they talk about like, when they were walking up, when they ran away.
Can you send me that specific document, a screenshot or a link for that?
You already have a screenshot because it's 4 pages. You already have it. It's in the Dropbox in the file called attorney disqualification.
Okay, but my DMs get buried, so can you whatever chat it is, can you just send like anything and it'll bring it back to the top of my DMs, because my DMs are crazy.
Alright. Let me do that right now.
Yeah, I don't know what I did, but when I'm on my iPhone and I look at DMs, it merged all of the filtered, like half of the filtered and then half of them are not filtered. My DMs are a fucking mess. They're a mess.
Alright, so
that's good. Thank you so much, Link Dog. I appreciate it. I'll go over it tonight.
So I just sent it to you. I just sent you an episode, and you can pull it up. And then I'll drop it in the subscriber chat too.
Thank you.
Before we move on, so it's like you never.
Well, hold on. My listeners and my speakers, especially. Do you guys want me to do a New Year's Eve space on Epstein and Charlie Kirk? Give me a thumbs up or a 100 down there in the listener section if you want me to do a space tomorrow, or what? Because I will do one. I'm not going to do one Christmas Day because I'm going to spend time with my daughter. But if you want me to do one tomorrow evening or tomorrow, I will. Give you a thumbs up or 100. You got to show up though. If you're giving me a 100 or a thumbs up, you have to show up. It looks like yes. All right, we'll do one. All right, cool. All right, awesome. Go. What was that, AB? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, just really quick. It's like you said that the motion did say what the contents of the text message was, but you never told us what it said, more or less. You can paraphrase slightly.
Okay. Actually, let me just read from the motion. You're talking about the text from the relative.
Yeah, the text from the relatives.
It's pretty short, so I can do that. Amy, I can send you a link to the filing as well if you want.
That would be great. Thank you.
All right, hold on.
And this was between the relatives.
Make sure you wear protection, Sean. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, Mr. Blaine, meaning the attorney, has described the text message exchange as follows. So this is in the words of the attorney. This is not the text. So I will point out when it's from the text. So the attorney said the following: Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23 p.m. and at 12:25 p.m. I believe it's he. It's redacted. It's either he or she. I think it's a he. Texted my family text group saying, quote, someone got shot, in all caps. And almost immediately afterward, he or she texted the same group, quote, I'm okay. Everyone is going inside. At 12:26 p.m., he or she texted the same group, all caps, Charlie got shot. At 12:30 p.m., he or she texted the same group, people say he was shot in the neck and his had tilted or something. At 12:33 p.m., I texted my blank niece, nephew, cousin, whoever he was. At 12:33 p.m., I texted my blank, quote, "Did you hear a gunshot or what sounded like a gunshot?" Unquote. She responded to me at 12:38 p.m. Quote, "I for sure heard it. Everyone started screaming and running. A few people said they saw the shot hit his neck. Not sure." Unquote.
Okay, so that's the exchange between one of the lawyers in the prosecutor's office and a relative of the lawyers.
And a relative of the lawyers, yeah.
And that's not verbatim, but that's from the prosecutor's account of the exchange.
Yes.
Okay.
Reconfirm that text message.
That is what they disclosed to opposing counsel. So, again, I mean, it's not the.
Did we ever figure out what the hearing was about back in October that was all redacted and secret?
No, one thing I didn't mention when I gave my update is there are a whole other entries of activity dealing with motions in regards to sealed and unsealed transcripts and audio of hearings that I just haven't had. I mean, as of Monday, there were 247 case events, so that's 247 filings. Now, a lot of those are just certificates of service, receipts of receiving the certificate of service. Probably, half of them are that, but that's still there's a ton. So I'm just trying to gather, the most material filings.
Okay. Thank you, Slick Dog. I will look through the Dropbox over the next couple of days. Christmas Eve, probably, or Christmas night, Christmas, whatever. Okay. Evening of Christmas, I will look through it.
And then I'll put in the subscriber chat. And if anyone else wants to geek out,
if you're worried about like proliferating it too much, or if it links back to it all, if you're worried about anything,
I know.
Okay.
I'm happy to if someone really just wants to, pour through, legal documents. I
think the more eyes that we have going through it, the better, right?
I just find it, I also get excited I just find it intellectually interesting, kind of the different legal issues. So things that I get excited about may not be the same things that, people on the space get excited about. But I do think the affidavits are worthwhile to get more eyes on. So.
Well, I think there's no detail that's too frivolous when it comes to something of this magnitude. This case has massive implications for our country. So, thank you, Slick Dog. We appreciate everything that you do. These guys are all following him. Carol, welcome. I haven't had you up here in a while. Are you going to go last speaker?
Yes, okay. Hi, everyone. It's great to be back. I'm usually here listening, but I haven't spoken for a while. I should have saved my comment, perhaps, until the subscriber space, so as to not, dox myself. I'm here under my real name. I heard you say that you're looking for volunteers. Well, I'm ready to sign up. I don't know if you guys...
We got a Denison Citizen Army on the
I'm one of the oldest people here, probably. Probably...
Where are all these people watching right
thinks that she's an old one. I'm pretty much, I still practice, but I've been a lawyer for, going on 40 years? Something like that. I'd be happy to be part of the volunteer team. I'd rather not use my own Pacer account. But when you talk about
Dropbox already. So.
When you talk about case files with 200, I'm used to. This has been my life. I've been doing this so sincerely.
Let's link up later. We'll get it squared away. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you can vet me and I'm welcome. All right, I'd love to help out. That's all. Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
We Thanks, you guys are all following. Thank you, Carol. Thanks, you guys are all following Nazi, my co-host. Thank you, Nazi.
Thank you, Nazi. Love you. Bye.
Bye. Say Merry Christmas to everybody. We hope you guys all have a blessed holiday. I will see you tomorrow.
And there's like one thing about Babylon B and Charlie Kirk. As I don't know if this is very public, but so I was at a memorial for Charlie Kirk in Northwest Florida. Babylon B was there, at least one of the executives, and they lit all the typical style you would see for Turning Point USA. It wasn't a Turning Point event, but it was another couple similar.
We lose you?
I believe we did, Baruch Hashem. Diligent, how are you doing this lovely, lovely evening?
Good, brother, good. Doug, go ahead.
I keep getting muted by the host, so I'm
No,
not sure.
I promise.
Got it. Anyway, so basically, this was at a college in Northwest Florida. You can look up where the cradle of naval aviation is, specifically that city. It was, the largest university in that city. They let all the leftists get up and talk, spout off whatever nonsense they wanted to. But whenever anybody would play the clip of Charlie Kirk talking within the last couple of weeks and being critical of Israel or the Israeli lobby, they, and I won't say who they is, again, it's just kind of the host of the event, whoever it was at the time, would say, shut it down, that's enough, and then they would rip the microphones away every time. So I just thought it was very interesting how they kept saying, you can say whatever you want, it's all good, we'll let the leftists, the blue-haired hippies talk, but whenever someone would play clips of Charlie Kirk speaking, they would literally get the microphone ripped out of their hand. What
do you mean play clips? How do they do?
They would play on their phone, so like they would go to YouTube and like play a clip on YouTube and then a microphone at the podium, right? So it was just interesting how like right after it happened, there was just like this. Hey, we're not gonna.
Of chapters banning people for what they consider to be hate speech, or even reposting Tucker Carlson. That I documented that on my timeline in September, I believe, September, October. So yeah, that's documented. Thank you for reporting that, Doug. Appreciate you.
Okay. One more quick thing. This is the reason I spoke at this Charlie Kirk event. So, has anybody heard of flock safety? Okay, I'll get into it real quick. So basically, we have it. Yes, check my pen. This is actually much worse and deeper than I thought. There's between 40 and 90,000 AI-powered cameras in this country. It scans 20 billion vehicles every month, gets your registration information, license plate, every dent, scratch, unique identifier for your car, like if you have a bike rack, it's scanned, goes to a nationalized database, and then it's shared. It was being shared with Homeland Security and ICE. They've rolled that back. But it's shared with about 5,000 local police departments around the country. So if you're in, let's say, New York City, well, it's possible LAPD can be tracking you in New York and then where you go across the country because you keep getting pinged. When you go into a city and get picked up, your vehicle gets pinged because it has a scratch there. Boom, you're tracked throughout the whole country. And there's not a real audit trail on who's tracking you, who's watching you. So you've had instances of cops stalking ex-girlfriends or ex-wives across the country using similar technologies. What just happened recently is Ring doorbell integrate with Flock. So they're doing facial recognition when you walk up to the doorbell. And now they're sharing with law enforcement via Flock. So, when you walk up to a doorbell next time, you realize you don't know where your facial scan could be going. We're really opening up Pandora's box here with Flock.
Appreciate that, brother. And thank you. I am wrapping it up.
Diligent, can I
hard stop? I'm going to let Lewis and I'll let you finish this. I had a hard stop at 10, so appreciate that. Flock, it's on our radar. Go ahead, Lewis. Please keep it on topic.
Yeah, on topic, I just wanted to say thank you to the host and co-host and all of the speakers. There's a lot of very interesting topics that are being raised, things that I was not aware of that perhaps I want to have done my own research before jumping to conclusions, and I apologize. I will say this, In the spirit of the festivities of the season, I pray that everyone in this space, both speakers, hosts, and audience members, can all agree that regardless of what may have happened that tragic day this summer, our hearts all go out to Erica and to those two beautiful orphans this Christmas season. May the Almighty avenge the senseless slaughter of Charlie, and may divine retribution strike down every last person attacked Erica and their family. God bless you all. Merry Christmas.
You turned the lights off. And is there, how do I say?
Good morning.
Yeah, well, I was going to try to say Jewish. Merry Christmas, but I don't know what that is.
It was just a rebrand for him.
I was trying. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. God bless you. I hope if we don't see you tomorrow, you'll all have a blessed Christmas with your family. That is truly what Christmas is about: is Christ, God, and family. Both. Brock, go ahead and take us out.
I like too much makeup. Because then you can't kiss makeup, right? It just tastes weird.
Like soft on you.
Yeah, who wants that? But maybe sometimes you're overwhelmed and so you don't care. Oh, here's our good friend. The Californian. The delusional Californian.
Aren't they all delusional? Saying delusional Californian is
It's redundant. Yeah, you're right.
Earl, it's Christmas.
Hey, what's that?
Christmas.
We celebrate that Jewish guy?
Oh, God.
Yes.
This is what I mean by inspiring anti-Semitism.
I'm sorry, was he or was he not Jewish?
Jesus.
Is this far-fetched?
He was born a Jew. Yes.
He
And
was
he
born
did not practice a lot of Jewish
He was
law.
born in Judea.
Apparently, he was called a rabbi by some people.
He was a
He was
Levite.
a Huna, yes.
He was a Levite.
Who, what?
We used to call him a Buna or a Buna. We say that for the priest. It means the same thing, a teacher. Yeah, it means teacher. Teacher, rabbi.
In Aramaic?
Yeah, in Aramaic. It's the same thing in Hebrew. Right, but they didn't say rabbi. That's like we talk like that.
Well, we're translating into English because we're talking in English right now. Oh, believe it or not, I think...
He said they called him a rabbi. Well, he was a rabbi.
Right. We're having a conversation.
They didn't call him, but he was a rabbi. But rabbi means teacher. That's the translation of it. Which is also priest. It means teacher, like to teach, right? That's because the etymology all comes from the Aramaic and the Semitic.
Oh, you know what we studied tonight in Torah? What?
Tell me.
Judges, which I never really studied.
Nice.
It was really good. We studied Kitover. It's really this fascinating song. It was, of course, about battling the Canaanites. I think we did in those days. And the Amalekites. And the Midianites.
No. Have you not referenced the historical academics in Israel and learned from them the history of the old Israelites?
Is that cappuccino while you're here? That's why you picked Lolly in earlier. Yeah.
You're having an out-of-body experience.
You should experience Dr. Adler. He is a very interesting professor.
The good news is the medication kicked in, and I salute you for that, Mickey Mouse. Time. I think everybody's a little bit... No. I'm supporting him.
Abandon your hate, so you may be happy.
Jews eat Chinese food on Christmas Eve, and I don't think Chinese people, by the way, eat deli sandwiches on Rosh. But what do Muslims do on Christmas? Do you have like a go-to thing?
We celebrate with our brothers and sisters, and I am also Christian. I believe in our Lord Jesus Christ.
why do you decorate yourself with a costume on the holy day of our Lord?
I think you may have taken too much of whatever it is.
I don't think he took enough. I'm loving it. Is Illumi Mikhail? You're so right, sir. Illumi, is that Mikhail?
Molly, do you see what I have to deal with?
Oh, come let us adore him.
Norm, you're gonna do all the Christmas carols. I'm loving it.
But Molly, the other night, and I was maybe it was hilarious. It was one of the most funny.
Norm, I thought he called himself Illuminati, actually. I thought now that he would call himself Illuminati, that would be much more.
Illuminati.
Yeah. Usual. What's going on, Miguel?
I don't know.
You look very tense.
Just give me a second. I'm vibing and seeing if Norm has anything he wants to say.
We've been talking. Have you been listening?
I just didn't want to interrupt you, my brother Norm.
Your brother.
Your brother's now, Norm?
Indeed, we are.
My cousin through the father.
Yes,
You.
Ibn Ammi.
Ibn Ammi.
Oh
my God.
Ibn Ammi.
It's such a beautiful language.
It's a Binyami. Ibn Ammi.
Put it up, idiot. Beautiful language.
You know, it'd be a very fun thing if everyone's DNA on this particular screen was run through some sort of sorting. We all had like betting cards as to actually who would come closest to who. I bet you we get it all wrong. Looking at Pearl, I'm looking at Asmin, I'm looking at Edgar's Illuminati, I'm looking at Norm. Well, I have no idea.
You see his foot? Like that gives you.
Totally got Bella, my admirer.
He did.
PTR is Jesus. Him as Jesus. Are you serious? Why are you making yourself into Jesus? Oh, it's a present, girl.
Who are you talking to?
King to Lumi. He's Jesus Christ in the flesh, but with his liking.
See, this is what's tripping me out right now. I want to understand what's your motivation with your mockery of the day of
Okay, change my picture like you asked, Keith.
What? I'm actually curious. I'm wondering what is going on, like why I've actually seen
You have an
you.
obsession with the Grinch.
That's very awkward at this time.
David is back now.
Hey, David.
I think the Grinch is a movie. Yes, hello.
David is back because Lumi called friend. How do you feel about that, Norm?
Place yourself at my feet, David.
David, are you going Christmas Eve? Are you going to church?
You gotta go. Yes, like I will go to Mina's for sure. Yeah.
Go do it. We're both gonna be happy if you do it.
I'll go with you.
I didn't say with me. I said for me.
I'm going with David. You're not invited. With all due respect.
Why? Do you think he's gay?
Hey, not that there's anything wrong with it.
Why are you protecting them, Princessa? Remember?
You know what teens do on Christmas?
Protecting who?
The gays.
Yeah, you called him out. You're like, why are you propagating gayness? That's what you said.
They cast their spiritual.
When did you say Pearl?
What is gayness? It's just being human.
I remember when you said Pearl specifically, but David doesn't want to take Ryan to church because he's gay. That's not the same thing as like.
For the record, I didn't say that.
Is that vaguely?
Why are we
Then why would you let Ryan do it?
He doesn't.
Why are we talking about hedonism?
You know, we're not supposed to study Torah on Christmas. Do you know that?
Oh my God. Norm, what is your feelings with
Well, apparently Illumi is the Messiah, so.
Yeah, Norm, what's your feelings about Illumi? Messiah.
What's my feelings about what?
Your Messiah. About Illumi.
stand, and he.
What's there to feel? He's think his medication finally kicked in. I want to tip his doctor.
Tip Johnny Walker.
That's his doctor's name?
Louis, Norm said that to respond.
Speak
You
up,
said that
my
you can't
son.
be best friends.
Speak up, my son.
Well, we're cousins. Who's the
You said you
father?
have to choose.
I do not know you, son of
You
Satan.
know, in Arab,
Wow, you can't say that.
you're closer than cousins because of
Those
your
who
culture.
deny Jesus Christ are like their father, right,
Arab
David?
culture, because their cousins and father, they're actually closer than cousins. It's like a different status.
Wow, we're like brothers.
Wait, I like it. Everyone knows this. Like it's public knowledge. I like Illuminati. Like I appreciate it.
I don't know, man.
I love you in the name
I don't know why. I don't want to say anymore.
Have any of you read Judges?
for the sake
It's just don't go back so long that it's just like being around a weird Thanksgiving table. There's your cousins. You don't know what to do about it. You can't say no.
They're like talking like pure, like they're caught in some kind of like fantasy talk, like Game of Thrones or something. They're just like,
Olivia, did you take any shrooms?
yeah.
I think that's case scenario.
take psychedelics.
Yeah.
I like his voice. Like
It turns him on. Leave him alone.
no, but obviously he can choose his voice anything he wants. But I like the fact that he's not changing his voice.
So none of you have read Judges.
Whatever you want, my brother. Ask and you shall
It's
receive.
interesting. It is really deep. It's very poetic. We read Judges 5.
Wait, is Lumi? Are we still best friends?
Of course we are.
Let's go.
You guys are homie stromies.
Abandon your hate.
Is that what you learned from Judges?
You may be
No,
happy.
I was just talking to these guys. It was a complicated story about Devora
So you can
and
try.
Sisera. Really complicated and very difficult to decipher.
Do you
Like,
just
Yeah. You mean at L?
Yeah,
Your age?
I'm still in synagogue. I'm still here in
Wait,
synagogue.
are you talking about your L and sister?
No, I'm talking about Devora, the person in Judges, the judge in Judges, one of the few female prophets.
Like who sat under the Tomer?
I beg your pardon?
She sat under the tree, the Tomer tree?
No.
Okay. I don't know any other Deborah.
Okay.
That's right.
Devora.
Deborah. There are no Deborahs here.
My Devora.
I mean, I hear Nora. Deborah, Nora.
No. Oh no.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, whoa.
This was much more advanced than anything I've studied, I have to say. And the
What's
people,
wrong with Nora, Lolly?
No, I know it was Nora. I mean, Nora's not here anymore, is she?
She's right here. I'm Nora.
Where's Nora?
Nora is Princessa.
Oh, Princess. I didn't see her. Yeah, no, I knew her earlier. I just didn't see her for a second in your
It's never gone.
Bollywood. It's a very pretty picture. Everyone
I know. I just saw it on Instagram and I liked it.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, she saw it on Instagram. What does that mean?
But I don't think it's Bollywood. Does it look Bollywood? It looks more like a Persian princess.
It could be anything gorgeous.
Yeah, it's more like, what was that thing, Son of Egypt? Which I didn't.
I guess it could be Afghan, but I totally see Persian.
Afghan or Iranian or something, yeah.
Yeah, I see
With the big eyes, but it's kind of sorry, like head covering.
I just want to make sure Lumi is all the work coming from David. So you see that's
I have lost thee, my brother David.
Hey, you can talk with everybody.
I like him. He's my best friend.
I mean, you can go from Jeff to Lumi.
Have you noticed that Lumi also goes to all rooms strong? All the internet?
Yeah.
Norm, I'm not sure. I want Lumi to be my best friend, but apparently he's anti-Semitic, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to deal with that.
That's not his favorite.
David.
Hashem will bless those who bless us and curse those who curse us. You know.
Yes.
Everybody gets the truth.
It says, those who bless me will be blessed, and those who deny me will be denied. For I am Israel. I am Israel.
That's right.
Jacob.
That's
Jacob
right.
is Jacob, yes, and became Israel without abandoning his Jacob.
You're so entertained by it.
Yeah, this reminds me of something, but I can't put my finger on it.
I can't help it. I'm sorry. I was laughing.
No, you know what it is? It's like, you know what it is? It's like somebody's giving them an injection. It's like, you know, like you see like some TV show or film, which a character gets an injection and their personality changes dramatically. You get all lovey-dovey.
That was very humorous. No, thank you, my brother.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Happy holidays.
Lessons through the Father. The holiday.
Yeah, Al, are you still there?
Hanukkah just ended.
I'm trying to find a photo of like my chinner jaw, and so I'm going through my favorites, and I found this screenshot. I'm gonna show you.
Wait, did you say Merry Christmas, Storm?
Yeah, ho 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 to you too.
Oh look at this.
Wow, you can't say that.
The screenshot.
David, can we pray that may our Lord God,
Yeah, I just
our
did.
Father, rush the bringing of
Please remove
the
the
Messiah?
Zionist thing.
Yes, I can pray.
If you, it was the January, so you never know.
Yeah, I can pray with our
This was sometime in January, I guess. Or last year,
let's be nice to Jesus Christ, by the way.
Bless the
Let's adore him.
Son of Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, calm down.
Still,
Calm down.
Is that what's her name?
I don't even remember. Let me look.
It's a very fun black band with like a little.
No, that's a large black woman named Mel Hayward. That's racist. That's racist.
She was on a FaceTime with someone, and she was pretending to be on vacation, but in reality, she got drunk, put her cousin on the phone, and she told everyone, her cousin told everyone that she was just there to babysit her nieces and nephews, and this was her babysitting them.
So sad.
I kind of felt bad for her.
I felt bad. Yeah, that's sad.
Wait, what happened?
Can you use a normal voice, please?
A vacation for her.
Yes, David, how can I help you?
Thank you. I love it. Okay.
I have a question. Why is there a moderator in here?
Okay, for the room, can we say
Christmas miracle.
No, is there some new upgrade on the set?
First of all, I'd love it if we can you use your voice? It needs. Actually, thank you. Let's go.
This is the day of our Lord Jesus Christ.
No. Let's go back.
Yasmin, why is there no green buttons?
It's a Christmas miracle.
I honestly have no idea.
It's really weird.
J-Lo, do you know Illumi?
I know one Illumi, but I don't think it's the Illumi.
I'm sorry. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, to the Last Supper. Even in this weird state, he thinks so good about him. Okay, excuse me, my brother.
Crazy PTRs.
Just look around you and you will see that on this stage there is the Holy 12. This is another
He lost it.
Oh,
Sorry, I almost lost
yeah.
it.
Holy
The
12.
Holy 12. With all due respect, I tried to get them to not do that, but oh my God, look at all those miracles. The 11 and 12 manifesting 3 times. Hallelujah.
Exciting.
Somebody top him off, please. Yeah, I was telling you.
There's no mods in this room.
Okay, so Illumi, can you please use your normal
I
voice,
think if I
please?
leave, it might mod David, but I don't want David to. So
Illumi, can you please say your normal voice, please? Dave might be the most responsible person in David I have offered. Thank you. Okay, it's true. Ask and you shall receive, my brother. Thank you. Go ahead. And Merry Christmas. Just tell me so. Merry Christmas.
at least Kitover hasn't come up to the stage and taken over.
My brother Kitover. He's writing on. He is simply preparing the way. Illumi, can you ask Norm what your background?
Kevin, are you about to argue something about the January 6th?
We can move on. We can start talking about January 7th, if that would be.
You felt that you convinced Diego of your position.
A little bit, mildly. I think I moved him to being less confident in his position.
Illumi, are you? Have you ever talked? David, we must be courteous to our visitors. Okay, apologize. Okay, my only question. Our Mother Mary was visible to the Magi. Diego, did you ever talk to that guy Ali Alexander? He was on the app. Oh my God, I love Ali Alexander. Oh my God, Norm, just so you know, he's gay.
So I talked to him a lot. It's a good story. So I was maybe 14 years old. I was maybe 14, 15 years old. And he started Snapchatting me. Sending me all kinds.
He's playing. He's joking. It's like we're telling.
No, but that actually happened.
Exactly, because he was Snapchatting 15-year-old boys and telling them to send dick pics and stuff.
Wow. Stocks.
You're probably there. I'm so surprised that you.
Listen to this. On my first day of Clubhouse, I got a true lesson to you. Part of I will baptize thee in the name of the Clubhouse. Praise the Lord.
comment.
that I've ever seen in my entire life. I never just look at your pen and think, this is the most perfect thing.
I can watch TV at my house, and we went to a cigar.
People with ADHD
Why are you still suffering?
I said, get your snake ass to the side of your front door. You been off your
Your insurance is anyone pays. You might be able to see a personal dietitian covered by your insurance. There's a platform called Kitover that will match you with a registered dietitian for whatever your needs are and get it covered by your insurance. You can go to your website to see if you're covered. If your insurance is anyone
Ten-year-olds are automating their homework with AI, and you're still copy-pasting ChatGPT prompts.
You pretend you are a 15-year-old.
on top of him. You were on top of him.
Seriously,
I think it's good that I'm not visualizing it because it's two men. It's not normal.
well, what do you mean not normal?
Creative.
You do. But you beg your pardon? No, I was talking to the person talking about this.
It's not biologically normal.
It's not biologically. In what way?
It's not how you reproduce.
You're supposed to.
Okay. So what?
What does that have to do with it?
Yeah, so what? Can people that are infertile, should they not have sexual relationships with each other?
They don't know that they're infertile.
Wait, no, once they find out they're infertile, once someone finds out they're infertile, should they stop having sex?
Most likely they're not infertile, but they probably will have babies.
In Judaism,
I'm saying people that are infertile.
you have to keep pleasing your wife romantically, even if you're not trying to have a baby.
Yeah, I actually heard someone else say this too, that like being infertile is like a myth. And if you are infertile, it's because God's punishing you. I have heard this before.
I didn't say it was a myth.
I'm with infertile women, actually.
For example, there was like you see stories, like I just saw a story on my social media. This woman was quote infertile for 13 years and then had a child. So
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people that are actually infertile. You agree that some people are actually infertile, right?
Yeah. What if you're
because they're getting hormones.
No. Some people naturally struggle with infertility. You're aware of this, right? Like you have men who like just like their sperm don't swim. or whatever, or they have like a super low sperm count.
I think it's something environmental that's caused it.
Okay, regardless of environmental, you agree that there are people that are biologically infertile.
No, I think there's people that
So
struggle.
you are saying it's
I know there are people that struggle to have children, but eventually they can have children.
that's just like not true for everybody.
Well, it's true for a lot of people.
Okay, so then if you're saying it's true for a lot of people, that means it's not true for some people. So for
I don't
those
know.
people, I mean, that is how language works. That's what things mean.
Babies come from Jesus. If Jesus wants you to have a baby, then you have a baby.
Yeah, so I guess so. That's a really great way to make the counter argument is to just argue that infertility isn't real.
I mean, the point is visualizing two men is not because of lack of creativity. It's because it's not normal to visualize two men, and I don't want to visualize two men.
Are you concerned you'll enjoy the visualization?
Obviously normal because everybody.
That's a great response out.
How about 3 men?
Why not 4? Imagine a whole party. Imagine what they're all doing. It's funny that it bothers you so much. I mean, I'm not
Fusion version.
At the same time. Like, whoa, these guys didn't fool around.
That's amazing. I'm so happy that I know this information about Ryan now.
Ryan and A squared.
And Ali Alexander.
Isn't it AQ?
No, that's where he was on January 6th.
I didn't know he was on part. But you're a part of history, Ryan. Thank you. You're welcome. You should write your memoirs.
What would you call it? Dancing with Ali. I sat in bed, stroking his shaggy chest hair. I said, tell me about January 6th. Tell me where you were.
Up the field?
Sort of like the bees sting like I leave. There you go.
January 6th is like,
Whatever. Being way too drunk right now.
You're drunk, right?
Why are you hating on David right now?
whoa.
David, we gotta get your drinking under control.
This is just how he sounds. He's not intoxicated.
We're worried about it.
He's fine. He's not intoxicated. He's been having a conversation with his best friend. Why didn't you follow your best friend to his new room, David?
I'm taking out the trash. Who's your new best friend?
Am I gonna answer that question?
No, are you?
Mikhail. He enjoyed his sweet nothings that he was whispering in his ears.
It was pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I like him. Yeah, he's cool.
What's not to
I
like?
sounded like the meal they said out. Are you gay for him? You sound a little gay.
No.
Why are women obsessed with this gay stuff?
I'm sorry.
I know you want to know why. I actually know why. It's because there's no woman for you to compete with. You're imagining of 2 men together.
Ooh, yeah.
It's the same reason why.
Norm, we know you're homosexual too. It's fine.
I am.
Norm may seem like one, but he's not.
It's the same reason why guys like lesbian stuff. Because there's no guy to compete with.
Oh, that's true. A lot of women do like gay porn, if that's what we're talking about.
Isn't that interesting?
They do.
See, bro, how they're projecting.
No, I know.
They're watching gay porn.
Girls like this too.
I was just saying, it's true. It's true.
Okay.
Not all girls, but some of them do for sure. It's one of the most, according to, I think the data shows that it's one of the most popular categories among women.
Just make some statistics.
Lots of Johnsons.
There are very good statistics on this. I don't know if you're aware of this, but every year Pornhub puts out a ton of statistics about usage and categories and what's popular in different states, what's popular, what different demographics.
Is it like Spotify? Like you get your wrap up?
No, they don't. They know it's not. That'd be pretty funny. No, it's on like a national. Like they have like maps that show you like the most popular category in each state, or like among different demographics. It's like the most popular stuff.
You know, like the Emmys and the Oscars, what would their award category? What would their? I don't know what they call it. No, for Pornhub. No, I'm talking specifically for Pornhub.
I don't know.
The category.
But they do. The map is always good because it's always, what are they watching in the South? Oh, it's lots of gay stuff, trans stuff, black people.
And let me say your people, they're just talking about homosexuality. Thank you.
What's a moral of ours?
He's obsessed.
You don't like black people now?
I'm confused why I have a bunch of so-called Christ killers.
Do you have a black friend, Mikhail?
The temple of Satan. Coming in
What about
and masquerading in these green faces and talking about sexual immorality. The days of our
So now this guy's into some weird stuff. I can tell.
3 days.
Oh yeah, you think?
I can
3
tell.
days before Christmas.
What day is it today?
A lot of people
It's
see
tomorrow,
Christmas.
Christmas Eve. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve.
Looking forward to the Chinese food.
What? Yeah, we had a comedian from Chop Chop, which is the kosher delivery place in Washington Heights.
I'm going out with my first wife.
First ex-wife.
That's cute. You can see if you can get that spark back.
He went out with her last Christmas too. They went to go see Braveheart too.
No, it's a thing that we do. Obviously, we can get that tofu going. Those sparks.
Well, that's nice that you guys still have a good relationship.
He's a polygamist.
Wait, is this the mother of your son?
Yes.
Okay, well that would
One of the mothers of one of my sons. She likes my
one of the mothers of one of my sons. You only
He has multiple
have
baby
one
mamas.
biological.
My guy's like Kobe.
So then, how do you
Why?
one of the mothers of one of my sons make that make sense?
Sounds like there are.
He's saying he has other baby mamas.
It means that we married them.
Oh, that's true.
That's what it means.
I'm gonna tell your black friends that she said that.
What did I say?
That you're not black.
No, I didn't say that. I said we don't have baby mamas. So I'm not black.
I never said I'm not black.
How do you know I'm not black? Racist. Not being a racist anti-Semite. Jews can be black, you know.
This is true. Oh, somebody tried to do like a weird gotcha on me where they asked me if like Ethiopian Jews were real Jews, and I was like, yeah, like why wouldn't they be? And it was kind of awkward. They really thought I'd be like, no, they can't be real Jews. I don't know what they were expecting. It was like,
Dude, we risked our lives to save them from famine. We literally like risked our life over and
It's
over.
like going to a Chinese Jew who converted a year
Nobody
ago
else
and said
has ever
he's
brought
Jewish.
black people out of Africa to freedom like that.
It is weird questioning.
And gave them birth control so they wouldn't have kids.
Gave them what? No, that didn't happen. That's
They
no
are
debunked.
Christian.
Oh my god, it's not been debunked.
It's
No,
been debunked.
it hasn't. He gave them birth control to have them not children.
Look it up. You're talking again. You're just talking the same dumb talking points.
No, it's true. It's true. You gave them birth control. You gave them birth control
Look
just
it
to
up. Look it up. It's
What should I look up on my ChatGPT?
ask ChatGPT.
Yes, let's look it up. Here we
Look it up
go.
right now. Look up Ethiopian contraceptive story debunked. P.S. They were getting raped in the refugee camps.
Dear Gin, my gin in a bottle. I rub thee.
You're like an infomercial for medication.
Shut up, Norm.
Why?
I don't know. I just felt like saying that.
That's a cancer of the lungs. That's a cancer of the lungs
from asbestos, right?
asbestos, yeah.
Yeah. Can we get a Lumi to do the mesothelioma black box?
Let him do the 1-800 card.
Now, I'm pretty tired.
No. I'm just trying to chill. Yeah. Are you cycling depressive after your episode?
The episodes have moved very quickly. I'm very happy. So life is amazing every day.
You don't work as a leader. Hey, calm down. Hey, I'm okay.
They then ended up taking them up.
Which ones are investors?
This is good. Decided to visit and also work out with his friends. This next
I'm sitting next to the. This is wild. I had a chance to take a visit, which is the longest. 3 levels below, there are these tunnels. These tunnels run through all of Chicago. They were once used to transport coal.
Jewish women controversial.
Prohibition. Now, most of them are sealed up. But if you ask nicely, the tour guide might let you see it.
There's a big article about it.
This is wild. I had a chance to
I also knew a doctor
tour
who
of
was
the
there.
Palmer House, which is the longest running hotel in America. 3 levels
They
below.
have contraceptives not sterilized.
Look it up. It's this year.
Moody night, is it?
Are you still there? Yeah, God put you in the matrix, bro. I don't believe in God. So more, like, people that doesn't believe in God is you.
give a dollar to Peretz. Peretz wants $1 from me. I don't want to give him
Olivia is already reading it. Why don't you mute yourself? Finish the article.
Read the article. I can't read the article that's what I'm trying to read. I can't read the article. It's pronounced Haaretz, by the way. It's two separate. Haaretz.
Community dropped shortly after arrival. German students' researchers noticed eventually even the state noticed.
Wait a second.
Funny how that works.
Birth rate dropped? How could that possibly happen?
May I finish, and may we receive the Eucharist of the Gnosis that is the gin that I summoned? Was it?
No offense to John Kitover, just kidding. I know. Hi, John.
He is my John.
Channeling, basically. Okay, I got around the payroll.
I can read it, bro.
Did you look up? Are you reading the Peretz article?
Okay, so
look up the article that debunked that. That's what I'm looking at. All right.
The surgical irreversibly tied tube sets, but also not clean consensual medicine. What happened instead? Many women did not understand they were receiving birth control.
And what did they think they were receiving? What did they think they were getting? B12 vitamins?
Immigrant or receive care. Consent
Unbelievable. You guys enslave them and call them Habibs to this day, and we rescue and save their lives, and your whole focus is, but you gave them birth control. I have to say, in all honesty, hang on a second, Miguel. You really are pathetic. You slaughter each other by the hundreds of thousands, and then you're reading an article about the people whose lives we take.
Here's the problem. We're ready to listen.
You want to know something?
Read the same article.
Hang on. This is why you have nothing, Mikhail, because you're just so spiritually dishonest.
Israeli Ministry of Health issued Kevin was just about to read the same ministry paragraph. You would not say that if Kevin read that.
But Kevin read what?
That's Mikhail is reading an article that you insisted that Kevin pull up.
I didn't insist about anything. I was talking to Nora. I said it was debunked.
Bro, it was not debunked. They did give them forced contraceptive. No, Norm, he literally said it. They were told that they had to have it. You're a liar. They gave them forced contraceptive.
Nora, I'm not a liar, but you are certifiably insane. That's not what you find
I don't care how you say they were forced contraceptive.
Look up the article.
He's literally reading it.
No, he's not reading anything that says nobody was forced. It literally says they weren't forced.
Oh my gosh, he literally said that they didn't know what they were getting and were told they had to get it to go enter the country.
Nobody was forced.
And then that they decreased in numbers of reproduction. And then they realized after the fact.
Birth rate go down.
You're weird.
You are such a
Stop.
liar.
Call it when something is wrong. When something is wrong, call it out. You're so tribal.
You're not
You're so
only
tribal.
You're not only insane, you're a lying insane
You're
person.
so tribal.
And I think you do
You're
know the
so
difference.
tribal.
Not tribal.
You're so
I'm saying
tribal.
the truth. Yes.
No, he's literally reading it. Calm down, Grinch.
Nora,
You are tribal. You're tribal.
You're insane.
You're tribal.
Yes, I know.
You're tribal. They literally got contraceptives and didn't know they were getting contraceptives.
So say you. How many hundreds of thousands of lives did we save of the Ethiopians? Nora. How many hundreds of thousands of lives?
Stop trying to change stop trying to move the goalposts. Stop trying to move the goalposts. You gave them contraceptives. It's not debunked. It's true. I'm
Kevin is reading that right now.
It's not Edwin, it's your other crazy friend. I think Alex did a good form of insanity. I really do. We literally saved hundreds of thousands. But you're responding, you call me.
He's muted once.
And then you complain about me. And it's really unbelievable. You are truly sick. I'm not kidding. You're truly out of your mind. And do you notice, by the way, that Mikhail is incapable of shutting the fuck up? Listen, every room has to be about Mikhail. Every room is how much he hates to do. We hate to do. We hate that to do.
It's a hoax.
And you're really fucking sick. And by the way, the other day, Mikhail said that he's willing to see, no, Ryan, he was willing to see a million Arabs die in order to get Jerusalem back. That was Mikhail's position. Do you agree with that position? Mikhail says he wants a million Arabs to die. Would you call that genocide? Because I would call that genocide. Would you? I'm asking no questions here. Mikhail wants a million Arabs to die to get Jerusalem back. Do you agree with him? Nora? That's what this guy is coming from. Did you say that, Mikhail? Mikhail, do you own that? Mikhail, did you say that? Mikhail, are you speaking English, Mikhail? Did you say that? Mikhail, did you say you wanted to see 100, you wanted to see a million Arabs die in order to get Jerusalem back? Mikhail, how many Jews do you want to die, Mikhail? Out of curiosity.
So right now,
Jews do you want to die? Mikhail.
you live underwater for 30
Why are you
days.
complaining?
This is a real challenge.
So since you're in the mood, Mikhail, how many hours can you yell the N-word in a row? How many hours can you do it?
Because I place a huge value in keeping your life in balance.
Wow. The answer is a lot, Mikhail. Why do you do that? Why do you think it's no, that's why you do that.
Be nice to him.
Why would I be nice?
He's my best friend. Be nice to him.
I'll ignore the other article.
I'm the one who told you about the article.
I've been reading several articles.
I don't think it means it. I don't think it means it.
These comments about forced contraception, those immigrants released on
Allegedly.
What the evidence for the veracity of the claims is mixed. Investigations into the matter were inconclusive, but also criticized various shortcomings.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
It's
Just something that you want to use to bring up.
Weird, but you just smell so
so
good.
the directed, okay, so
We literally are the only people on the planet. Africa, freedom. Nobody did that. Certainly not the Palestinians. All black people are being.
Palestinians if you give me like the Palestinians like a gun to the head, like Palestinians are always like evil. You know.
Have they ever accomplished anything?
No. Not the negatives.
Have they ever saved anybody's life?
No.
Did they ever take black people?
Whoa.
Did they ever take in refugees? Did they ever build a nation? What have they done? Is there anything in any of these Palestinian territories worth saving? I'm not saying there isn't, I just want to know if there is. Like, what did they do with God?
I don't think so. Like, gun to the head, no.
That's a little harsh. So how many billions of dollars has flowed to the Palestinians? What did they do with the money? Where is the money?
I don't know.
Does anybody know where it is?
I have no idea.
Where is the money? How much? Okay, why don't we Google this? How much is Mahmoud Abbas worth? Maybe we'll figure it out if we see how much he's worth. Why don't we Google that? How much is Mahmoud Abbas worth? Now, as far as I know, this guy never had a job in his life.
This is a
How many billions is he worth? What's that? Huh? What's that? What? No, we're not here. It's an audio app. It's an audio app. So, how much was
what does the other guy,
Yasser Arafat, who's really...
Yasser Arafat. Yasser Arafat was not a nice guy, yeah.
You realize that's not his real name? And he's not from Palestine, he's Cairo? You realize that? Who is this guy? And why did he leave $1.5 billion to his wife? What did he ever do for the money? Does anybody know?
I mean, he did get like a very nice chalet in Paris.
Really? That sounds fancy. I didn't know you had such fancy taste. For a guy with fancy taste, how come you couldn't shave? Is that a thing with him? Does that guy not own a razor? Did you not hear of Harry's Shave Club? What's up with that guy? Are the rumors that he was gay true? Can we Google that?
Allegedly.
Allegedly? Was he a pedophile? What's that? What's that? I don't know. I cannot speak your language in it. Speak English, please. All right. So we figured that out. So, can we please, thank you. Could you please Google like what have the Palestinians accomplished with all these aid that we've given them? Because I want to celebrate their achievement for Christmas. Tell us what they've accomplished. Give us some good news. Let's spread the good news. What have they done with all the money? Anybody got the money? Where's the money? What are they doing with all that money? What happened to the aid? Who took the money? Where's the money? Show me the money, Mikhail. Show me the money. Who took the money? No, I'm serious.
In the name of the Lord. Let's go.
We spend more money on the Palestinians than we did rebuilding Europe under the Marshall Plan. And on the one hand we have Europe, and on the other hand we have Gaza. I mean, you could have built the Burj Khalifa with all that money.
Wow.
I'm serious.
I can introduce myself as a Palestinian. Who you are?
Dude, this is an English-speaking room, no offense. Who you are? Who you be?
I would say,
David, will you not support us?
So where's the money? No, seriously.
I would support,
I mean,
Place of Christ.
where's the money?
From the Slavic and Ashkenazi.
I would definitely support my friends in the Middle East. But what is your question?
Of our Lord Jesus Christ.
What is your question, Lumi?
My question. Where is our Lord born?
I got a better one. Where's the money? Where's all the money that we poured into those so-called Palestinians? I just want to know where it is. Maybe I'll invest in
wanted more in a good return. What'd they do with the money?
Answer the question, Lumi.
Seriously, where's the money, guys? Show me the money, please. What have you guys accomplished, if anything?
Which money? You know,
The money that the world has been pouring into so-called Palestine for 70 years, 80 years. No, where's the money? Dude. What did you do with the money?
shut the fuck up.
No, I'm asking the question. I'm not shutting the fuck up. Where is it? Yeah. And what did Hamas do with it? What did Hamas do with it? Why did they do that? Why didn't they let the children in the tunnel? Explain to me why you didn't let the children in the tunnels. Why didn't you let the children in the tunnels?
Louis, can you tell us?
Netanyahu wasn't in the tunnels. How come Yasser Arafat was worth $1.5 billion when he died? Like, what was his salary? I'm talking serious. How much is Mahmoud Abbas worth? Would somebody please Google that and let me know? I'm serious. How much is your weight? Do I have to look at myself? Why fuck you? You get a lot of money. Don't you like the money? I mean, now you're complaining about the fact that we give you money? I can't please you guys. What do you want exactly? Really? You gave me money? You don't have any money. Okay. I'm just gonna Google it. How much? Hang on. How much is Mahmoud Abbas worth? Hang on. I'm gonna Google it if you guys are afraid. Don't be afraid. The truth will set you free. It'll piss you off first, but then it's gonna set you free. How much is Mahmoud Abbas worth? Check this out. Mahmoud Abbas' net worth is a subject of unverified estimates with a frequently cited figure of $100 million. Now, what business is he in? Any curiosity? Is he a great entrepreneur? Does he have a startup business? We give him the fucking money. Look at the terms and conditions. I want that money back. That's it. We want it back. I want my money back. If he's going to keep $100 million for himself, you obviously don't need it. Now, here's another thing. 2012 claim by Arafat AIDS Mahmoud Abbas.
Give me back my baby.
I don't have a baby. Dude, you're not president. Dude, you're infinite.
Give me back my home.
You don't have a homeland. Go back to Gaza. Enjoy it. You got Gaza. So why is Mahmoud Abbas worth $100 million? Anybody know? The floor is open. Did he have a startup? Did he have a startup or something? Was he a great entrepreneur? Did he invent something? Maybe he invented the iPhone or something? What did he do? Like, what's his job? Mahmoud Abbas, how come he's worth $100 million? Why is he worth $100 million? Where did he get this money? Why are people flushing money down the toilet? How much more money do you get?
Don't curse anybody. That's not nice.
Who's cursing? So are you gonna ask for more money now?
He said he's gonna curse you.
You need even more money? You want more money? Why would we give you any more money? So Mahmoud Abbas can have another $100 million? Wait, I thought you were starving. Why didn't you give you any more money? Wait, are you starving or not? Let me give you $1 million. Wait, are you starving or not? Tell me the truth.
He doesn't get it.
But how much money did Mahmoud Abbas
You yell so much. Relax.
Why, I'm relaxed. This is how I
You just
entertain
yell.
myself.
That's chill.
No, it's a real question. Tell it, Princessa, seriously. How
I'm
come
not
you guys
talking to
were
you,
like,
but you yell too much. And you're
how come it's worth $100 million? Where did you get the money?
Literally, with all due respect.
Did they have a startup or something?
With all due respect.
Is he like Elon Musk or something? Did he invent an electric car? What did he do?
tell Norm to
What
calm
business
down
is
and
Oscar
slow
talking
down.
about?
I can't help it. He's gonna yell.
It's just
What
like
did he do?
this.
Is he an entrepreneur? Did you?
I can't make it outside.
Did he go out for expensive lunches? Like, what is this money?
Because I have the Holy Spirit that can tell me.
I love you.
I love you too, in the name.
Alright. How about Yasser Arafat? How much was he worth? How much?
I don't know. Let's be nice.
David, that's Jesus.
Yasser Arafat.
Whatever happened to Yasser? Whatever happened to Yasser Arafat?
Do we get that money back from Suha Arafat? How come? What did she do for you guys?
Jesus loves all of us. Jesus loves you.
Check this out. In 2004, his fortune was
I can't stick to that.
1.3 billion. Okay. How is this guy worth 1.3 billion, but he can't shave? Explain this to me. The guy can't afford a razor blade? I don't get it. No, I'm serious. Can anybody explain to me why would this guy need charity if he's worth between 1 and 3 billion? And why doesn't he give that money to the people? Like Jesus. He keeps it. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe I thought you know. I thought you said you were Palestinian. Have you heard of this guy, Arafat? Alright. How much is this? So why would he be worth 3 billion? She's a great investor. She's like a stock market wizard.
Yeah.
What does she invest in?
We're gonna find out. She's like Nancy Pelosi times 10.
Maybe she invested in Palantir.
I like Palantir, by the way.
So do I, man. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I won't say it, but I made like over 1,000% return on Palantir. Let's go.
Over a period of time.
David,
Over what period of time?
our Lord Jesus would bless this investment.
David, over what period of time?
That was over like 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Damn. I haven't even checked my thing right now. I gotta go take a look. I love the number.
Palantir is my favorite. Like, for the record, everyone in the room, like Palantir, let's go.
I totally agree. Okay. She's a billionaire. She's a real estate owner, and she's eligible for UNRWA funds. This woman is eligible for refugee funds. You gotta be kidding me.
David.
Yasser Arafat worth $8 billion. She's eligible for funds. Put a picture of her on. She's right here.
Eligible for?
From UNRWA, United Nations Relief Works. Can you believe this? This is the greatest swindle in the history of swindle. She makes Bernie Madoff look like a amateur. You know what? You guys are genius. You guys are genius. Yeah, like Yasser Arafat from Cairo, by the way, is Cairo in the Lamont? Maybe I have a bad map. Is that blood now? You know my blood? What? You tested his blood? How do you know my blood? Are you talking out of your there's no DNA test around. Dude, he's from Cairo. He's not going to answer the question. Wait, what's the question? I asked him about the dilemma, but he refuses to answer the question. What's the dilemma? What is his dilemma? These people have to return. You don't understand. They all see decent diapers. These people are starving. Yeah, I get it.
honestly, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. It's just paper Charles Dodge until more East Coast fuckers. That's you. You're being ashamed. That's not me. That's you. The God of Sunnis is the Charles Dodge. That's an opinion. That's a fact. That's an opinion. He fucking packed up nearly $1 billion of this. You should apologize for that. There's still plenty of it. With the prior two revelations and how that's in media contribution never has to go. Instead, you dance around. You know there were only simple logs, mushroom plugs, and some simple tools.
All across the state, there's shortages.
Be nice. Be nice. No, he like California talking about saying you.
You're looking to buy a deep fryer. You ask.
In the name of Jesus, the only Messiah, the true and only Messiah.
That's right. We're going towards Christmas. We're going towards Christmas, and it's going to be the first.
That's not actually the best version. Can we find a better version? Do you like that? What is it? Don't you think that fits Mikhail? I think he's the best one.
Normally, he decisively, probably decisively lost the debate against a bunch of Christians. I won my debate. He's on a mission. For the record, I won my debate. He's on a mission to do this to troll Christians because he lost. He lost.
He who has ears to hear, let him hear.
It's not to you. With all due respect. With all due respect. You're wrong.
Are you ready? The great reversal.
Yeah, but you don't get it. With all due respect. With all due respect, you're wrong.
So that I may be expressed. It must all come down.
No.
I am the Alpha and the Omega.
I think this is Mikhail's theme song from now on.
Because he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
I said, hey guys.
That's weird. Could you hear that okay?
I said, hey guys.
The chaos I hear for perfection.
Who are you calling him, by the way?
You cocksucker. When I come in, you say hi. Another man comes in and says hi, you say hi, you fucking cocksucker.
Whoa! Yeah. Right now.
Here comes the curse to come and harvest you and take you to the house of hell where you deserve.
Lulu.
Israeli, he's already going to hell. This pussy ass is already going to hell. This really cocksucker. Suck my dick, nigga. With your fucking Jewish lips, nigga. Holocaust lips. Holocaust lips. Suck my dick with your Holocaust lips. Yeah.
In the name of the Father.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
In the name of the Father.
You believe in Satan. What are you saying again? You're a Zionist. Stop my dick with fucking Marianne lips, you fucking Holocaust surviving bitch. I'll hold me put you in the fucking gas.
Well, what do you say when you exercise?
Whoa. You can't say that.
I just see you out, Satan. You beat out.
Well, the great stuff like this matches my character.
Yeah, but that's not cool. You said the gas chamber. That's not cool. You can't say that.
The gas chambers never happened, David. They did a whole research on it.
Relax. Come on.
I'm telling you, the research deep dive into it.
Wait, you're being disrespectful. Okay.
How so?
What do you mean?
What do
just because I'm speaking the truth, I'm being disrespectful.
No, it's not the truth. It's not the truth.
The gas chambers do not exist.
You're being disrespectful.
Well, why?
Wait, Mikhail left?
You should apologize for that. What do you mean?
To God. To God.
He got very angry. He's gonna fuck you. You're gonna burn in the flames of the bad place forever.
We're rejecting fucking gas chambers.
No, you're making God answer. It's not even funny. Look what happened to nobody's laughing at that, by the way.
Nobody used cyclone.
You should apologize. You should apologize for what you said. Okay, and let's move on.
God will bless those who bless us and curse those who curse us. Don't mess with your future, man.
I'm not gonna lie, listen. I did a deep dive on the gas chambers and apparently didn't
Okay, like
I think you did a deep dive into
nobody cares. Like
and basically
you're being extremely disrespectful for no reason whatsoever.
Why? Why am I being disrespectful?
I think you're kind of demon.
Because you're being disrespectful.
I think he's got a demon.
Yes, you're being very disrespectful. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, David, I think it's bedtime for you. You sound like you're slurring. You're all over the place. You're drooling. You're disgusting right now. I can't lie.
No, I like you. You're one of my favorite people on the app. If not my favorite, to be honest.
Okay, so like,
How you, nigga?
whoa, don't use the N-word.
Nobody fucking gonna put me in a gas chamber.
David, I reject you. David, I reject you.
The Holocaust didn't exist.
David, I reject you. David, be gone. Be gone.
I smell you. Okay, with all due respect, why are you using the N-word? There's no purpose for it.
I'm black.
You are now the
I don't. Okay, with all due respect, I don't care if you're black or not.
I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm the real Jewish Jew.
Whoa.
I like the fact that we actually got Mikhail to leave. I've done that a lot. I'm kind of pleased with myself.
Mikhail is a good guy deep inside.
Oh, he is.
By the way, you're fucking stealing my profile picture, you dumb fucking whore.
Who's that?
Take that off.
Calm down. Why are you so aggressive?
Can't steal somebody's picture like that, David. Come on, have some fucking
why are you so aggressive?
I'm not aggressive, I'm honest.
You're being very over-aggressive.
We have to perform another exorcism.
Mikhail is dodging it.
That worked, man.
Get him. He won't answer my hypothetical, so he keeps dodging me. He
sounds like such a nerd,
He
bro.
lost the debate.
Hypothetical.
He went up against who's dodging you? Who's dodging you? Hold on. Mikhail, he's a pussy. Hypothetical, and then he reverted back to the civil troll.
Reverted back?
He's only doing this troll to troll Christians because he lost.
He's only trolling this troll to Christianity.
Why are Packies just annoying?
Why are you a nerd?
Funny, you trivialize the Holocaust, and you
trivialize the
Holocaust. This is what these Muslims do, right? They trivialize the Holocaust.
These Muslims, goddamn, these Muslims.
They Jews is like
They say that the Jews
fucking God will
choose the Holocaust. Yes, I don't be on the
I think he's got an evil spirit in him. I think
Cyclone B on my body.
Wait, hold on, he's talking. Relax. Come on. Freddy thinks that Assad killed a million Sunnis.
Freddy thinks that.
Plus 6 billion Sunnis got killed by Assad, man. Oh, man.
No, they didn't. That's a lie.
Yeah.
That's a lie, just like the Holocaust.
Whoa, calm down. Relax. Calm down.
David, let me speak.
Get thee behind me, Satan.
Guys, let it be known that Mikhail is not
normal. Can you stop the pictures?
Mikhail is not. Let's all calm down. Relax, calm down.
Rule number one, no exorcism, please.
Let it be known that Mikhail is avoiding me.
Let it be known that Mikhail is avoiding me.
Be nice.
Let it be known that I am a nerd. Let it be known that I mouth breathe.
I don't give a chicken biryani right to the fucking screen whenever you
Biryani.
Wow.
David, that's a racist, David, and if you're gonna stand for that, you're a racist cocksucker.
Whoa. Don't call me the N-word. I don't ask to be.
David, what do you think of Pakistani?
I don't like the Pakistanis. No offense.
Yeah, they suck.
David, don't do that, David.
So you're racist.
That's racist.
No.
I know. I mean, I'm not. I know that they have a. I know the accent.
Jewish cocksucker, not racist.
Whoa. Okay, relax.
I'm not racist.
David, what the fuck?
I'm not racist. No, I said
I would say like
David, I did not expect this from you. I'm going to be so honest. The fact that you literally just fucking disappointed me with your fucking Jewness, right? And the thing is, I already didn't like you. What does that mean, dude? You know what it means, boy. You know what it means, boy.
Don't call me boy. That's disrespectful.
You know what it means, nigger.
Whoa, don't call me the N-word.
Whoa, did you say nigger?
Yeah, I did. And what?
Oh my god.
Whoa.
I think we should call FEMA.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Yeah, we should.
Hey, animal control. Is this animal control? Got a nigger in my backyard.
Wow.
What? Bro, do you know monkeys actually look more like American white people?
20 minutes.
You know that?
That would have hurt my feelings if I was white.
breathing tank. No, I'm not being honest though.
I agree with you. White people look more like monkeys.
that you can see while swimming. So that
Monkeys have, white people originally have big sized heads, and Africans don't.
anyway.
Monkeys have wide heads, and they have no lips. And if you go look at a gorilla right now, he has no lips.
Gorillas do actually have lips. It's the macaques that don't have lips. Gorillas do have lips. No, you're right. Gorillas don't actually have lips.
Exactly. So if you look at them face to face, they will look more like what you eat.
Oh my God! You just changed my world with you.
Yeah.
Monkeys are white, so David, you're a fucking monkey then, dude.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's a nigger.
You're a fucking Negro.
Yeah, you're a Negro.
You are a Negro, you fucking white cocksucker.
Whoa.
You're a real
We should start. Should we should we start another slavery?
I think, yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Okay, let's start.
The Jews are the real Negro of the world.
Oh no, the Jews gotta get them the fuck out so we can handle ourselves. We gotta get them out
Get the
first.
fuck out. Fuck these fucking Jews.
Okay, leave the Jews.
Those Jewish Zionists.
Okay, leave my Jewish friends out of this. Okay, move on.
I hate them fucking Jews.
Whoa.
I'm not gonna lie.
Don't you go be a bitch ass nigga for too.
I'm saying because you're being very racist.
Yeah, Zionists.
Fuck the Zionists. Fucking Zionists.
Whoa. You can't say that. That's the
Cocksuckers.
Whoa, you can't say that. You can't say that. You're being not nice.
Facts on the news. You guys kill children. You guys kill 300 children every day.
No, stop saying that. That's not appropriate. You can't say that.
It is appropriate, you fucking
Yeah. We can say that.
Okay, you're not gonna be, but you're
We
wrong.
can't say that.
Okay, stop saying it.
Okay, we can't say that, but you guys can say, fuck a whole nation.
I never said that. So
You say like fucking cock blower.
no, calm down.
Don't tell me how
Christians, when you know that you believe that they're idol worshippers.
Exactly. No.
So you don't believe that?
Hello, this is Ryan. I just want to know what is the point of this conversation, Mr. Thug? Is there some kind of point that you have for what you are saying, Mr. Thug? With all due respect, point of order, moderators, point of order. Is there a purpose to this room, Mr. Thug?
Yo, shut up, you cocksucker.
Hey, my friend, you sound like a robot, but I just trying to be cool. We just talking. I have to open mind.
You seem like a dude.
You have to be open mind, brother. At the end of the day, we're all brothers, man.
Fuck these niggas.
Except for Freddy. Freddy is no good friend. He is a bad person. You can hear the profanity and the vulgar coming out of his mouth. He is a despicable person. He should... Moderators, point of order, moderator.
Exactly. Fuck these niggas. Fuck the Jewish niggas. Fuck the Jews. Fuck the Jews. Fuck the Jews. Calm down. First of all, calm down.
David.
Yes.
Does your religion, do you believe what you know how to whisper? Don't lie about your religion.
Hello?
Yes or no?
Hello?
I'm Roman Catholic, so no.
He's a Roman Catholic.
So no. Oh, you're a Roman Catholic Jew? What the fuck is that? Whoa, calm down.
What is that?
Okay, guys, relax. Calm down, relax.
Call me your face.
Catholic. Relax, calm down.
Hey, this is the craziest place I've been in. I kind of like it. It's a disaster.
Hello?
Roman Catholic Jew ass have a bitch, bro.
What?
Oh my God. Relax. Calm down. No, I'm not gonna fucking. Want me to calm down? Don't call me the J word, okay? You're not a Jew. No.
Oh, you're not a Jew?
No.
What are you then?
What the fuck was I talking about? I'm Catholic.
Oh, okay.
Y'all was just bullshit.
So why did you not when I was saying stuff about Jews?
Because, I like my Jewish friends. He asked me if he's a Jew. He's an undercover Jew.
Listen, man, they are killing innocent people.
Fuck this nigga, bro. Whoa, calm down. Fuck this Jew,
man, I'm a full black man right now, and I do not feel disturbed by him saying that. You know why? Because he's just playing around, he's joking around, and he's all, and those motherfuckers deserve it because they were slaves to the pharaohs. And now they want to cause corruption and genocide and rape inside those prisons in Palestine right now. So, and they're getting money from the United States. So they should literally
be killed.
Yeah, be killed. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know what to tell you, how retarded you are and what happened to you throughout your life. Maybe Donkey decided to kick you in your fucking head, and the retardation and brain rot from the donkey kick never fixed itself, and your brain didn't heal itself. But you don't read a book. You come here late at night to talk your shit like you're cool. No one is even here. No one cares. Meanwhile, you're not getting laid. You're not making the money. And this is a complete and total waste of your time. Am I correct or am I correct? Correct. Thank you very little. I am complete.
Okay. Stay complete, sure.
You got your content that you need Kitover.
So they say 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Guess who I ran into on my way here?
Ian, why do you sing the audience?
Because she does not want to talk with such a retard. She is just here to laugh and to giggle, not to engage. She has gotten too smart. She knows that talking is a waste of time. And that if you take a vow of silence, you can accomplish anything. Unlike you, she is going places. She has a career. She has a beautiful husband that she met from here in Clownhouse. And she's not in a fake relationship like you with Dr. Diego. But, you know, she got smart. What do you want her to do?
You're so jealous. It's so crazy.
Jealous of what? Codependency, toxic relationship, and brain rot? Welcome back to another episode of Jewish Derangement Syndrome, aka Dr. Jekyll Island, aka Shekel Island. Nani, welcome to Shekel Island, part of the new disaster, part of the new Century City project, and the $100 billion renovation of the it's so beautiful. I mean, have you seen the weather in the Gaza Strip? I am pretty sure that the reason why, you know, Gaza has been taken over is because of the real estate. It's just so fucking amazing. Oh, it's just amazing. There's no way, if they don't, they gotta, oh, they're so fucked. Maybe it's too late, but they're fucked. So anyways, I just want to say thank you for coming. I'm getting very tired, very sleepy very soon. Princessia, I hope you had a good day. Diego, you have a good day all day long. Did you talk about all the JDS stuff? Something definitely is going on with Charlie Kirk. Something fucking weird. Something super weird, like Erica Kirk definitely is a fake ass bitch. Something's fucked up. Anyways, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the leftists and the liberals who suck, and they do suck. So, you know, that's the way things are. Don't know. So not everything is the Jewish problem. Many things are the liberal problem. The Democrat, socialist, Marxist, retard problem. That is the real biggest problem. Not these Jays. Even though there's a lot of stupid Jays out there, I got to tell you. Fucking every day you read about the stupid Jay, fucking judge, stupid fuck, non-profit fuck doing fuck. Anyways, this is just your friend Raed telling you his favorite things to think about before he goes to sleep. Hello? Deputy, welcome. Welcome. Princessia, are you getting ready for Christmas? Yeah. I got you a gift. I just need your address so I can send it via Amazon.
Are you gonna kill me? Sending me poison?
No, silly. I'm sending you scar removal cream and an exfoliation rag. Duh. Duh! Come on now. You're gonna get that scar off. So when you look in the mirror, you can be like, oh, it was once.
It's not just a scar. It's more than the scar.
It's emotional damage!
No, it changed the shape of my face.
Oh no! I just read about this woman who had a horn growing out of her forehead and it grew to like 11 inches. Can you believe it? Fucking horn. Keratin. It's like the same stuff in your fingernails. Oh! Well, you got a lot going for you, Nora. Everybody wants to speak Arabic nowadays. So, you know, as a native Arabic speaker, you got a cool thing going. Tayyip? Ah! As you can tell, I'm super bored right now. Really bored. $112 billion to develop a smart city in Gaza with luxury resorts. And the U.S. is going to spend $60 billion.
Is your best friend back?
Oh. You're alive. Oh man, I gotta tell you, Mikhail, you would.
You could miss the entire room of the chaos. It was like chaos for like what, 3-4 hours?
I know what you do not know, Sean.
You know what I do not know. I can play the same retarded game that you can play. Let's see how retarded you can get. Hello?
I am not retarded. I speak coherent truth.
Oh, but you sound like an F-word.
I speak the words of our Lord,
The
Messiah.
words of our Lord, the Messiah. You sound like the retard from There Will Be Blood with Daniel Day-Lewis.
600.
Be gone, devil! I cast you out.
Well, maybe not like that, but
How long are you gonna keep playing this short?
how long are you gonna keep playing your retard voice? Like, you know,
Bro, you're the one.
can't you do your Gnosis game with your regular voice?
Can you answer my hypothetical, Mikhail?
Bro, I'm sorry, bro. Like, I don't know. You're embarrassing yourself.
Why won't you answer the hypothetical?
This question has been like addressed like months ago.
Why won't you answer the hypothetical?
He's already addressed this before.
Ooh.
He has not addressed it.
Yes, it has. There was rooms about this like 6 months ago.
Why? Why?
Oh, bro. I mean, if you can get an AI to say that there is a dilemma, I will answer any question you want.
There is a dilemma.
Okay,
I asked you the hypothetical.
Wait, Agamemnon, you're not gonna get anywhere.
I asked you the question.
Agamemnon, you're not gonna get anywhere with this retard.
No, this was interesting.
John, you refuse to get on the chessboard and play, and you want to sit out there and act
Goo, I want to know what you think about the new Matt Damon film. Agamemnon, what do you think about the new Matt Damon film for Odysseus? It looks stupid, dude.
What do you think? Like, I'm confused. Like, if you can't get it through AI, there is no problem.
What are you talking about through AI? This is just a simple hypothetical.
There's an Islamic dilemma.
There's an Islamic dilemma.
Oh my God, John!
No, it's a hypothetical.
Please, Mikhail, explain, Mikhail.
You're not insane, John. Just stop. Why do you have to?
Just stop! How committed are you to discovering the secrets of the universe with Mikhail? Cynic Mikhail is the Messiah. He is the Mashiach that we have been waiting for. Oh, Cynic Mikhail, the great redeemer of mankind. The second coming of the Christ, the Gnostic master of the ages. Oh, Cynic Mikhail, help enlighten us, weak, feeble-minded people, Cynic Mikhail. Liberate us, Cynic Mikhail. Help us liberate now.
Sorry, but Mikhail, you want to
Say your hypothetical.
Bro,
I'm waiting until Mikhail agrees to answer the hypothetical.
Say it.
No, I'm waiting until he agrees because I trust him on his
Take care that you always nurse the Gnostic. Know where the spirit comes from, and thou shalt be able to contain the spirit and the essence of our life juices. The life juices of earth are running through our veins.
More than goo, and yet he was like claiming. But then he was claiming like the opposite today.
You're going around the app.
Like, I remember.
Yeah, you are. You're a fucking moron. You're a liar and you're a loser and you're walking in your car for 16 hours a day on this app debating theology.
Gross. Gross.
Because I guess he doesn't want to be. I guess his parents don't want him in the house anymore. I guess I don't know. What are you talking about? Some this guy's in his car all the time. He's a Chat GPT merchant. So he gets all his talking points from Chat GPT. All I do is died in Gaza. Your mom did not live in California. Don't intervene. Don't intervene. This is between two men. You know this. This is a part of our culture. Sit to the side. Sit to the side.
Shut up, dude. Who do you think you are? Shut up, little kid.
I asked you a hypothetical and you were an hour and you did not answer.
What a weirdo that you haven't talked about that.
You did not answer. You're a coward. You are a coward. You will not. Look at you. This is pathetic. He left. Let's go. I'm such a loser. Shut up.
Let's go. Go. You did it. You roasted that motherfucker. Roast.
Go around and blaspheme my religion and be a fucking piece of shit about it because he lost the debate. No, fuck that. Fuck his religion. Fuck Islam. Fuck Muhammad. Fuck Allah. Fuck all you guys. You ankle-biting pieces of shit. I always try to give you guys grace, but this is what you guys do.
Maybe you're being too hypocritical and critical of course and McCann. He's just a laptop repairman sitting in his car. Can't earn a living fixing laptops all day, so you gotta come to Clown House.
He went around this app blaspheming God, blaspheming
But
Jesus.
he is the Messiah, the chosen one we've been waiting
Prohibited by his
for.
own religion. Prohibited by his own religion. He still goes ahead and does this. And you know what's funny? I don't engage with him because he doesn't actually practice or believe anything he defends on the app. He doesn't pray Bible today. He doesn't go to the mosque on Fridays. He's a pot-smoking, drug-smoking idiot who stays in his car for 16 hours a day. And wait. Also, and I presented him with the hypothetical that he could not answer, so now he's ducking and dodging. He's a fucking pussy. That's what he is. And he recently lost a debate against a bunch of Christians, and now he's lashing out. He's lashing out like a fucking coward. He's a fucking Palestinian pussy, is what he is.
He survived an intifada, and now he is the Mashiach, and the Gnostic Mass, and the Logos is resting in his soul. Try not to take it so personally, good. He's retarded, good.
Copy and paste shit from ChatGPT.
He probably won't make it to 42, good. What are you worried about? He's retarded. Lots of retards in the world,
And
good.
he left like a coward because he's not going to answer it. Well, where is that fucker?
Dude, so your PTR is of the new Matt Damon movie, which I think looks terrible. I'm not gonna spend money. Well, the helmet looks cool, but that's the only cool thing that I saw in the preview was the fucking helmet.
First off, it's a trailer. It's a teaser. Third of all, it's Christopher Nolan. And you know what?
Christopher Nolan?
Wait for the movie to come out.
Goo's allowed to,
Well, what do you think about Matt Damon being, Odysseus?
I think he looks the part.
Really? You don't think he's kind of small and, weak
That
looking?
could be argued, but I mean, I'm not a fan of this Zendaya casting, I'll tell you that much. But, I'm going to wait until the movie comes out. I'll watch it and make a judgment.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't do that nowadays, unfortunately. So,
Oh my god, you mean people judge the dinner by reading the menu and they're just like, this sucked before they even eat the
That's
food?
true. They
Holy
certainly
shit.
judge a book by its cover.
Goo, can I answer your question?
What's your question?
I don't think you can. You can't actually ask a question.
Nothing, I just wanted to see who.
See? There you go.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the fiery rant, guys. I had to. I can't stand that guy. I think
but you're okay. You're okay.
He's a piece of garbage. He needed to be exposed. I don't like that guy. He's not sincere. Okay. I mean, he doesn't come from he's just a fucking evil
You
guy.
got him, bro. I got it on camera, man. You roasted that motherfucker. Roasted.
I'm so glad
But I gotta say, he's been getting roasted for years now. Like, I have video clips of El Normo driving him crazy, which are some of the funniest videos I've ever filmed. Because El Normo is just like fucking with him, and he's going over the, going
Do me
crazy.
a favor, clip that and like post it somewhere, or give me a link, or like share it on Clubhouse or whatever, and fucking let me know, because I want to play that for fucking everybody.
Everybody!
I encapsulated the fraud that he is. That guy's a fucking scumbag.
Well, why do you say he's a scumbag as opposed to just like a piece of trash or a moron?
Oh, he's a piece of shit. I mean, I haven't said that in so many words, did I?
Well, we could agree that he is a piece of trash. He's a moron, and I've heard him get flirtatious on this app, but I don't know, like he has been on this app so much for so long, and I know that's projection. I'm just saying that the new Gnostic Logos Cynic Mikhail is a hell of a lot more chill than the jihadist terrorist. I mean, I heard him in a room saying it's not over. We could turn this around.
That's the thing, though.
Well, one day he was like, we could turn this war around in Gaza. Like, we got a chance. We could still win this thing. We could still win it. I was dying laughing. I was like, this is... Oh, man. I mean, how would I describe this? This is like, those people that do role-playing in the forest? This is what it is. People come to this app, and I do it myself. I've turned it into like a sandbox of testing, bullshit that you say. People accept it. Anyways, it is.
Yes, David.
David Bobadilla, with all due respect.
What's up, kid?
David, you got a sweetheart this upcoming
Wait,
Xmas?
hold on. I was talking to you.
What were you saying?
What do you want? You said you were going to ask me a question. You never asked me. What's up?
He just wanted to ask you a question, but not ask you a question.
Hey, let me ask you something.
David, what is your favorite movie?
He's definitely like a fucking eyes wide shut kind of guy, for sure.
It's a great movie, by the way.
Yeah, because you're a fucking faggot. That's
I don't know. David, do you have a favorite movie? Is it a comedy? Is it like a romance? What is it?
I'm not going to answer that question. Forget it.
Oh my god. I saw a Bitcoin room yesterday with your name in it. It was like...
I love the Bitcoin room.
I heard some pretty smart stuff in there.
I have my friend who is getting engaged in the Bitcoin room. Like, yeah, let's go.
Oh my god, he's getting married in the Bitcoin room? You got your shit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Damn, I couldn't imagine the bride. She must really love the money.
Be nice.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna get married to the love of your life in a Bitcoin room, and old and British and all, and also don't forget Brittany, and don't forget all the incredible people in there.
With all due respect
respect.
So I see British, like, yeah.
Is it gin? Is it vodka? Is it whiskey? What is it, David? Is it red wine? Is it champagne? What is it that keeps you up at night, David? Hello? It's not vodka martinis, is it? Straight up with blue cheese olives, because I love those too. But I'm just saying, David. Hello? With all due respect, I mean, you can't even formulate a sentence, David. A good alcoholic, it enhances his vocabulary capabilities. It doesn't He doesn't, make him into a. You can't have vodka flights for dinner, David. That's not an entree. It's not an appetizer. Hello? You understand? Stop being mean to David, John. Stop being mean. You're not being funny anymore. You've crossed the line. Now you're making fun of David's alcoholism. Not alcoholism. Hello, David? Hello? So who's going down in the audience? Because I actually met Guy Fieri here in Chicago. Well, okay, I met a Guy Fieri look-alike who happened to look like Guy Fieri, and I took a picture with him. Like, he's a Guy Fieri person. Hi, Princessia. What's new? Did you go to the gym today? You work out?
What do you want? None of your business.
No, that's a no. Because if you did go to the gym, you'd be like, yes, I went to the gym. I feel great. But no, you're like, no, I lunched over my phone all day long and served my master Diego. My
You know I have to do something because of my injury. Like, stop that.
You're not doing anything because of your injury?
Obviously.
Oh, well, I don't know. Are you sure you can't still work out? Diego's anti-Semite of the year, but you're still in the running for jihadist of the year, so you could still possibly, get some work done, still be productive. Jihadist, welcome to the room. This is Jekyll Island with two neo-Nazi, codependent, evil, I'm just kidding, you're not evil, you're just dumb. But this is Ultra Derecha. This is a toxic anti-Semite Jew hate room full of low IQ retards who call themselves academics or historians. Not sure which one it is anymore, but pseudo.
Hey, John, there's no IQ. You don't have to be intelligent enough to be an anti-Semite. Don't you have to actually understand what you're doing to be an anti-Semite?
Well, I go to these X spaces, and I gotta tell you, Princessi and Diego are the nicest, stupid anti-Semites I've ever met, compared to these extremely insane anti-Semites who every day for years now think that there is this Luciferian Jewish conspiracy. But it never ends, and there's 100 different little varieties of their little strange projection stories that they share. It's just so pointless and stupid that if you really believed it, what they're doing is just entertainment for themselves and others. It's not actually strategic or in any way helpful to what they claim is some type of problem that they are exposing. But it's not even about an awareness campaign. It's just their lives. It's just what they do. So that's my biggest complaint.
What I'm saying is, if you see a black person and you think it's like a tornado, are you a racist or you're just delusional? I think there should be an IQ test. You have to have a functioning frontal lobe to be an anti-Semite.
I agree. Every anti-Semite should have to take an IQ test so they can see the results of of who they are, because then they might say, you know what? I have been diagnosed as being low IQ and stupid. Perhaps my anti-Semitism is tied to my low IQ. Maybe. Anyways, we need to come up with some kind of how they have these websites are you gay? Take our gay quiz to find out just how gay you really are.
I'm sad to know that you're taking these gay IQ tests. It's weird.
Well, I saw an advertisement for it once. And I was like, that's actually very.
You're not sad at all.
No, but
I don't like to see people being gay or.
You couldn't care less.
Of course I care.
I don't blame you.
You care about how men orgasm with each other and how women orgasm with each other? Why do you care about how people orgasm? I don't think about it.
I don't think homosexuality is good for you.
Homosexual is just a concept.
I believe you that you think that. I just don't think you care what's good or bad for John.
What's your opinion?
I agree.
Right, that's why I said it.
I mean, Princessia, you do realize we talk almost every day, but like, if you were to disappear and never come on this app again, like, I probably wouldn't think about you again unless like the algorithm suggested it to me. It's not a personal thing. It's like birthdays. You know, I don't even know people's birthdays anymore because if it's not on their fake book, like I'm not gonna wish you a happy birthday. You know, because people don't actually care about each other.
Wow, that was savage.
It's true. That's the worst part about life. It's very savage, and like I wish it wasn't like that. I wish it was more personable, but
Mayor, why is that savage? Who cares if that's how he feels?
You if you don't understand why that's savage, I'm not gonna be more than
It's definitely not savage. Like, it's not like I come on this app for John. I come on this app for Diego, not John. So obviously.
does he come on you? Does he glaze your donut?
You keep prying about these questions.
I'm prying. I'm just roasting. Princessia, I hope you come here for 10 years and I roast you for 10 years. And then, you know, you
roast
might.
yourself. Roast yourself.
I do roast myself. One of the funniest stories I ever heard on here. Do you know this chick named Cora? She's an atheist. Do you know Cora?
I don't think so.
She's a loudmouth bitch. But anyways, my point is,
you just described 95% of the women.
She's got cancer. Okay, this woman has cancer, and she's going around and doing a GoFundMe. And they've raised a lot of money for her. But I'm in these rooms with her, these talking ape rooms, and she's screaming at people. And I'm thinking to myself, you think maybe your anger and all your screaming could be related to your cancer diagnosis? Just a thought. But the funniest.
Screaming cause cancer?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not the screaming aspect, but the anger, you know, which is festering inside of you, which is.
Does the tumors feed on anger?
You know, both of my aunt and uncle both died of terrible cancers, and they were screamers. Like, they were very well off, but for example, if they didn't turn the light off, either my aunt or turn the fucking light off, you know, that kind of behavior. It's like, whoa, you gotta live your life like that. I mean, it's fucking crazy behavior. Anyways, so Cora was talking to this loser for like a year of like everyday dopamine, just like Clown House, you know. And they're, I love you, baby. I can't wait to see you. Like, I'm at this. So for a year, they stroked each other on the phone, and then finally he's like, I can never meet up with you because because I'm married, and they didn't tell you about like. She was like so devastated. It was just the funniest story of somebody who, you know, got taken for a ride by some online date. It was just a very funny story. But anyways.
And then he came clean after a year?
Yeah.
Well, Diego's married. That doesn't stop, you know.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't stop him. I mean, he's so stupid that like he dated Nora when he could have just gone on Hinge or Bumble and just met somebody local to get off. Instead, you know, him and Nora are the perfect, you know, pair because his anti-Semitism is confirmed in her, you know, dilemma, I suppose, or her.
No, he just likes the power trip.
Do you think he's one of the nicer, stupid anti-Semites you've ever talked to? Like, you know, like the nice suburban guy who just happens to hate Jays, but at the same time, while he's hating Jays, he's like actually kind of. He's not despicable. He's close, but when you hear real anti-Semites and how stupid they are, it's just extremely, you know.
He's one of the smartest dimwits I ever met. Like he's way stupider than he thinks he is, but he's not like way stupider than average. Only like marginally stupider than average.
Yeah.
He just thinks he's a genius.
I agree. Well, I don't know where he thinks he's going with Ultra Derecha. There's no YouTube. There's no X account. There's no Instagram. Well, actually, he does have an Instagram. I think it's called Conceptista. But I'm just surprised he's still here. I think he's just like, I think this is just low-hanging fruit. It's just still there. It's like a, you know, heroin, like an opium den that he can just go in every once in a while, hang out, and leave. You know, his slaves are still there. hooked on his programming. I mean, Princess, you do realize he has conditioned you and programmed you to be his slave, his secretary, right? You know that, right?
What happened to the other one?
Who?
Randy, who would try to find people even dumber than he is so he can feel intelligent.
I don't know. I reported him, and actually, this is his legal name. Yeah, I got so sick of him one day. I was like, you know what? Somebody told me his legal name, his real name. It's Raad Corey. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna open up the Raad Corey Bank, the Raad Corey Plumbing Service. I'm just gonna do all. I'm gonna throw a Raad Curry like homecoming party, like a Raad Curry ice deportation event, all kinds of things.
I respected his tactic actually.
Well, see, I'm doing the same thing he was doing, but now it's all just branded Raad Corey, and he's gone. I'm the last man, standing. I reported him, got him removed from the app, had his kosher shekel fund shut down, and so now Raad Corey's back in business, but this time under his legal name. Anyways, it's my art contribution to his art contribution. You could call it counter. No, like counter art propaganda to discredit him for wasting everyone's time, including his own and mine. That's what just.
He admitted he's wasting everyone's time. He didn't hide it.
Oh yeah, I know. He's totally open about it. It's just Anyways, I was just happy to report him.
I told him straight to his face. I respect his tactic. You find like the dumbest people and then you feel smarter than them.
Well, it's like what Rodney Dangerfield said in Going Back to School. If you want to look thin, hang out with fat people.
Exactly.
Oh man. So, what's going on in your case then, Princess? If you want to hang out with Diego, does that make you feel smarter? I think that's could actually be what's happening. It's not because you love him, it's because he makes you feel so much smarter. Oh, don't get upset, Princess. Don't you know that this is a roast party? Every single room is a.
She's not upset. She respects Diego. He's very intelligent. Very well thought out, right?
Have you ever heard Diego give his lecture on praxeology? If you want to have a really good laugh, go onto YouTube and type in Robert Taylor praxeology, and you will fucking shit yourself when you hear this fucking guy give his lecture on words. And he'll say, I never knew words had meaning before. I never knew words had actual, like you could use communication and do communication with words. It's like, never knew it was possible. I was just amazed. And I'm here to tell you the good news about the power of communication. It's an incredible speech by Diego.
Did he figure out that all communication is hypnosis?
No, he didn't figure that one out. He was close to getting that one, but no, it was more just like, wow, I can come up here and give a public speech and use words to communicate with you. He didn't get to the
hypnosis.
Yeah, he didn't get to the mind control.
Okay.
But I think Ultra Derecha is his attempt at hypnosis or creating some type of. He's very consistent, to the PTR, the stupid PTR that has conditioned people. That is one thing that I have learned and experienced on this app is conditioning by people.
Old school. I haven't met him before. He chased the name Mikhail.
Oh man, you might like the new Mikhail. I love the new Mikhail. It's.
What are you telling me?
Full retard. He's full retard now. He just sits there and chants little like Gnostic things. Oh no, he's at the point.
Very nice. He was very nice to Nora. Everyone else was a jerk. So you have to give him that credit.
Well, have you ever spent a week in a psych ward and hung out with psych patients? Okay, well, when you get to the psych ward, you're gonna meet people like Mikhail who are chanting over their breakfast and drooling at the same time with the high dose medication. and they're doing like hand signals and shit. Like this is what the level Mikhail has
He's
gotten.
totally copying your style.
No,
He's
there's no
way less funny.
It's true. I guess maybe when I was compared to him, I realized I was like, you know what? I mean, it's. I guess it's fair, but at the same time, I feel like I'm trying to intelligently defend my position, as opposed to just
What's he chanting?
He's just chanting random shit like, "I am the Gnostic Logos. Jesus Christ is the Messiah, the future of the coming of." I don't know.
Wait, Mikhail became a.
No. I think he's mocking like Christian doctrine, but he's doing it for hours on end.
Yeah, he sounds like he snapped, like he's lost it.
And at least when you do your readings of some sort or monologues, it's interesting and enjoyable.
Yeah, that's because I'm reading from a book that some genius wrote, not retard John or retard Mikhail. I mean, I'm reading real shit from real books. So it's more intelligent.
So there's that.
Well,
and your accent is way better.
Well, you missed Goo roasting Mikhail just a few minutes ago. It was hilarious.
What happened?
I think he's burned out. I mean, what's so crazy is this war in Gaza is not over. It's like the fucking Hamas haven't disarmed. How many people are there still, in combat positions?
Well, it was the craziest ceasefire. You realize that, like, Trump said ceasefire, and Hamas said no, and Trump's like, well, they just promised a ceasefire, so I guess it's a ceasefire.
It's Trump reality. Isn't that amazing?
I'm all for it. That's like the power of the United States. He just, like, he also did that in Iraq. He's like, the war's over. He's like, but wait, like, we're done? He's like, yeah, no one's going to do another thing. The full might of the U.S. Army will come down on you. And they're like, okay, I guess the war's over.
Oh, those are some huge firecrackers they set off. I'll never forget those videos. It looked like CGI. You're like, what the fuck? I can't believe that bomb created lightning strikes.
I'm still totally confused what's going on in Venezuela. I guess I'll just wait it out.
Well,
what lightning strikes are you talking about?
When they dropped those bunker busters on the nuclear facilities, they were so powerful they created an electromagnetic storm, and lightning bolts started striking out of the mushroom cloud.
Was that the bomb, or was that the uranium?
That was the bunker buster that created the electromagnetic disturbance and created lightning.
It was like 8 of them, no?
They dropped 8 bunker busters?
The mobs here were a couple. They all went in the same hole. It's pretty amazing.
Wow. Well, yeah, I mean, apparently the Russians are evacuating Venezuela.
That's all the double stuff, by the way.
The double stuff, that's the term?
When they go in the same hole?
Thanks.
No, how many were there? 2? I guess it's not a double stuff. There was
more. There was like a line of them there. No, there was more than 2. It's pretty amazing. Like we just used to military efficiency, so we're like, yeah, they did that. Like you realize it's literally rocket science to coordinate exactly where it's gonna go and make sure they all go through the same exact trajectory within seconds.
I watched the new Top Gun, or the newer Top Gun, like literally a day or 2 before that strike, and it's almost identical to the Top Gun storyline. Like the second Top Gun, because they had to do that impossible strike. Did anyone see it?
I didn't see it.
I don't know. I may have, but I don't know.
Watch the new Top Gun. It's very similar to that Iranian strike.
Well, the Russians have evacuated all their embassy staff from Venezuela.
Yeah, what is going on? Why is he picking a fight with Venezuela?
Because of Maduro.
Yeah, but there's plenty of dictators throughout the globe to pick a fight with. Like, why Maduro? It's not like each
This is not new.
that he comes up with. Yeah, but there's something up. Each casus belli he comes up with is accurate, but they're not the only. It's like, you know, it's like if everyone's going 90 and you got pulled over and doing 87, something's up.
It's geostrategic. It's the CIA. With Trump in charge, we do not want the Iranians, the Russians, everybody else using Venezuela as their deployment, center for whatever they're doing.
Everyone's using Venezuela. So
That's the theory. There's even wild claims that Trump's second election was electronically, defeated in Venezuela, like Joe Biden's victory. I know it's bullshit, but it's online content. But
that's Candace Owens a little ridiculous.
I mean, well, I'm not for war or any kind of friction. I mean, but I also don't think containment is worthwhile. Why spend all the money on containment when you can? Listen, they regime changed. Look at Bukele and El Salvador. The country goes Bitcoin, builds the largest prison you ever imaginable in a fucking desert, and they depose the judges and one guy with an incredible tailor takes the whole country over.
Well, they sent us all the criminals. That's one way to do it.
Well, it's Christmas in El Salvador. Did you see his hot wife, their cute little kids, their little paradise? It's like, wow, why can't we do that in America?
I think that God is of Lebanese descent as well.
He's a Christian who became a Muslim over there.
Oh, he became a Muslim?
Over there. He started out a Christian. He converted to Islam, like in El Salvador.
Oh, I didn't know he was a Muslim.
Well, he's a convert. He was like the most popular leader, and literally, like if you go by like approval ratings, he has the highest approval ratings of any leader.
Isn't that amazing that like approval ratings are actually correlate with authoritarian behavior?
All power is power persuasion. You only are in power as long as you can convince people you're in power.
Mm-hmm. Did you see Trump today? He announced that we're building 2 of the largest battleships ever in American history.
It's also an attack on Venezuela. I'm telling you, there's something weird going on.
Well, shit, nothing ever just like happens. There's all these legacy plans, legacy operations, legacy projects, legacy. That's nothing new under the sun. COVID was planned with Bush, and I guess they couldn't even launch the scamdemic pandemic in time. Like it was supposed to be Hillary's scamdemic. It wasn't supposed to be Trump's. So.
Trump stole the pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, love him or hate him.
One Jewish side at a time.
Love him or hate him, Trump is the most transformative and successful politician of like.
That is what he said.
Yeah. What did you say, Bertosia?
She just repeated what Juliana said. In case we didn't hear it the first time.
Well, Trump is I don't know what's good. Like there is some kind of conspiracy with J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, even Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk. There's just.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that there is a secret society known as the CIA that has $60 billion a year to spend.
Cabal, if you will.
And we do not know what they do because they are not transparent. But they do shit.
Andrew is in the cabal.
Why are you ignoring the comments? Kitover?
What did you say, Myra?
What comments? Do you think Andrew is in the cabal?
Andrew who? Andrew R., the Christian retard?
Is he Christian? No, not that.
Andrew Meyer?
Yeah.
What do you mean in the cabal? What are you talking about? He's just.
Oh, he's sitting there trying to spread Zohar. I think he's in the cabal.
He's studying so hard.
He likes it. What's the problem? What's wrong with cabal?
So maybe it's so hard, and he's sent me another. Does that mean it's like a book about reincarnation?
And also Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean. Don't forget that one.
Yeah.
You know what people like Kabbalah? Because once you study it, you realize how stupid people are. Because you know you can't even maintain 3 variables in your head. Like just think about it. You can't even remember a fucking telephone number, which is.
That's why I don't want to study Kabbalah. I already know people are retards.
Well, when you study Kabbalah, you realize how retarded you are. That you can't even remember more than 3 things. Yeah. So.
Clearly, Kitover is a Kabbalist. He's offended by what you're saying, Mayor.
I'm not offended by it. Hell, I mean, you could become a Jedi.
Interesting about that book, the Pirates of the Caribbean. The Andrew Meyer Jones were not offended by that. No, what did he find amazing? That Moses Levy found himself on Little St. James. I think I couldn't fucking believe that. I mean, what are the odds? Who's Moses Levy? The biggest African slave trader of all time. Okay.
Really, he landed on Little St. James?
Yeah, I mean, you want to think it's a coincidence, but then I'm starting to think maybe not. I think he's the grandfather of Judah Pete Benjamin.
See, Diego, this is.
How your room was, like, for hours.
Diego, you see, this is the problem with Jewish conspiracy, is if all you do is talk about Jewish conspiracy, but you never discuss basically everybody else, it is the dumbest derangement syndrome and obsession to have, because there's so many more big players than just a handful of Jews. And the fact that you let Jews live rent-free in your brain and you think that there is this secret cabal or a secret Jewish organization or a secret clique, or it's just like, dude, haven't you heard of the fucking Jesuits? And who do you think Bill Gates and fucking Fauci are?
I thought we were talking about Andrew Meyer. I just thought that was an interesting little tidbit. And then the whole red beard thing. Red beard. You probably know. The Barbarossa, as we call it. Do you know who that is? Maybe you're gonna think this is interesting. So interesting. Are you familiar with Redbeard? No idea what we're talking about. So okay, well, yes, one of the biggest pirates of all time. Infamous. Look him up on Wikipedia. Just put Redbeard. Put Barbarossa. His name is like Hayreddin Barbarossa. Check this out. You're gonna love this, Mara.
Okay. Barbarossa, 1982 American Western. No.
No. I'm talking about pirate times. Yeah, I'm talking about. No, you told me well enough to honestly, I think we're talking about the times of the discovery of the Americas.
The Mediterranean pirate who would ultimately be remembered as Barbarossa, Italian for Redbeard, went by many names during his career.
Okay, now check this out. Where does it say he's from?
So, well, there's more than, hold on, we'll go this other way.
Oh no, you're kind of killing my punchline here.
Sorry. The island of Lesbos, where the Aegean Sea is now part of Greece, but under the Turkish dominion, Ottoman Empire.
Okay.
I don't know. Where is he from?
You don't see a picture of a guy with a fucking turban?
Yeah, he has a green turban on.
Okay. He's German. Yeah. Go and look up his flag. Look at what his flag was. Look. response?
His flag.
They made a movie about him?
Yeah.
Yes, this is like one of those things. It's like an ISIS flag. It's ISIS with the Star of David.
That's right.
Okay.
But I mean, but like as John says, if you only come up with one conspiracy, then you're. It's just, oh, yeah.
Okay. You didn't even come up with one conspiracy. You didn't say anything.
I'm not saying anything. I was saying right.
I mean, why don't you just come up? Why don't you just come up with the most outlandish, stupid conspiracies, like all women are involved in a conspiracy to enslave men, things like that. Like, why don't you get bigger and grander with your conspiracies instead of just, I don't know, 20 million people on a planet of fucking 8 billion or something, And out of that 20 million of Jews, you're only talking about like 100 Jews who actually, have control majority of the wealth out of the 20 million Jews. So.
Well, lived between 1122 and 1190 well before the discovery of the Americas by the Europeans.
I live in that, I can't tell you I remembered that date very well. No, actually, he was born in 1466. That's what it said there.
There's more than one Barbarossa.
I mean, Diego, do you think a Jew?
We're talking about the pirate.
Jewish. Diego, do you think that a Jewish monopoly state, aka Israel, is like a bad thing for the world to give Jews a monopoly of state? Like, it's not. It didn't exist in 1776 or 1876, or but it did exist in 1946. So I'm just saying, like, are you just angry with history? Or you just think you're just like an observationalist researcher?
The Jews were looking for a promised land in the Americas. That's why they came here. That's why Christopher Columbus, who according to that book is a Jew, came. And basically, Columbus almost landed in Florida, right? And the first senator of Florida is a Jew. And a descendant of, like I told you, I'm pretty sure he's from Moses Levy, who himself owned all the land from Miami all the way up to where Disneyland is, Disney World, I should say. I'm pretty sure they thought the Garden of Eden was in northern Florida, man.
Not Northern Virginia?
He actually landed in the Bahamas first, not in.
Yes.
Yeah, he landed in the Caribbean, but
and landed in Cuba.
No, it was in San Salvador, which is that's Bahamas, Caribbean.
By the way, this flag is of the Caliphate. So, yeah, the conspiracy theories I was working on very well. It looked like the ISIS flag because it basically is the four caliphate and then a 6-pointed star representing mastery over the seas. But sure, you go ahead.
A hexagon.
Very smart where you're trolling us, but I get the sense that you might just be rage baiting the Jews on here because you don't like them. But I think in your real life, it's probably something different because I don't actually think you're this dumb.
Oh no, he's actually this stupid. No, he's really this stupid, Yasmin.
Wait. This is interesting. Why are you being so nice? I've never heard you say
I'm not being nice. I just generally don't think he's this stupid.
No,
I've watched Diego long enough to know that he's smarter than that.
Really?
I want to peel back the onion. Have you heard his takes on economics? They're not very intelligent.
I don't know. I think
It's like
views on this app has put a lot of people off, Diego included. I know that they have. But I also know that you have Jewish friends in your real life, so it's not quite adding up for me.
Well, let's do a quick little diagnostic here.
I can help you add it up.
Wait, let's do Let's do a quick IQ diagnostic. Diego, what is 100,000? What is 400 times 1,000? Go ahead, Diego. What is 400 times 1,000? Go ahead. Hello, Diego. This is a quick intelligent diagnostic, IQ diagnostic. What is 400 times 1,000? Okay, Yasmin, I rest my case. You fucking moron. 400 times 1,000. It's in the fucking sentence I just fucking said. Yasmin, I rest my fucking case. This Jew-hating son of a bitch that I met in San Diego at a jalopy, he's fucking stupid, I tell you. Stupid.
This is the book. I didn't know Jews had a thing for reincarnation.
Jews don't have a fetish for reincarnation.
It's not the same as reincarnation, but it's a similar concept in mysticism. It's called Gilgal.
Have you read this book?
No, but that has to do with Bashar and like your finding your soulmate kind of thing.
Wait, which book are you talking about?
It's in my PTR.
PTR? Hold on, what are you looking at?
I didn't read it.
We all have a soul.
Rabbi Philip Bird. Do you know where that picture's from? Right now? No, of course I don't, because you don't watch from that.
Philip,
Where is it from?
Oh, this wheel is it? What is this? Oh, boy. Girl.
Louis by Jewish Stanley Kubrick.
Oh, really?
Look at the publishing house. Do you see the publishing house?
Who made a movie about Epstein? In 1999, and then he ended up dead.
Oh, you the guys like shot at Epstein?
Yeah, I know.
And the billions and billions of humans, they all ended up dead.
Confirmed that we engage in nepotism. I don't know about your big takeaway, but I think most minority groups engage in nepotism.
Families engaged in
Yeah,
so
it's pretty common.
Well, take care of your kids.
We believe in meritocracy.
And
Yeah.
don't family groups take care of their own kids rather than
They do, yeah, but because they think that they found this like spider web, like the Jew is connected to the Jew, connected to the Jew, but really it's no different than any other ethnic minority. We tie this together. So we're gonna find one group.
This room doesn't allow for logic. You're just supposed to accept them.
Oh, okay.
This is technically
You outnumbered this room, like. What do you mean it's zero?
ultra derecha is actually an autistic Down syndrome.
This is a Montel's room.
This is the future. This is the future of 5150. This is the future of psychiatric
Do
holding.
you see how much you on this app? Do you really think that we have any sort of like cohesiveness in the real world? Do you think
yes, absolutely. Mind thing, yes.
I don't know how anyone like knows Jews and then goes, yeah, those are the guys controlling the world.
Well, they don't know the Jew because I have 2 Jews, 3 souls, you know?
I don't know.
Wait, actually,
Well, we control people like Diego.
That's why I don't think Dave got crazy, because I don't think Dave is that stupid.
No, he's that stupid. What the fuck? You couldn't even answer what 1,000 times 400 is. This guy's stupid, I tell you.
Kitover, what is the derivative of 6x cubed plus 5x?
Scarface, when you uncouple your codependent toxic relationship with this
It's
dummy.
a simple derivative, but be quiet.
Simple derivative, Scarface.
Wait, how does that change his point?
He's trying to like show an IQ test on
He's
us.
trying to
IQ test too.
Wait, let's go through this logically. You just proved that Kitover is stupid. That didn't prove that Diego was not stupid.
Okay, this is your IQ
But
diagnostic
I do
princess.
think that there is a clouding of the senses and rationalities among certain people on this app that tend to allow or lose a little bit of grip on reality, maybe. Like,
That was deep.
Good one, Yasmin. Yasmin, I mean, out of all the time, though, that you spent here screaming and having really stupid, vulgar, disgusting conversations, I mean, do you think you are worthy of scorn and being roasted? Because I've heard you have some of the stupidest, most disgusting, obnoxious, filthy, pathetic conversations for years with some of the stupidest fucking people you've ever fucking heard in your life. So I'm just wondering, are you worthy of being roasted?
Because I actually went and talked to them. You guys were all scared and sat around bitching like women in private rooms about me. And you let a woman get you in your emotions for fucking years. You guys were in your emotions. And you were so scared to talk to the Arabs, but I could go on. But you guys were too...
Oh, really? You have a special power. We don't... Wow. Unbelievable. Scared. What a hero. What a fighter. What an amazing person. Clownhouse hero. Real world zero. Wow. I had no idea the hard work you put in here on this app. Wow. Scared of them? Jesus, the productivity you've accomplished. You should get a fucking doctorate or something. This is incredible what you're admitting here right now.
What?
Oh yeah, Meyer's a hardcore alcoholic. You ever hear him get all juiced up on this app? I never heard that. I heard you get juiced up. I heard you get stoned up. I heard you scream out all kinds of bullshit. Castrate him! Castrate him!
That was a good one, though. Thank you.
Weird. You're an alcoholic, man?
Yeah, why not?
What do you drink? You drink whiskey?
I want to meet in this room.
If Jasmine says it, you know that everything she says on this app is 100% true. Take it to the
I
bank.
can hear it right now in your voice. You've been drinking.
Oh.
Projection. If you burp, Yasmin, does it smell like vodka or does it smell like whiskey?
What have I been drinking? Let's see if we do it.
Listen, Meyer, I think you're not a nice person. You have like 20 kids. And I
have 25 kids.
You go and find your peace. I'm not going to shit on you because whatever, but if I had mod, I would mod you, sweet. I really think you're a fucked up person and not a good person.
Thank you.
Whoa, Yasmin, projection much? What the fuck did this guy do to you?
The men in the hair are really fragile right now.
Yasmin, you project much? Yasmin, what did Meyer do to you on this app? Did he prove that you're a moron? What did he do?
Why are you tagging up? Like, why are you tag teaming against her? It's an enemy.
She came in with she came in with like a sword swinging, but
no, she came after Diego. She didn't come after you all. She
didn't go after Diego. She said he's a smart guy. We think he's stupid. There's nothing personal against Yasmin.
She's the first one to realize I'm an alcoholic.
You know who I miss, Yasmin? Like, I don't know if you miss them, but I really do. I really miss Mike. You know what?
Who's Mike?
I miss him. Yeah. And I say that as he came after me. He like said some really messed up stuff to me. He said stuff about my dad. But it's like whatever. Like water under the bridge. You don't know him. Yasmin and I know him.
You talking about Jewish Mike?
You were too scared to talk to parents.
So scared.
But the thing is, Mike and his they turned against Yasmin, and I had to do the right thing, and I had to be on Yasmin's side.
Let's clarify. When you say that Meyer was too scared to talk to Arabs, Yasmin, all you did was flirt with them. That's all you did. You didn't have conversation.
Mike is gay. How's she flirting with her?
I remember Mike. I spoke to him.
Yeah.
I gave him an IQ book. Mike Kasama. I gave him an IQ point trying to talk to the area.
You sacrificed a whole 1 IQ? Damn, that brain rot is real when you talk to retards.
Hilarious. Mike was hilarious. Yeah, went after George Ravinsky.
Never said anything intelligent.
He's so funny. He's very excited. Do you remember when George doxed himself in that room? Everybody, please go to the top. Everybody, George Ravinsky. It's funny.
But George never spoke to Arabs. He was too scared.
No, I talked to George in a private. Like, I had to ask George wasn't.
Yasmin, you gotta look up.
I talked to George in private.
if you get Yasmin,
Oh my god, bitches, nigga.
Yasmin, you gotta look up this guy called Truth Teller. Oh, the party's flowing.
Hey,
Oh
what's up,
wow.
folks? I didn't see the nigga.
Diego, your room is never gonna end. We don't come back.
I have a question, guys. I have a question to you. Let's hear your question. I'm from Rock, 63rd.
Wow.
Hey, bro, she's very nice jiggler match.
What did he say? I don't know, bro.
Habibi, got the jiggler.
I don't know. I have smoke in the box. It's your name, folks.
Hey, can you kick yourself out?
Guys, I have a question. Do you like Kaimak? Do you know what Kaimak is?
I am looking to try you. What's your name, Nayu?
Oh, this room is going great.
Hey, what's going on, bitch? Are you snitch?
Okay, I'm gonna try to leave and see if it bothers you, Diego.
No, baby, don't leave the room. Don't leave. Tranquilo, Habibi. Tranquilo, Habibi. Wow, Habibi, we got the super room. We broke Clown House. This is the room that will never end. Oh my God, you guys figured it out. You guys have created perpetual motion. We have reached critical mass of brain rot. Critical brain rot. Hello? 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 Hello?
Please remove yourself.
Hello?
I can move you to your head, bitch.
Ooh, damn. You broke it. You used it too many times. It's broken. This is your house is ruined. You have a forever room. It'll never end. You did it. You ruined the app. It only took you 5 years, but brain rot's real.
We have to. Diego.
Hey, baby. What are you doing?
Hey, baby. Are you dating this loser?
This is the low IQ you're talking about.
Are you dating this loser?
Exactly.
Your mom is also clack clack. Hello there, mom. You should be scared of us, man. Kamikaze. Hey, what's it?
No, he did me a favor. I don't want to drink alone.
I am drinking alone.
Only Diego says I can.
They can't hear what you're saying.
Where are you guys coming from? Hey, no, guys. Hey, Francis here.
Shut up.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, man. I'll be here.
This is Diego. We were what? Diego Cadora and I have a shot of our
Hey, what the
shot of something is
Wait. Hey, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Hello?
Hey, sorry, my child cannot speak English.
Well, since your room is ruined, I think I'm just gonna put some music on and walk away. So I hope you guys like the music I created. It was produced on Suno. It is AI music. And for everybody that suffers from brain rot, please just delete the app and stop coming to Ultra Derecha, and you'll see all your symptoms resolve themselves over time. Thank you very little, and God bless, and happy holidays.
Elaine, why would you do that? You hear me, Pop?
Habibi, I'm going to play some music for you, and we are using English, so please listen carefully. I know you're going to love my song, Habibi. Shukran, Habibi, Afwan. Afwan, Habibi. I've opened a new ultra-terrestrial room. Please migrate to new room to kick out the Sharmuta. Hello? 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 Hello?
though a commercial republic was the aggressor. In the very war that ended in her destruction, Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, to the gates of Rome before Scipio returned. Gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage, made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidably, which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contests with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering and most implacable of the opponents of Louis XIV. In the government of Britain, the representatives of the people compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war than the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have. In numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives, upon various occasions, dragged their monarchs into war, or continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations, and sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state. In that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austrian Burgundy, which so long kept Europe in a flame, it is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice, of a favorite leader, then protracted the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last mentioned nations have in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own, what reason can we have to confide in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace and cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation? Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every shape? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age and to adopt as a practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet remote from the happy empire of perfect wisdom, perfect virtue, felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government led the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina. The late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declared. Federalist No. 7. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements could the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. This cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were ungranted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their property. The others have contended that the rights of the Crown in this article devolved upon the Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors, was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King of Great Britain, till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace. This, it has been said, was at all events an acquisition to the Confederacy by compact with a foreign power. It has been the prudent policy of Congress to appease this controversy by prevailing upon the states to make cessions to the United States for the benefit of the whole. This has been so far accomplished as, under a continuation of the Union, to afford a decided prospect of an amicable termination of the dispute. A dismemberment of the Confederacy, however, would revive this dispute and would create others on the same subject. At present, a large part of the vacant Western Territory is, by cession at least, if not by any anterior right, the common property of the Union. If that were at an end, the states which made the cession on a principle of federal compromise would be apt when the motive of the grant had ceased to reclaim the lands as a reversion. The other states would no doubt insist on a proportion by right of representation. Their argument would be that a grant once made could not be revoked, and that the justice of participating in territory acquired or secured by the joint efforts of the Confederacy remained undiminished. If, contrary to probability, it should be admitted by all the states that each had a right to a share of this common stock, there would still be a difficulty to be surmounted as to a proper rule of apportionment. Different principles would be set up by different states for this purpose, and as they would affect the opposite interests of the parties, they might not easily be susceptible of a pacific adjustment.
I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensuality, watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need confession. I haven't any graces. And besides, if I stay away more, there will be less danger of routine confessions. My prayers don't seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my acts and decisions are away with the teachings of the church at and so on without end is the cleverness of the evil one in exploiting our weaknesses, our likes and dislikes. I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to achieve my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish. Watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need confession. I haven't any graces. And besides, if I stay away more, there will be less tension. Confessions. My prayers don't seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my acts and decisions are away. And besides, the church at
To the people of the state of New York, a firm union will be of the utmost moment to the peace and liberty of the states as a barrier against domestic faction and insurrection. It is impossible to read the history of the petty republics of Greece and Italy without feeling sensations of horror and disgust at the distractions with which they were continually agitated, and at the rapid succession of revolutions by which they were kept in a state of perpetual vibration between the extremes of tyranny and anarchy. If they exhibit occasional calms, these only serve as short-lived contrast to the furious storms that are to succeed. If now and then intervals of felicity open to view, we behold them with a mixture of regret arising from the reflection that the pleasing scenes before us are soon to be overwhelmed by the tempestuous waves of sedition and party rage. If momentary rays of glory break forth from the gloom while they dazzle us with a transient and fleeting brilliancy. They at the same time admonish us to lament that the vices of government should pervert the direction and tarnish the luster of those bright talents and exalted endowments from which the favored soils that produced them have been so justly celebrated. From the disorders that disfigured the annals of those republics, the advocates of despotism have drawn arguments, not only against the forms of republican government, but against the very principles of civil liberty. They have decried all free government as inconsistent with the order of society, and have indulged themselves in malicious exultation over its friends and partisans happily for mankind. Stupendous fabrics reared on the basis of liberty, which have flourished for ages, have, in a few glorious instances, refuted their gloomy sophisms, and I trust America will be the broad and solid foundation of other edifices, not less magnificent, which will be equally permanent monuments of their errors. But it is not to be denied that the portraits they have sketched of Republican government were just copies of the originals from which they were taken. If it had been found impractical to have devised models of a more perfect structure, the enlightened friends to liberty would have been obliged to abandon the cause of that species of government as indefensible. The science of politics, however, like most other sciences, has received great improvement. The efficacy of various principles is now well understood, which were either not known at all or imperfectly known to the ancients. The regular distribution of power into distinct departments, the introduction of legislative balances and checks, the institution of courts composed of judges holding their offices during good behavior, the representation of the people in the legislature by deputies of their own election. These are wholly new discoveries, or have made their principal progress towards perfection in modern times. They are means, and powerful means, by which the excellences of republican government may be retained and its imperfections lessened or avoided. This catalog of circumstances that tend to the amelioration of popular systems of civil government, I shall venture, however novel it may appear to some, to add one more on a principle which has been made the foundation of an objection to the new Constitution. I mean, the enlargement of the orbit within which such systems are to revolve, either in respect to the dimensions of a single state through the consolidation of several smaller states into one great confederacy. The latter is that which immediately concerns the object under consideration. It will, however, be of use to examine the principle of its application to a single state, which shall be attended to in another place. There's 7 keys to the great gate, being in one and one and eight. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Core frigid thoughts, God makes the one, the fidget babes and teaseless thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, for that life be in me in tune, with the greasy Pacific slow. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, speak softly as a well to live be bound, to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought take from and be free from sense, observe its entity, watch every thought springs in hand to hour after hour, the vigilance, intense and keen turning work is slow out of my mind. Six on the cross, securely hid, still every whisper of a wind, slow like a flame, straight as a surge, burn up the being in one word.
Still that ecstasy prolonged, the meditation deep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention. Because when once an efficient national government is established, the best men in the country will not only consent to serve, but also will generally be appointed to manage it. For although town or country or other contracted influence may place men in state assemblies or senates or courts of justice or executive departments, yet more general and extensive reputation for talents and other qualifications will be necessary to recommend men to offices under the national government, especially as it will have the widest field for choice and never experience that want the proper persons, which is not uncommon in some of the states. Hence, it will result in the administration, the political councils, and the judicial decisions of the national government will be more wise, systematical, and judicious than those of individual states, and consequently more satisfactory with respect to other nations, as well as more safe with respect to us. Because under the national government, treaties and articles of treaties, as well as the laws of nations, will always be expounded in one sense and executed in the same manner. Whereas adjudications on the same points and questions in 13 states or in 3 or 4 confederacies will not always accord and be consistent, and that as well from the variety of independent courts and judges appointed by different and independent governments as from the different local laws and interests which may affect and influence them. The wisdom of the question in committing such questions to the jurisdiction judgment of courts appointed by and responsible only to one national government cannot be too much commended, because the prospect of present loss or advantage may often tempt the governing party in 1 or 2 states to swerve from good faith and justice, but those temptations not reaching the other states, and consequently having little or no influence on the national government. Temptation will be fruitless, and good faith and justice be preserved. The case of treaty of peace wherein that's great weight to its reasoning, because even if the governing party in a state should be disposed to resist such temptations, yet as such temptations may and commonly do result from circumstances peculiar to the state, and may affect
states as to increase their external force and security is in reality not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with great assiduity, cited and circulated observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government, but they seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor to have adverted to the consequences of the principle to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. When Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics, the standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative either of taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or of splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America. Dear people of the state of New York, it is not a new observation that the people of any country, if like the Americans, intelligent and well-informed, and steadily persevered for many years in an erroneous opinion respecting their interests, the consideration naturally tends to create great respect for the high opinion which the people of America have so long and uniformly entertained of the importance of their continuing firmly united under one federal government vested with sufficient powers for all general and national purposes. The more attentively I consider and investigate the reasons which appear to have given birth to this opinion, the more I become convinced that they are cogent and conclusive. Among the many objects to which a wise and free people find it necessary to direct their attention, that of providing for their safety seems to be the first. The safety of the people doubtless has relation to a great variety of circumstances and considerations, and consequently affords great latitude to those who wish to define it precisely and comprehensively. At present, I mean only to consider as it respects security for the preservation of peace and tranquility, as well as against dangers from foreign arms and influence, as from dangers of the like kind arising from domestic causes. As the former of these comes first in order, it is proper it should be the first discussed. Let us therefore proceed to examine whether the people are not right in their opinion that a cordial union under an efficient national government affords them the best security that can be devised against hostilities from abroad. The number of wars which have happened or will happen in the world will always be found to be in proportion to the number and weight of the causes, whether real or pretended, which provoke or invite them. But if this remark be just, it becomes useful to inquire whether so many just causes of war are likely to be given by United America as by Divided America, or if it should turn out that United America will probably give the fewest, then it will follow that in this respect the Union intends most to preserve the people in a state of peace with other nations.
matters of the dispute between Connecticut and Pennsylvania, respecting the land at Wyoming, admonish us not to be sanguine in expecting an easy accommodation of such differences. The Articles of Confederation oblige the parties to submit the matter to the decision of a federal court. The submission was made, and the court decided in favor of Pennsylvania. But Connecticut gave strong indications of dissatisfaction with that determination, nor did she appear to be entirely resigned to it, till, by negotiation and management, something like an equivalent was found for the loss she supposed herself to have sustained. Nothing here said is intended to convey the slightest censure on the conduct of that state. She no doubt sincerely believed herself to have been injured by the decision, and states, like individuals, acquiesce with great reluctance in determinations to their disadvantage. Those who had an opportunity of seeing the inside of the transactions which attended the progress of the controversy between this state and the District of Vermont can vouch the opposition we experienced, as well from states not interested as from those which were interested in the claim, and can attest the danger to which the peace of the Confederacy might have been exposed had this state attempted to assert its rights by force. Two motives preponderated in that opposition. One, a jealousy entertained of our future power, and the other, the interest of certain individuals of influence in the neighboring states, who had obtained grants of lands under the actual government of that district, even the states which brought forward claims in contradiction to ours seemed more solicitous to dismember this state than to establish their own pretensions. These were New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, New Jersey, and Rhode Island, upon all occasions discovered a warm zeal for the independence of Vermont, and Maryland, till alarmed by the appearance of a connection between Canada and that state, entered deeply into the same views. These, being small states, saw with an unfriendly eye the perspective of our growing greatness. In a review of these transactions, we may trace some of the causes which would be likely to embroil the states with each other, if it should be their unpropitious destiny to become disunited. The competitions of commerce would be another fruitful source of contention. The states less favorably circumstanced would be desirous of escaping from the disadvantages of local situation and of sharing in the advantages of their more fortunate neighbors. Each state or separate confederacy would pursue a system of commercial policy peculiar to itself. This would occasion distinctions, preferences, and exclusions which would beget discontent. The habits of intercourse on the basis of equal privileges to which we have been accustomed since the earliest settlement of the country would give a keener edge to those causes of discontent than they would naturally have independent of this circumstance. We should be ready to denominate injuries those things which were in reality the justifiable acts of independent, sovereignties consulting a distinct interest, the spirit of enterprise which characterizes the commercial part of America has left no occasion of displaying itself unimproved. It is not at all probable that this unbridled spirit would pay much respect to those regulations of trade by which particular states might endeavor to secure exclusive
internal tranquility of states as to increase their external force and security is in reality not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages. It has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed that with great assiduity cited and circulated the observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government. But they seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor have adverted to the consequences of the principle to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics. The standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Now Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina. Lord Georgia can by any means be compared with the models for which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative, either of taking refuge at once to the arms of monarchy, or splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America. This picture is not too highly wrought, though I confess it would not long remain at just one safety. For external danger is the most powerful director of national conduct. Even the art and love of liberty will, after a time, give way to its dictates. The violent destruction of life and property incident to war, the continual effort and alarm attendant on a state of continual danger will compel nations the most attached to liberty to resort for repose and security to institutions which have a tendency to destroy their civil and political rights. To be more safe, they at length become willing to run the risk of being less free. The institutions chiefly alluded to are standing armies and the correspondent appendages of military establishments. Standing armies, it is said, are not provided against in the new Constitution, and it is therefore inferred that they may exist under it. But their existence, however, from the very terms of the proposition is at most problematical and uncertain. But standing armies, it may be replied, must inevitably result from a dissolution of the Confederacy. Frequent war and constant apprehension, which require a state of as constant preparation, will infallibly produce them. The weaker states or confederacies would first have recourse to them to put themselves upon an equality with executive arm of government, in doing which their constitutions would acquire a progressive direction toward monarchy. It is of the nature of war to increase the executive at the expense of the legislative authority. The expedients which have been mentioned would soon give the states or confederacies that made use of them a superiority over their neighbors, small states or states of less natural strength under vigorous governments, and with the assistance of disciplined armies, have often triumphed over large states or states of greater natural strength which have been destitute of these advantages. Neither the pride nor the safety of the more important states or confederacies would permit them long to submit to this mortifying and adventitious superiority. They would quickly resort to means similar to those by which it had been effected to reinstate themselves in their lost preeminence. Thus we should in a little time see established in every part of this country the same engines of despotism which have been the scourge of the old world. This, at least, would be the natural course of things, and our reasonings will be the more likely to be just in proportion as they are accommodated to this standard. These are not vague inferences drawn from supposed or speculative defects in a constitution, the whole power of which is lodged in the hands of a people or their representatives and delegates, but they are solid conclusions drawn from the natural and necessary progress of human affairs. This picture is not too highly wrought, though I confess it would not long remain. But just what safety from external danger is the most powerful director of national conduct. Even the art and love of liberty will after a time give way to its dictates. The violent destruction of life and property incident to war, the continual effort and alarm attendant on a state of continual danger will compel nations the most attached to liberty to resort for repose and security to institutions which have a tendency to destroy their civil and political rights. To be more safe, they at length become willing to run the risk of being less free. The institutions chiefly alluded to are standing armies and the correspondent appendages of military establishments. Standing armies, it is said, are not provided against in the new Constitution, and it is therefore inferred that they may exist under it. Their existence, however, from the very terms of the proposition, is at most problematical and uncertain. But standing armies, it may be replied, must inevitably result from a dissolution of the Confederacy. Frequent war and constant apprehension, which require a state of as constant preparation, will infallibly produce them. The weaker states or confederacies would first have recourse to them to put themselves upon an equality with their more potent neighbors. They would endeavor to supply the inferiority of population and resources by a more regular and effective system of defense, by disciplined troops, and by fortifications. They would at the same time be necessitated to strengthen the executive arm of government, and doing which their constitutions would acquire a progressive direction toward monarchy. It is of the nature of war to increase the executive at the expense of the legislative authority. The expedients which have been mentioned would soon give the state
states or confederacies that made use of them a superiority over their neighbor small states, or states of less natural strength under vigorous governments and with the assistance of disciplined armies have often triumphed over large states, or states of greater natural strength which have been destitute of these advantages. Neither the pride nor the safety of the more important states or confederacies would permit them long to submit to this mortifying and adventitious superiority. They would quickly resort to means similar to those by which it had been effected to reinstate themselves in their lost preeminence. Thus we should, in a little time, see established in every part of this country the same engines of despotism which have been the scourge of the old world. This, at least, would be the natural course of things, and our reasonings will be the more likely to be just in proportion as they are accommodated to this standard. These are not vague inferences drawn from supposed or speculative defects in a constitution. The whole power which is lodged in the hands of a people or their representatives and delegates, but they are solid conclusions drawn from the natural and necessary progress of human affairs. The consequences of hostilities between the states from the New York packet, Tuesday, November 20th, 1787. Author Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York. Assuming it therefore as an established truth that the several states in case of disunion, or such combinations of them as might happen to be formed out of the wreck of the General Confederacy, would be subject to those vicissitudes of peace and war, of friendship and enmity with each other, which have fallen to the lot of all neighboring nations not united under one government. Let us enter into a concise detail of some of the consequences that would attend such a situation. War between the states in the first period of their separate existence would be accompanied with much greater distresses than it commonly is in those countries where regular military establishments have long obtained. The disciplined armies always kept on foot on the continent of Europe, though they bear a malignant aspect to liberty and economy, have, notwithstanding, been productive of the signal advantage of rendering sudden contrasts impracticable and of preventing that rapid desolation which used to mark the progress of war prior to their introduction. The art of fortification has contributed to the same ends. The nations of Europe are encircled with chains of fortified places which mutually obstruct invasion. Campaigns are wasted in reducing to a free frontier garrison to gain admittance into an enemy's country. Civil impediments occur at every step to exhaust the strength and delay the progress of an invader. Formerly, an invading army would penetrate into the heart of a neighboring country almost as soon as intelligence of its approach could be received. But now, comparatively
of much effort and little acquisition.
Laws in violation of private contracts, as they amount to aggressions on the rights of those states whose citizens are injured by them, may be considered as another probable source of hostility. We are not authorized to expect that a more liberal or more equitable spirit would preside over the legislations of the individual states hereafter. Unrestrained by any additional checks that we have heretofore seen in too many instances disgracing their several codes, we have observed the disposition to retaliation excited in Connecticut in consequence of the enormities perpetrated by the legislature of Rhode Island. And we reasonably infer that, in similar cases, under other circumstances, a war, not of the parchment but of the sword, will chastise such atrocious breaches of moral obligation and social justice. The probability of incompatible alliances between the different states or confederacies and different foreign nations, and the effects of this situation upon the peace of the whole, have been sufficiently unfolded in some preceding papers. From the view they have exhibited of this part of the subject, this conclusion is to be drawn, that America, if not connected at all, or only by the feeble tie of a simple league, offensive and defensive, would, by the operation of such jarring alliances, be gradually entangled in all the pernicious labyrinths of European politics and wars, and by the destructive contentions of the parts into which she was divided, will be likely to become a prey to the artifices and machinations of powers equally the enemies of them all. Divide and carry one must be the motto of every nation that either hates or fears us.
Divide the mind and command back to text in order that the whole subject of these papers may as soon as possible be laid before the public. It is proposed to publish them 4 times a week, on Tuesday in the New York Packet and on Thursday in the Daily Advertiser.
It is the function of consciousness not only to recognize and assimilate the external world through the gateway of the senses, but to translate into the visible reality the world within us.
Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate.
Expressionism in art prophetically anticipated the subjective development from all art intuitively apprehends coming changes in the collective unconsciousness.
Sentimentality is the superstructure erected upon brutality.
The rupture between faith and knowledge is a symptom of the split consciousness, which is so characteristic of the mental disorder of our day.
Fascination arises when the unconscious has been moved.
Luna is really the mother of the sun, which means psychologically that the unconscious is pregnant with consciousness and gives birth to it.
The core of an individual is the mystery of life, which dies when it is grasped. That is also why symbols want to keep their secrets.
There is, after all, no harsher bitterness than that of a person who is his own worst enemy.
creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. The creative mind plays with the objects it loves.
To find out what is truly individual in ourselves, profound reflection is needed, and suddenly we realize how uncommonly difficult the discovery of individuality is.
Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries.
Without this playing with fantasy, no creative work has ever yet come to birth. The debt we owe to the play of the imagination is incalculable.
My whole being was seeking for something still unknown, which might confer meaning upon the banality of life.
Faith, hope, love, and insight are the highest achievements of human effort. They are found given by experience.
I am looking forward enormously to getting back to the sea again, where the overstimulated psyche can recover in the presence of that infinite peace and spaciousness.
I am no longer alone with myself, and I can only artificially recall the scary and beautiful feeling of solitude. This is the shadow side of the fortune of love.
Often the hands will solve a mystery that the intellect has struggled with in vain.
Intuition does not denote something contrary to reason, but something outside of the province of reason.
Had I left those images hidden the emotions, I might have been torn to pieces by them.
I don't aspire to be a good man. I aspire to be a whole man.
Whenever we give up, leave behind, and forget too much, there is always the danger that the things we have neglected will return with added force.
When you are up against a wall, put down roots like a tree, until clarity comes from deeper sources to see over that wall and grow.
We cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate. It oppresses. constitutions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this constitution between the states, so ratifying the same. The word being interlined between the 7th and 8th lines of the first page. The word 30 being partly written on an eraser in the 15th line of the first page. The words is tried, being interlined between the 32nd and 33rd lines of the first page, and the word being interlined between the 43rd and 44th lines of the second page. And it's William Jackson's secretary. Done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states present, the 17th day of September in the year of our Lord, 1787 under the independence of the United States of America, the 12th in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names. She's a deputy from Virginia. Present and deputy from Virginia.
The other point of difference is the greater number of citizens, an extent of territory which may be brought within the compass of republican than of democratic government, and it is this circumstance principally which renders factious combinations less to be dreaded in the former than in the latter. The smaller the society, the fewer probably will be the distinct parties, and interest composing it, the fewer the distinct parties and interest, the more frequently will a majority be found of the same party, and the smaller the number of individuals composing a majority, and the smaller the compass within which they are placed, the more easily will they concert and execute their plans of oppression. Extend the sphere, and you take in a greater variety of parties and interests. You make it less probable that a majority of the whole will have a common motive to invade the rights of other citizens. Or if such a common motive exists, it will be more difficult for all who feel it to discover their own strength and to act in unison with each other. Besides other impediments, it may be remarked that where there is a consciousness of unjust or dishonorable purposes, communication is always checked by distrust in proportion to the number whose concurrence is necessary. Hence, it clearly appears that the same advantage which a republic has over a democracy in controlling the effects of faction is enjoyed by a large over a small republic, is enjoyed by the Union over the states composing it. Does the advantage consist in the substitution of representatives whose enlightened views and virtuous sentiments render them superior to local prejudices and schemes of injustice? It will not be denied that the representation of the Union will be most likely to possess these requisite endowments. Does it consist in the greater security afforded by a greater variety of parties against the event of any one party being able to outnumber and oppress the rest in an equal degree? Does the increased variety of parties comprised within the Union increase this security? Does it, in fine, consist in the greater obstacles opposed to the concert and accomplishment of the secret wishes of an unjust and interested
scheme of representation takes place, opens a different prospect and promises the cure for which we are seeking. Let us examine the points in which it varies from pure democracy, and we shall comprehend both the nature of the cure and the efficacy which it must derive from the union. The two great points of difference between a democracy and a republic are, first, the delegation of the government in the latter to a small number of citizens elected by the rest. Secondly, the greater number of citizens and greater sphere of country over which the latter may be extended. The effect of the first difference is, on the one hand, to refine and enlarge the public views by passing them through the medium of a chosen body of citizens whose wisdom may best discern the true interest of their country, and whose patriotism and love of justice will be least likely to sacrifice into temporary or partial considerations under such a regulation. It may well happen that the public voice, pronounced by the representatives of the people, will be more consonant to the public good, and if pronounced by the people themselves, convened for the purpose, on the other hand, the effect may be manufactious tempers of local prejudices, or of sinister designs made by intrigue, by corruption, or by other means, first obtain the suffrages, and then betray the interest of the people. The question resulting is whether small or extensive republics are more favorable to the election of proper guardians of the public weal, and it is clearly decided in favor of the latter by two obvious considerations. Be remarked that, however small the republic may be, the representatives must be raised to a certain number in order to guard against the cables of a few, and that, however large it may be, they must be limited to a certain number to guard against the confusion of a multitude. Hence, the number of representatives in the two cases not being in proportion to that of the two constituents, and being proportionally greater in the small republic. It follows that if the proportion of fit characters be not less in the large than in the small republic, the former will present a greater option, and consequently a greater probability of a fit choice. It is in vain to say that enlightened statesmen will be able to adjust these clashing interests and render them all subservient to the public good. Enlightened statesmen will not always be at the helm, nor in many cases can such an adjustment be made at all without taking into view indirect and remote considerations which will rarely prevail over the immediate interest which one party may find in disregarding the rights of another or the good of the whole. The inference to which we are brought is that the causes of faction cannot be removed, and that relief is only to be sought in the means of controlling its act. If a faction consists of less than a majority, relief is supplied by the enables the majority to defeat its sinister views by regular vote. It may clog the administration, it may convulse the society, but it will be unable to execute and mask its violence under the forms of the Constitution. When a majority is included in a faction, a form of popular government, on the other hand, enables it to sacrifice to its ruling passion or interest both the public good and the rights of other citizens. To secure the public good and private rights against the danger of such a faction, and at the same time to preserve the spirit and the form of popular government, is then the great object to which our inquiries are directed. Let me add that it is the great desideratum by which this form of government can be rescued from the opprobrium under which it has so long labored, and be recommended to the esteem and adoption of mankind. By what means is this object attainable? Evidently by one of two, only either the existence of the same passion or interest in a majority at the same time must be prevented, or the majority, having such coexistent passion or interest, must be rendered by their number and local situation unable to concert and carry into effect schemes of oppression. If the impulse and the opportunity be suffered to coincide, we will know that neither moral nor religious motives can be relied on as an adequate control. They are not found to be such on the injustice and violence of individuals, and lose their efficacy in proportion to the number combined together. That is, in proportion as their efficacy becomes needful.
So when they said, when God said to the Israelites, hey, don't eat anything unless it chews its cud, and has a split hoof, or the fish needs to have scales, that kind of stuff. Apart from scientific or any other reasons, just the Bible alone, just God alone, do you feel like those things that God put on the Israelites are on you? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay. No, because the guidelines, the restrictions, the blessings and the curses were put on that particular group of people, and because they didn't listen, they faced the consequences of the curses. So that was completed.
All right, very good. Thank you. I appreciate it, dude. Are you guys all? Yeah, no, very good. Are you guys all? I see Odie up there. Odie's an OG. But Court and Monica and Matthew, dude, do you all agree that the Bible teaches the Trinity?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. You can see it throughout the Old Testament.
Africa. He's sending a direct message. He's giving Maduro more than enough time. So if he goes in and kills the guy, to the angel of the Lord figure, or the word of the Lord figure, and another sacrifice.
Right. My point though, African Christians, they did exist over 1,000 years before the Atlantic slave trade. Yeah.
What about the other diverse religions of Muslims that were in Africa at the same time?
The thing is this, right? Africa.
They were also taking slaves.
But Joe, hold on. I love when people talk about Africa. Like people talk about America as an individual country. People talk about Canada individual as a country. People talk about Spain, Great Britain as an individual country when it comes to this shit. Why is it that people talk about Africa like it's a fucking country? I just don't get it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's so many different African countries that went.
Well, would it make you feel better if they always talked about it like a continent? I mean, do you have a point?
Yeah, the point is the diversity between African countries in Africa is huge.
But hold on, Reed, you sound like you just came out of the priest's office. Like, what's wrong with you?
What the fuck is wrong with you? This is a social audio conference call, huh?
Like twice feet up.
I'm one of those special kind of retards that come into the talking apes to talk to special retards.
You're here on a cat.
That's right.
Reed, I like that.
Thanks.
So welcome to the retards, Reed.
So, just how retarded are you? Can we do a quick diagnostic?
Yeah, try it.
All right, what is 100 times 1,000?
7 billion dollars.
All right, well, it's been confirmed you are retarded.
Can't hear you. I ask you a better question. What's 1 plus 1?
What retard?
Dude, for a guy with a big mouth, you have a really small mic.
Whatever, retard.
I swear, anytime the conversation goes to religion, balloon just.
Yep, 100%. And when it comes about race, it just builds up.
You guys have a title of Jesus is the metrics.
What do you mean?
Who did that?
Yeah, like, what do you mean when it goes to religion shit?
I can't even get a hamburger here. False advertising.
Yeah, I know you like Five Guys, so special.
Oh, that's fucking good. That's good.
So did Jeremy say anything extra stupid tonight?
We cannot hear you. It's not.
Jeremy's very sloppy. He likes to come into Talking Apes and say, this is going to be very messy. This is going to be so sloppy, but here we go.
That's why you're here? Because you heard the sloppy part?
No, I was just wondering, I was hoping to answer the question, is Jesus the metrics?
Is it?
Well, when you say metrics, I think you mean like matrix maybe, and that would be a little closer, but metrix, I'm not so sure.
Think of metric as a measurement.
Well, you got the word wrong, and that's why you're retarded. It's not metrics, it's genetrics.
You do take my fucking mind back.
So, hold on.
I should say Jesus is the axiom.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. The term metrics refers to several different companies, products, and services across various industries. That's why it's the metrics. It's a play on words.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
It's because people because there's so many different sectors that have Jesus in it. I don't know which company he belongs to, which service he provides. Very confused.
I like that.
Yeah, how do you feel about that, camel toe?
Why are you calling him camel toe?
He's asking ChatGPT to say something clever now.
Sorry, retard. What was that? I was looking up the definition for genetics.
As I said, you're looking at ChatGPT to say something.
No, that's projection. You live your life by ChatGPT. I don't do that.
If you show my please.
What was that?
Thank you.
Boris, you gotta get a title and going. Come on, get going.
Yeah, like AI killed Jesus. Put that in there. Put the last 5 lines, something like that.
Just put on there, is Talking Apes a psychiatric holding facility for Down syndrome autistic mental retards?
Get rid of the She's saying yes. It's a facility. The only thing Down syndrome is you and your cat.
Did they close all the sanitariums and just reopen Clown House? I think that's what's happened here.
I mean, like, cats are cool or whatever, but I wouldn't put them on the shit in the box, dude. Can't.
I'll like it's something new. Stop overusing.
A cat? It's animals, like, seriously, they're queens, so.
I don't hate them. I just.
And a house cat's like the most athletic animal in the world. Mammal.
You know, Jesus in the Bible didn't have a dog. Jesus had a cat.
Pharaohs have cats.
They did actually. The pharaohs, like, they actually like have like some mystical like lore.
Cats are one of the only mammals besides the mongoose.
What's it called when the cat gives you its virus through its feces?
Fast as a snake. That's crazy.
That's kind of crazy. Weird.
And its house cat is.
I don't hate cats or anything. Like I said, I just can't get over the shit in the box.
Go DJ.
Hey, I've been having fun. Oh, man, you're killing it, man. Thank y'all, man. I didn't want to say that. I just wanted to get stuff. But yeah, y'all doing great, man. Don't worry about it.
I didn't even know you were there. Hiding.
Well, that's good. I have.
He's there in gifs, dog.
Bro, I've been in the gyms all day, Joe.
He's killing it.
Nah, I'm good. I'm listening.
Forced genetic offspring of humans, right? Like we forced dogs into what they are. We did. We like basically bred them for their attributes. And cats.
That's kind of fucked up because trust me, I've trained a lot of dogs in my life, and like it kind of is like forced genetic, like weird. Yeah.
Sorry, what's that?
Eugenics.
But do you guys know what pogs were bred for?
Eugenics. We love like.
Talking about pogs, I think you needed a slammer.
Pogs were bred to keep Chinese emperor's feet warm.
Great.
It was specifically meant for that.
That's what I'm saying. Like we bred dogs because it was easier to do whatever we wanted them to do or be.
I love that so much.
Cats is not the same.
See, this is why I love dogs.
This is why I love Clown House. I mean, 2 a.m, and where can I meet with retards to talk about stupid shit? Here we go.
What else is there to do? Talk about I mean, there's a bunch. Talk about anything, and we're free.
Well, I would just like to say that we should all just do meow sounds and pretend we're cats for like 10 minutes, and then we'll see where that takes us.
10 minutes.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow.
I'm just getting started, brother.
All right.
Man, I got good at this now. Oh, it's over.
Can we get a room title update to the cat takeover of the Talking Apes?
That's my ex-wife. Hey, Erica. I know I'll leave that money.
Let me tell you something. I don't want her to get mad.
Take me to court. Take me to court.
the court.
Not the court case. You got the house, bitch.
Just want to quote Charlie Kirk and say, "Good Shabbos, Erica."
Oh man, it's horrible.
Oh, dude, I saw people like divide millions of dollars worth of real estate, like fucking nothing. But literal litigation over like a fucking silverfish plate.
Yep.
Yeah.
The 30-day route. You know, if you like file, if you file and serve papers, then you have a 30-day in Minnesota. And so I did that, and I was like, because she was still trying to like fix the marriage. But I gave her the house, I gave her like everything to just get out.
Complain about that. Like you win in the end. Like just.
I did. I got 2 kids now with my current wife. Like I'm very lucky. Oh no, I don't think that. I think after we actually did it, she realized like it was better. But up until then, she wasn't. You know what I mean? Like.
Wait, how much did it cost you, Joe? 200,000, 300,000, $500,000? What was the total number, all in?
I didn't have that much money. It was probably all said and done with the equity of the house. It was probably about 65. And that's it is. It's 65 is loss for me.
That's like a yearly income. Jeez.
More because I moved to Chicago and made way more. I mean, I'm a success story on divorce. I've been better off since that decision. I'm very lucky. That's why I say I'm very lucky. I'm very fortunate. I'm very fortunate and grateful.
He ruined this fucking room.
Yeah, hold on.
Of that sentence, right? And what makes sense of that sentence is I was eating that shit so much in this bitch, I think it's looking at me crazy, like I'm on some nigga shit. I'm gonna be a bull.
That shit.
Yo.
This video is only for those with a heart. Please.
Sometimes I want to give up on YouTube.
Isn't that funny, guys?
Bill been up in here, goddamn it, going at it with ball first. Oh, Bill. I thought Bill was you yesterday. Thanks. Niggas peeping outside windows and shit, creeping and motherfuckers sleeping inside and shit. Bro, between Bill and Sauce, everybody keep getting us all mixed up, bro. I'm telling you, homeboy was in here weird. He was like, hey, back on my dick.
لو سيبه هنزله، لو انت سيبه مش حرام. لازم نعمل لانه الدور تخش باسمك. يمكن مش سيبه يعني ان بعض الناس.
أنا بعض الظن في الاسم. حلو. إن بعض الظن في الاسم. أنا ما أعرفش بسبب ما ببصش على اللي بيرفع إيده وبطلع على راسي. يا أخي إيه الموضوع ده؟
Child, we're the
Come on, you breaking up. You breaking up.
What are you doing? Texting.
States. This is the Xiaomi 17 Pro Max, and I had to import this in, and I bought it on eBay. Well, let's take off the wrap. It actually was already taken off for me. They had to search the box, it appears. All right, let's open it up right here. Let's take a look at our charger. We get a 100-watt charger, and then it looks like we have a nice long USB A to C cable. All right, let's take a look at the phone itself. We get a nice little box right here. And it looks like it comes with a case and a SIM ejector tool. Not bad. All right, and here's the phone itself. Wow. So we opted for the white color. Taking off this. Ooh, wow. Satisfying. Wow. Let's take this off. Let's boot up our Xiaomi phone. Here we go. Oh, it still has battery. Let's go. Oh, look at that back. Look at that giant camera. Oh, I'm so excited to try it out. We'll see how it compares to the big dogs. We got the S25 Ultra and the, oh, what the heck? So I didn't have a sign in. Holy crap, it's fast as crap. Dang, it is so smooth. Holy crap, this thing is sick. This phone right here.
Wizard Mood Sense isn't your usual.
I don't have any forms.
I know that you're sleeping.
I don't have any
Can you
forms.
please use that to dial 911?
I don't have any forms. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't believe you.
How?
E to the T.
So I'm like, dude, like, is this...
Eighth grader charged with felony after paying for lunch with a real $2 bill. Denisha Neal, a 14-year-old eighth grade student at Christian McCall Middle School in Houston, Texas.
You gonna do that shit again?
No, I promise.
You gonna do that shit again?
I promise. No.
I'm trying to be a little kid.
No.
You can't make a 13-year-old voice.
You shot me, little boy.
Help me.
You shot me, little boy. Excuse me, everybody. This thing right here can give me a 13-year-old boy. I'm gonna break everything.
Isn't that song in Traveling on the Cloud?
Why you like little boys?
Do not buy another charger until you see this. You hate it when you're trying to charge your phone and stream or watch your shows and you can't quite get your hand in the freaking space that you wanted to because of this thing. This charger runs flat with your phone. It's so comfortable, and this part flips open into a stand. Prop it up tall, or you can do it in horizontal. Both are solid. Best part, it's not just fast charging. It's 240-watt super fast charging with a 5-foot braided cable that feels really well built.
How much alcohol you drink tonight?
I have not drank anything. My passengers have, but I have the DOI.
The DUI?
Yeah, I have the designated driver.
I need you to step out of the car. Can I have you walk back towards my
Yes,
passenger?
sir.
Do you have any eye injuries?
I do. I have lupus, so I take medication that gives me a shut on the back of my eyes. I have contacts in, so I'm sorry if my eyes dry out.
Okay.
You're so cool. I have brain loss too, so I'm sorry my hands are shaky.
Are you willing to provide a breath sample via the PBT?
Yes, I'm fine. It was getting to me.
So you're just going to go into this as hard as long as you can.
Gotcha.
So you will appoint 191. You know what the legal limit is? For someone under 21, it's .02. Face my vehicle and then place your hands behind your back. Has everyone in the car been drinking?
Girl in my back seat is 100% sober. I'm like,
How much alcohol you drink tonight?
Oh my gosh! This is what you're stepping on every day when you go to work, and that causes plantar fasciitis. Instead, grab these insoles that literally feel like you're walking up.
Anybody here? Where? Oh, hi. Who else is there with you? How old are you? Are you able to come over here? You have a phone for your parents? Do you have air conditioning in there? Do you have water? No? Is it hot in there? You don't have any keys? I'm gonna see what I can do to help you, okay? Where are you? Right there? Alright. Anybody else here? Come on out.
She got a good gash on her head. She said she fell yesterday, and they said one of her pupils is bigger than the other.
Demolition?
Yeah, probably.
What's going on? I was making a
Okay. That's one. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, okay? Anybody here?
And also music videos.
If you listen to music while doing the dishes.
That's hot. We have two-factor authentication. Are we ever going to have three-factor? Four-factor? Five? How many factors are we going to get up to?
Don't laugh. I don't know what's wrong with me. Somebody help me. Yep, we just paid $350 for this. Wow. That's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing now. It could. It doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. Let's go through it. I'm hoping there's a nice laptop in here. We'll get to that in a second. I wanted to sit down so that when I find something amazing, I don't fall out and get hurt. So, I wanted to sit down. So, that's a little safer for us. Let's see what's in this laptop bag. Come on. Hey. Oh, hey. And a Louis wallet. Okay, hold on now. What is all this money? This is different countries from around the world. Cool. It's cool. I don't know what it's worth, but there's different money from around the world. A lot. Yeah, there's another one in here too. Here's some more money right here. I don't know. Because foreign money, like, this could be worth an eighth of a cent or $300. I don't know. We're going to have to look that up. Leave the time. Come on. Let's see. Where's some real money? No real money in there that I'm seeing. There's some cards. There is a very fake Louis Vuitton, by the way. Just so you know. Yeah, just random cards and IDs. There's nothing else in there. Papers.
Stuff immigration.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Let's see. Copies. Nothing. This is also nothing. Just random old paperwork. Put that over here. Is there
Any of those pockets over there?
where? Oh, let's see. I didn't notice they were there. No. And good call. What? Come on. Bang. No money in there, unfortunately. We still don't know if this right here is full of, like, good money or nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think there's a second half to this war. Look. There's random foreign coins in here too. I don't really know where they're from either, but we got a couple of random foreign coins right here. Is this another bill too? This is. Sweet. Who would have thought that you would have a bag full of money? I'm just saying. Right. Let's go to this one right here. Open this guy up really quick. Let's see. Open. Well, what is that? More papers? Or no? We gotta look. There's just money stashed in random places, like right here. Bang. Oh, come here. I think there's no money, is it? No, it's checks and paperwork and stuff like that. Where's it at? I'm gonna have to, like, really, when we get home, I'm going to, like, every last little envelope in this unit because it's so intriguing. Like, it's just interesting to me. I feel like they're very well.
If your kids haven't been little
Two-handed operation allows.
Pull your dog away! This dog tries to save his owner after police tried to arrest him for walking his dog without a leash. Is that your dog? Is that your dog? No, stop! You're under arrest. Watch it. If you touch him, the dog's going. Is your dog, man? Yes, you're under arrest. You know where your dog's being shot. We have a suspect with a dog. The dog is not responding to our commands. Neither is he. Shoot it. Stop. Great Scott! AMC just...
Guys, I just.
These are history of the cosmos. These are iron meteorites that would have hurled through the cosmos, through space for hundreds of millions of years. This is around a $40,000 specimen. $40,000. This is a really special piece. Okay, if I saw that on the ground, I won't buy it and think it was an old growth. Yeah. $40,000. So how much is something like that? This fall is quite a bit larger. This fall has more material that entered our atmosphere, so the pricing is less. This would be under 40,000. So how much are these like slivers, for example? Because these are super cool. These like this would be $1,200. But I think Rolex charges, how much more do they charge for a meteorite? 7,000, 8,000. So you could put like a tiny sliver. Yeah, this is at least probably 2 or 3 times worth. And this is also a meteorite? It is. So most meteorites that we have, this is over 200 kilograms, I believe. 200 kilograms? It doesn't look that heavy, but this is a museum grade specimen also from Campo del Cielo.
How I eat well with zero effort.
This is the new Pod 5 Ultra from 8 Sleep, and they've taken things up a notch. You've now got a heated and cooled blanket. Now got a heated and cooled Lagi muka. Chicken biryani. Chicken curry. Chicken fry. You'll adjust it.
Oh yeah, I can read the time.
When was the last time you did that with your own big Hey, throw the cat. What was it?
Latin.
Like this was.
So what if I told you that that kayak folds out of this?
Wow.
So design a kayak that I could literally store inside my bedroom closet. And to do that, I looked back to an old childhood passion of mine, origami. Wow. That's pretty close. So as you can see, the whole boat unfolds pretty magically out of a single seamless sheet, just like a piece of paper. Now this material is extremely durable, it's very sturdy, and it's extremely light. The whole boat weighs only 26 pounds. So as you can see, they're inserting these rigid bulkheads which give the kayak more structure. This orange piece here, which was the lid of the case when I walked in, now becomes the floorboard of the kayak that you sit on. Well done. They're sealing off the top seams. These are the only seams in the entire boat.
Well done. Okay.
Here's the truth about tattoo removal. That cheap first session deal, not a deal if it takes 10 plus sessions for complete tattoo removal. That's why Removery offers a complete removal package. One set price for unlimited treatments, no hidden fees, and
if your ring costs less than a fancy dinner, you should be worried. I'm not just talking about the fact that most cheap rings are stamped out by machines in faceless factories overseas, designed to be sold quickly and replaced even faster. Sure, these rings might look good at first, but they're not built to last, they're prone to tarnishing, and quite frankly, they're made to be replaced. But imagine a ring that's handcrafted, designed to endure, and as unique as your love story. Patrick and Air Designs offers something different. Our rings are handmade in the USA by artisans who take pride in every piece they create. We use rare and durable materials.
Hi guys, today we're going to be looking at our boots collection. This is a very premium design, very premium pair of boots because this is 100% made of python skin. You can see every single detail, every single texture of the real python skin on it.
These brides smear their entire bodies in red ochre. The red color comes from a mixture of crushed clay, butter, and fat. They rub it on their skin, their hair, and even their clothes, and repaint themselves every This beer machine is minoxidilted. This band.
I made a face cream for beef fat. Everyone told me I'm crazy, but no sane person ever put beef fat on their face. But I didn't listen and made it into a product. That's why I tell them, Holy Mom keeps selling out again and again. We started making these creams 2.5 years ago from the Now they tallow in my own product. Now I have this huge facility and 20 employees making tallow and Holy Mom every day of the week. So why does this tallow bomb work better than others? You see, most tallow brands use cooking tallow from the grocery store that makes you smell like ribeye steak. But we source fresh fat weekly from local Irish farms that raise cows on open pastures all year round. We melt this fat into tallow here in our facility every day of the week, making sure to use only the pieces of pure sweat and nothing else. This process takes several days and a lot of hard work. Most other tallow brands just don't want to. Now that we have this clean fat, we are combining it with other hand-picked natural ingredients such as raw Irish honey, olive oil, and beeswax. Every jar is made by hand here in Captive Export in. So when you buy from us, you know you're getting the real deal. That's why we have more than 100,000 customers around the world. That's why our tallow bomb is worth 2,000.
I'm the founder of Mudwater, and a lot of people ask me, why is Mudwater so expensive? At $1.33 per cup, it's a fair question. It's not nothing, especially for something that you might end up drinking every day. And the truth is, we could have made it cheaper. We could have used binders. We could have used fillers. We could have
These guys were hiking deep in the mountains when they found a big stone camouflage door hidden in the rocks. No signs, no path, so they had no idea what it was. At first, they thought it was some kind of water pump or mine entrance, but the deeper they went.
It's challenging to economically support a blade with plastic. To make a blade that's supported along the cutting edge is difficult. Our strategy here with this design was to have the blade supported right to the edge. And we knew that if we supported it right to the edge, it would have to be sticking out such a small amount that it's not dangerous. And if it's not dangerous, then anyone can use it. And if anyone can use it, then everyone can buy it. It's a genuinely good product that most anybody
It If only I could find a girlfriend as reliable as me cell phone.